What we're going to be doing today is we're going to be playing more RimWorld. We did finish Odyssey the other day, so 2 days ago we did actually roll credits, beat the hive mind, I won't spoil it, did all the things, and that was really good. And that colony's still alive and well. I could continue that run, but with everyone bioteched out in cataphract armor and all that kind of stuff going on, I was like, okay, I could just go through and knock down a bunch of these endings, but at this point we are super juiced. There's not much feeling of progression left. I'd rather start a new colony. So yesterday we tried to do the Adam and Eve challenge and got knocked down twice due to RNG, and I did just like a quick dirty math on it that both those runs I got to about Kid 3 when Mom died in them, and the odds that Mom died there would be less than 5% chance. So we got okey doked by RNG that I can't do anything to counter. So what we're gonna do instead today is I'm not gonna do the Adam and Eve challenge because just straight up losing to RNG and having that be a perpetual concern kind of sucks. It's funny because I've done that challenge and gotten to like the 20s plus of kids without having any issues before. But having 2 losses in a row strictly to RNG, it very much feels like 1% chance you lose, you lost, and you're like, come on, man. But we're gonna be going and doing a new colony. I could probably base it off of this one. Now I'll just make a new one. Oh, here we have basic Lost Tribe. Yes, we're going to be doing a couple of things. I'm going to be doing a tribal start. I'm going to be doing the no starting research. And I am going to be doing random research. Do I actually have to add random research on here? No, because we changed mods. The random research mod is no longer supported. And we moved on to the semi-random research mod and all that. So tribal start, we're going to make him a ritualist ideology. So massive penalties of research speed. Random research, no starting research. So get all that. Oh, let me go ahead and get that queue open. And then pin that to the top. Okay. So the queue is open for people. Does the queue reset every day? Yes. I reset the queue every single stream because I only want people to get their name in if they are there at that time. Like, I don't want it to carry forever, because otherwise we'll have someone who visits the stream once, like, 10 years ago, and their name just carries through or whatever. Obviously, that's an exaggeration. But yeah, so we're just going to go ahead and do... It's basically, for what we have, is this will be effectively a tribal start, but we won't start with any research, so I won't have the passive cooler or anything. That does limit me on the harder tiles. We are going to leave the anomaly stuff on its standard. What does ambient horror do? Ah. That's interesting. So that one, yeah, ambient horror kicks up to 15%. So it's in between having it active and inactive. Either way, we're going to keep it on the default. And what I'm going to go ahead and do with that is we will be waking up the anomaly early on, or the monolith early on, because we are doing Ritualist, and if we don't do that, our people will just perpetually whine about it. I am going to generate the entire planet because now that it's actually worth traveling the whole planet, like, I want more. There are a couple things I would, and there's probably mods where I should probably look up. There are a couple things I think I would like to see them add as like a improvements to Odyssey. One is they got to fix the hitting through corners thing. It just gets all your crap smashed in your ship, and so you can't use those cool brand new corners they added, because the enemies just smash through those corners and it's just no fun. Because they bypass your defense by just hitting through the wall that's supposedly vacuum sealed. But a couple things I'd like it when I clear a location and no longer shows up in search. So like once I clear out a drug stash and then I've left, so I've destroyed the tile, it should clear that landmark off of the search or have like an active, inactive, that kind of thing. As well. I would also love to see it where after some point in time, you know, areas we've been at get cleared up. It shouldn't reset it back to pristine. Like maybe have a special one where you have a tile that's like grav ship launch site and you go there and just the terrain is obliterated kind of thing. And like I wouldn't even have it so they have to like remember where you land or anything. Like it could just generate a brand new tile. But that would be interesting. Alright, so the big thing we gotta watch for is temperature. Because I'm doing no research, random research, we do not have the passive cooler to start with. For a new ship design, why not try to build a more rounded? Not to say you really should. Well, unfortunately, because of the corner things, I'm gonna have to probably make it very blocky. Unfortunately, until they get that done, just enemies can hit through corners, which really, really sucks. So a lot of times with these starts, wait, okay. It's interesting. So my ice caps are there and there, but I have Boreal Forest, like almost exactly halfway between my poles. I think, oh, you know what I bet you it is? They added an elevation thing. That's probably exactly what we got going on here. I'm willing to bet we go down here and the elevation goes down. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Alright, so that's a new thing to watch, is that elevation plays a major contribution to growing periods. Alright. So with this, generally speaking, I will choose a tile with some mountains, because that is one of the only levers I can kind of lean on to deal with, well, the only kind of levers I can deal with for... Sorry, I'm getting distracted by whatever that is. It's only levers I can kind of deal with to work around the whole issue of, heat waves. Because with the mountain, if I put ourselves as, like, a diggy hole one, it does give me some level of mitigation. The question is, let's do the river. Fishing's the thing, we might get fishing. Temperate forest river year-round, fairly mild style. Did the last run done? Yeah, Mom died to childbirth. So that's the reason we're not doing Adam and Eve right now, is because losing 2 runs back-to-back on child 3 childbirth, which is like only like a 4% chance or something between those 3 pregnancies to get that risk. I think it's not even that much. It's just like, alright man, we're losing to RNG. Okay, so got the extremely slow. I don't need to customize any of the other stuff. So basically, we're going to keep the no research, random research, all that kind of penalty, but we are lifting the restriction where grizzly bears are venerated. Okay. We are going to lift the restriction of doing the, like, only family. Alright. A jogger who's got a lot of capabilities and is lacking social. I mean, losing social is not great. Injuries on both your legs that are painful is pretty bad. A steadfast tortured artist. Interesting. Not gonna try to be super greedy about this. A volatile, that's 4 times the... Oh yeah, 50% higher chance of breaking. A kind brawler. Alright, so that's 2 people without it, 3 people without... So 2 people who can't do dumb labor, which is pretty bad. I'm mostly trying to avoid people who are just gonna fight each other constantly. Okay, so you got 1 person who can't care, 2 people who can't dumb labor, and 1 person who can't social. Most of their traits here are pretty benign. We've got a jogger, that's good. I like jogger. Undergrounder will be fine with this. I'm gonna re-roll you. Both leg injuries is pretty bad. A neurotic jogger, sure. So, right. So you're gonna definitely be a researcher. So the gaps we have is we don't have construction, plants, or medical. Do I have, like... So you are mining, animals, and crafting. Researcher. You'd be a cook. Researcher. And animals. I mean, kind brawler's nice and all. I would like to get someone who's not awful and maybe... Tough and sensitive. I mean, you'd be social. I don't think we have a social... No, we have a social person. I'd like to get at least the plants or construction in here. I don't need both. I mean, you're an underground or night owl who medicals. I think we take that. So we'll just deal with... I mean, here's Trigger Happy. Can I get plants or construction? Plants, that's good. Got a couple of injuries. You can also craft and you can melee. Alright, let's just go with it. I don't want to be picky about this forever. Reroll kid. Reroll the kid. Let's also make sure no one's like 70. Alright, I think we're fine. And left behind, I'm going to leave them alone because I don't care. That's fine. We'll go with that. So the only thing we got a gap in here is construction. I have no one with construction. These injuries will suck for this person, and they're just going to have to live with that, because I'm not going to spend 2 hours rerolling characters waiting for the perfect pawn, waiting for, you know, nimble jogger who's tough, or nimble tough brawler, or whatever. Okay, so it's just your regular tribal start where the gods are very angry, yada yada, machines came at night, told you to piss off, you ran, you got scattered, and you don't have much left to you, yet you somehow managed to grab a bunch of wood, weapons, and all that. Alright, so first thing we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go into our priorities real fast and set every single passion to be turned on and every single not passion to be turned off. And then we can go to manual priorities, turn all of these up to 1. We're in that case where I don't really have 2 doctors, so I'll set 2 doctors. Actually, keep those 1s. Okay, you can handle. Alright, so for cooking, let's take a look at our people. I miss taking you all off that. Right, that's... what am I doing? That's all hauling and cleaning. Okay, so, first contestant here. Right now, I'll make all those 4. First contestant here, you can mine and you can craft. You're one of 2 people who can mine, so you're probably going to be mining and construction. And then if you still have energy after that, we'll have you craft. We'll probably put the mining at a higher priority, just so that happens. Next person, the only thing you can contribute here is to be a hauling cleaning person or a researcher. So I think for right now I'm going to set them to clean and then research as they have capacity after that. Next person here, you can also mine and you can art. I think you're going to be my dedicated researcher. Let's take you off. So this person's our hauling cleaning person. And then you're our researcher. We need a growing person, so that's going to be you. You're our cook. And then you can work on crafting and art after that. And let's make all these priority 3 for right now. Okay, so basically what we got here is, I think we got our distribution set up. So growing person, crafting / cook, researcher, hauling / cleaning, and then mining / construction. I wish in YouTube chat. Oh, I was in YouTube chat, but you are not seeing my messages. I am looking at YouTube chat right now, and there's no messages here. Let me check one thing real fast. I see what happened. I wish this would stop happening. There's an issue we have where sometimes when I go live, I have a stream from like 3 years ago that I've deleted permanently many times that comes live again every once in a while. And when that happens, I have 2 streams up. So you're in like effectively the dead stream. So let me delete that forever so it goes away. I understand, get rid of that. Oh yeah, no, it's all good. I'd rather you mention it. But yeah, no, it's a... If we're being honest, the live streaming experience on YouTube is a big sack of garbage. That it's clearly just bolted on after the fact. It doesn't work right half the time. And yeah, so I got the extra one removed, so now it's only the good one. Alright, so now I've got the schedule set up. We'll get the work. So I got some stuff there. Okay, so what we need to do now is I'm going to quickly figure out who is going to be doing what. We don't have any brawlers, right? Because we had one, I think we got rid of him. Okay, so you have a predisposition to melee. You all have passions in that, and you have both. So I think that's a good mix. So we'll have bow, Hela, a knife, and I think that's the Equa down there. And that'll be our equipment. Alright, so where are we actually living? So there's the river. I want to kind of put the entrance near the river, which might be a mistake because that's kind of edges of map, but it's not too bad. So I think we'll have our entrance over here, even though is that all rich soil there? Oh no, that's mud. Never mind, I'm not too worried about that. Okay, so yeah, so what I think we'll do is I'll put our entrance over here. Maybe even like right here. So just barely in on the river, so that way we can farm over on this side. We've got the river here, so when we come out and we want to fish, we can fish right there. I think that would actually be pretty okay. It's weird because it used to be you'd want to not mess with the river that much because the river didn't offer you anything of benefit. You know, you could use it for defense or whatever, but whatever. Alright, meanwhile, we need to go and set down a grow zone. We're just going to put it right here, so let's grab you like that. And I'll make that rice to start, and we'll start letting people move. And once we get things starting to move along, then we'll start getting the other stuff. Now, obviously, I don't have my research benches and all that made yet, so we're going to have some people who aren't going to quite have things we need to do that bad. We'll add just a regular storage area here, and a stockpile there. We don't really care about it much. I'll set those. I'll wait for a minute, but we're going to go ahead and I will set them all to... Okay, it looks like Twitch went down. I lost connection for a moment. It did reconnect instantly on the chat side of things, so... Okay, so just giving it a moment to reconnect here. Cool, we should be reconnected. Okay, should be reconnected. Refresh. If you don't see stream. Well, at least that happened like right at the beginning of stream and not when we got properly along. So I did pause the moment I noticed it went down. So we just went, we've got that set, I got a rice field set, and I got the stockpile and that. So you didn't miss anything of substance yet. We don't want to make that a home zone. Honestly, I'm not going to make the rice a home zone yet. We have the fallen monolith, we'll want to do that. Oh, hey. So do me a favor with those bodies. We have the low priority one over there. And then this one, if I can quit misclicking. No rotten and no human-like corpses. That way they just dump all the bodies in the river. And that could be downstream's problem, which is not actually a mechanic you have to worry about. There's no, like, throwing bodies in the river, polluting the water, or anything like that. Okay. Now, as you probably noticed... Oh, we need to turn that on. So, as you notice, we are using the random research mod. So it'll automatically select our research, and it has chosen beer brewing. And just showing you we do have no research to begin. There will be one change I'll end up needing to make as we get the run going. Actually, I only need to worry about if we have kids. If we do end up having kids, I will have to exit the save for just a minute. Because the no research mod, just with how it works, it will assign new kids... Sorry, let me rephrase it. There is a bug that was in RimWorld. It's been fixed, but there was a bug in RimWorld where all colonists, like all children, regardless of if they were tribal or otherwise, would not get the tribal setting, which means they couldn't use nature focus points. So you'd have a community of tribal people who would have a child who was then not tribal and couldn't get the psychic powers or whatever. And they did eventually make a fix that the way the fix works is it checks your starting scenario to see if the group you started as was tribal in name. Now, the problem with it is, with this mod that does the no starting research, is the way they accomplish that is they do create their brand new own starting faction called Basic Tribe, which is not Tribe. So the way you fix it is you start with no research, and then once you get to the point you're going to have a kid, you just change your settings to rename the starting scenario in the save file from player basic tribe to player tribe. But it only matters... Can you not convert people to tribe? No, so tribe isn't their ideology, tribe is like their story or whatever. There's a thing here where it's like the type of meditation point for the tree only works as people who started as tribal. It's a weird choice. I kind of wish it worked differently. And the reason they do that is because as tribals, you're at a lot of disadvantages. And that is one perk. Save a death that's a big impact? Not really that. I mean, I guess I don't care about... We don't need to do the save thing because we're not going to be all staying as tribal because we're going to be bringing in new outside people. It was if I wanted to... How was that found out? Must have been a pain when the bug popped up. It only mattered if you wanted to go hard on the psychic powers. Well, you suck, Panther. Cougar, whatever you are. Cougar. If it's already hunting my stuff right here. Who shot that? Alright, baboons. Baboon's someone to watch out for. Immediately brained the cougar. Just one shot, one kill, cougar down. That's okay. Cats in RimWorld are pretty much doomed. They'll go pick the fight with like a rat or something to eat it and then lose and die. And then everything that's a predator will hunt them. Cats in RimWorld just don't have a chance.
Sip. What's the worst that could happen?
I'm gonna go ahead and bump you up to be slightly higher priority there. New run? Yes, we had Colony Mom died during childbirth, so we're not doing the Adam and Eve because that was 2 times in a row that we got RNG'd. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and start naming our colonists. So we got our kind person who will never mine or intellect. You're gonna be Ducky Diana. Welcome to the colony. We've got our jogger here. So, gotta go fast. That's gonna be maximum effect, which honestly, gotta go fast sounds like a perfect person to have that name. We've got our neurotic jogger. You're gonna be our researcher. That's gonna be Donkey Duff. May you enjoy your shackles at the research bench. We've got our steadfast tortured artist, who is going to be doing a bunch of stuff. We have Kiona Chick. And then last but not least, we've got our cook. And our cook here will be Earthrush Stony. May you not cause this colony egregious amounts of food poisoning. If you do, that's fine. It is RimWorld. There we go. Butcher creature, do forever, do this, production. Stove. Simple research bench. Furniture. I haven't at all looked if there's even couples in the colony or not. So for the moment, let's just assign the double beds on it. Starvation because people have the hunger. Oh, also assign, manage food policies, lavish, no corpses, no baby food. Assign, I'm on apparel, that's not what I want to be. Change defaults, no medicine for anyone except for colonists who get tribal. Let's get you all switched to tribal. Yeah, no, having especially... Wait, what? Why do you have that? What? Get your Equa. Oh, I didn't set that forever. Okay. So you got that one done. And I'm going to let you take a minute after that to pull up some of those berry bushes. And they'll probably put potatoes on the other side. And go up the river a little farther. Put some strawberries. Put some corn. Grab some cotton. Do some heel root. Okay. Way too tired. Randomly lost some hours to sudden sleep. And lost glasses. Eventually found reserve glasses to help search. By night? Gotcha. You get your sleep and all that. Okay, so we're looking for steel. That's gonna be a thing that we need. Got some steel right there. I'm just gonna let them start hacking away at it. We won't sweat it too much. And who is our most social one? Donkey Duff. Let's have you trade with them. You can take my wooden club and give me those $7. You can take your pemmican. Then we can go ideology, drop that down. So then I'm gonna give you the moral guide roll. So don't start taking penalties for no moral guide. And then animals. We're gonna eat all our animals. Get them out of here. They're neither venerated... I mean, the horse can be useful for caravanning. But right now I don't have what I need for the horse, so I'd rather the horse be food. Okay. The river's gonna make an interesting setup. So one thing we can do is if we block off this area, we can force the enemies down here. But I think what we'll end up doing is just making it and just having a defensive point with the river just in the middle of it, I guess. Force them. Honestly, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Get down here. Have the opening in the river with, like, the defensive wall along the river's edge. To force them to wade through the river into us. But we'll see. Major break risk. Because soaking wet, slept on the ground, all that stuff. No surprises with any of it. Oh, we need recreation stuff. Once again, I didn't build that right away when I should. Major break risk on you. Man, I'm surprised at how fast you're getting these negative hits. I mean, I understand our barracks and all that are awful. One thing we can do... Let's get to work on that. Mad squirrel's right here. Okay. But yeah, so have the construction person keep working on their stuff. And then meanwhile, we'll keep just the food going as fast as we can until we can get some meals up and running. Monthly grabbing? Yeah, it's no fun. You just started playing Stardew in bed, and it's been great. Long enough to pause to feel fresh again. Yeah. Stardew's a good time. I'm really looking forward to Haunted Chocolatier having, like, effectively a new Stardew. Now, granted, I understand from what they've said with the dev and everything. Concerned Ape has said that, it will have a bit more of an action RPG combat focus than Stardew Valley did. We don't know how much farming and all that, like, we don't know the balance. But still, if it's anything as good as Stardew, then we should all be pleased with what we get. Aw, man, come on, don't botch the construction. Boo. Yeah, no, Roots of Pacha is another good one. I really enjoyed Roots of Pacha. I've been meaning to circle back to that one. It's one of those ones that, like, I've debated whether or not I want to do another stream of it, kind of thing, like another playthrough. Because the game has had a ton of updates since I streamed it. Because we did a full playthrough of Roots of Pacha when it first came out. And they've added a lot to the game. And that's a game that is one of those games that kind of got, like, criminally like under noticed. It's not like something that's so good it's like, oh yeah, it's right there with Stardew, but it is really a solid game in that genre that does do a lot of its own things that kind of breaks from the genre. Like, you know, you have games that come out and they just do the exact same thing as the game that comes before it, and so there's like really not a whole lot of new interesting things being done. That one actually did go and got rid of a bunch of stuff that kind of gets in the way. Would you stop botching, like, one round after another on that bench, please? I understand we don't have anyone with, like, good construction. But I'd really like people to be able to eat cooked food. Your cat is currently trying to attack the pawns on the screen. So what you're saying is your cat is in league with Cassandra. Alright, since we're going to be here for a while, things you should give the faction name, what should it be called, and we should give the local settlement a thing. We are tribal ritualists as a faction. We will be doing some anomaly stuff. We're going to be doing spaceship stuff. The settlement... So here's the thing. With the Odyssey, where I know I'm going to get on the ship and I move around, I almost don't care about the names of the settlements hardly anymore, because I'm just going to leave it behind. Because it's one of those things with the grav ship, because you can explore the whole world and move around incredible distances, with how ridiculously valuable the colonies get and all that, it's really, like, it would be very annoying to try and maintain, like, 10 people at home to be able to hold it down against fights and have the grav ship going on to multitask that. That genuinely, I do like just not have, like, making the ship the home. I think that's good. The alternative would be, I would rather, for traveling long distance, use the shuttle or whatever. But yeah, alright, so... Not a cult. Cult compound. Excellent. So we are not a cult, but this is the cult compound. Don't worry about it. It's not a cult trademark, just to be clear. All rights reserved. Okay. So I need... Who is the one who needs to be mining? Oh, we actually got the research bench up, so you're not going to mine anymore. So deprioritize that a little. Get you to mine that steel. Because we get you to mine the steel, we can get this bench built. And slowly you'll improve this room. Alright. Yeah, so basically what we want to get done now is get that fueled stove online. We do have someone who's working on research. So this already gives you an idea of how much of a difference it makes. We actually have someone who's decent at research who's allocated to research. So even though we do have our penalties, for those who missed, we are taking the extremely slow, so 25% research speed penalty on Ritualist, plus the tribals are at a 50% research speed penalty, so they do stack, so I believe our end result is a 12.5% speed research. So if you've ever wanted to research horrifically slow, there you go. And then on top of that, the research bench you get by default here. Yeah, so our overall research speed should be something absolutely obnoxious. Yeah, so it's not a laboratory, so it's something like this is 70 or 75% speed, plus non-laboratory, that's a penalty, and we're tribal, that's a penalty, and it's a ritualist, so that's a penalty. You get the idea here. We are stacking penalties, so we are going to be maximum awful at research. Not really, we could also be Neanderthal on top of all this. I don't know what that would lower our research speed to, but the point is, it's going to be slow research. That is a deliberate choice. Because I did find, in all honesty, with our Odyssey stuff, we were able to blast through the research pretty fast. And that was without me putting a particularly focus or doing the thing where you build like 3-4 benches and let people churn at it at like large groups. I kind of want to drag out the tribal stage of the run a little bit. Okay, so let's go back to here. Try having you queue up construction again, so we can hopefully get that research bench built. Okay, we got our first raid. It's usually just one person. Man with club. Has no skills, slothful, and steadfast. That is a very dead pawn. I'm gonna go after them. The reason I'm going after them is with their stats and all that, we don't need to worry too much. Yeah, and Slothful, Steadfast. We don't really care about their stuff. They're just all around a not good pawn, so we're just knock them down, moving on. We also can't be friend or group, nor are we guilty, so we don't get the mood bonus for rest, you know, setting them free or whatever. Alright, so with that we go bill, add, cook meals, do until you have 10. Cook simple meals, do forever if it is meat-based, since the meals last longer than the meat, and we won't worry about baby food until there's babies. If we end up getting babies, we're not doing the Adam and Eve today because we did have that run get scuffed. So I'm going to start doing is I'm going to actually let maximum effect just work on these floors. I believe that still does give you construction. Yeah. So it's not going to be a great use of our time. But if we can get that going, we can get ourselves some mood bonuses. And that'll go a long way. Okay, so with that, we're starting to make meals. So let's go ahead and go to our assignments. Manage food assignments. Lavish. Do not allow eating raw resources. What raw resources that show up? That's fine. Do not allow them to eat raw resources, and do not allow them to raw food. Because now I should be getting enough meals, I shouldn't have to worry about that too much. And our rice is right about to be grown, so we should be good there. Okay, and our plant growing person. Yeah, so you handling plants. We don't have any animals, so there's nothing to handle. Alright. And who is idle and why? They're not idle anymore. Mechanoid signal. We're not going to do the mechanoid signal until I have electricity. Until I have electricity... Or actually, until we have the grav technology itself. Until I have the grav technology, I can't operate it in any meaningful way. It's just, at that point, it's just a core to sit in here for someone to have a tantrum and destroy or whatever. Yeah, so what should happen is right now it's at Awful Barracks. That slowly should go from Awful Barracks to being, like, probably not too high, maybe Impressive Barracks. And that's because if we look at this, there's -1 beauty for every single one of those tiles. So if we look at the overall room status, its impressiveness is currently only, like, 1110, which gives it Awful. It's got somewhat poor wealth. It is quite spacious. The beauty is ugly, and it's slightly dirty. So really the big thing is the impressiveness that's holding it back. Every single time we smooth out a floor, the impressiveness is going to go up by 1. And over time, I believe that'll cause the beauty to go up as well. It also technically increases the wealth by a couple points, so it's like 624. When they do that next tile, I'll probably go like 626 or 627. 629, so that's off a little bit. Yeah, so that will gradually bring the rooms up. It is worth sometimes using this tool to see what this says, because sometimes that will give information that you care about on that. It's just annoying to leave that on where you just move around and you have this highlight everywhere you go. Yeah, that's what I kind of figured, is Kiona Chick, because Donkey Duff is also grabbing that table from time to time, they'll mine as well, so I think that's totally fine. One thing I should probably do is let's just plant on the rich soil. That's not actually the best, and the reason why is because of how much farther I'm going to have to run. Hey, Rachel Sweeney, how's it going? Because of how far my people are going to have to run. You know, the slight benefit you get in the grow times is lost to the run time. The travel time, I should say. But I figured, what the heck? So what I'll do here is I will tell them to just harvest all that. Yep. Nope, we had twice that I lost it to really, really, really low odds of RNG that there's no counterplay to it. I was like, you know what? I'm just not gonna fight with it. Because that was like basically a whole stream of just lost to nothing play related. Mom died during childbirth, which is a 1.4% chance per time. And I think both cases was on the third child, which is only like a 4% chance of that happening or something like that. So really low odds, and it's just like, alright. And I'm willing to bet there's some way you could go into settings. I'm willing to bet there's somewhere in here. Oh, it's probably... You probably could go into dev mode and go into and be like, alright, 0% chance of death on childbirth. Which I think for the challenge would honestly be okay. Because since there is no counterplay, and it's just like, oh, you just have a random chance to lose because screw you, I guess. I think that would be fair to change that one specific thing. Like, still leave the risk of the kid not making it, being sick, because that's just part of it. But, you know, that specific one bricks the save, so it's like, okay. Or turn off commitment. Nah, I'd rather keep commitment off. Or keep commitment on. It's one of those things that I do find once you have the ability to go, oh, I didn't like the outcome, it was, you know, quote-unquote unfair. It's easy for that to kind of slowly slide of, well, what do you consider unfair, and just having it kind of get, you know, more and more tenuous, until then you realize it's like, this fight didn't go my way, reload. Now, it's different if I'm, like, recording videos or something. Like, when you're recording videos, you just have RNG stuff that happens. That's, you know, not really good for the video, and so you kind of fudge things a little bit. But that's, like, that's different if you're doing, like, a record run or a challenge run. Alright. We are not gonna... Do I want to take the honor of this one? Let's take the honor. I almost never do the Empire stuff. Let's do some of that. What's part of the channel, you don't see why you would do that. Yeah, no, like I said, though, I believe you can just go into dev mode and change the probability of some things. I don't know what all you can change, because it's very rare I do any dev mode stuff. Alright, nicely done. Sometimes the story is the point, even the losses. Well, yeah, no, that's actually, to me, that's one of the big things you, with RimWorld. The losses are a key part of what makes story. Like, imagine, like, think about that Odyssey run that we got down to only one combat-ready adult in the entire colony. Did you just land on my crops and destroy my crops? You're a jerk, you know that? Alright, Donkey Duff. Go ahead and have your title, friend. Alright, so I don't often do the royalty stuff, but it's like, you know what? I don't typically do it. I don't mess with the psychic powers all that much. I do like them, to a certain extent. Unimpressive. Don't care at all. So Donkey Duff now has a power of stunning an enemy. Which time I'll kick in? Yeah, I'm sorry you're having a headache. That's no fun. Alright. So basically my plan... Oh, right, I need to add a meditation spot. Yeah, if that tree wasn't there, if it was like over here somewhere, I would potentially have it. Honestly, as far as that run is going all the way over there and back though, that's not worth me doing. For right now I've got so much wood. Just slap up a wall over there. Because that'll force enemies to go the whole way out and around, so I can just deal with threats from this side and that side. Looks at food outside? Yep. Yeah, no, we'll use the river as part of the defenses. That used to be a thing you just did in your runs. Honestly, let's do it this way. I haven't done this in an age. Basically, I'm putting a fire break. So if fire spreads, it won't be able to hit the wood wall. If you have someone attack and they light your wall on fire, obviously that still works. But, yep. Yeah, low-key I was thinking putting the defensive wall here. So something like this. So it'd go here. And then we'd set up our defensive position like here. So you get the idea, is just feed them into the river. That's what I'm kind of thinking. Which would give me a ridiculous area up here. We'd still have enemies potentially able to go that way, which would be as simple as just doing one of these kind of things. Put a defensive position like right there. And then same deal, put a wall on this side. And on this side as best we can. To mostly keep them in the river. Obviously they'd run along this edge a little bit and maybe cut across there, but that might work, that they run up this way, then they go that way. But that's kind of what I'm thinking, so it'd be two defensive positions to deal with. By utilizing the river to my advantage. Because I almost never do. Now that said, that's only going to matter until we get, you know, electricity in the ship, and then we decide, do we just move around in the ship all the time, or stay here? Because it's kind of either or, not both. I'm just not interested in trying to effectively maintain two separate colonies. If you're starving, why aren't you eating? It's rice. It's fine. I promise the rice won't hurt you. I mean, it might, but, like, I'll still promise you. Oh, right, I have them set to not eat raw food. Okay. I was gonna say their meals. Eat. Yeah, so we haven't quite stabilized the food yet. We're getting there. Once these potatoes and berries and all that start getting going, though, we should be good. The rice just needs to hold out long enough to get us that far. And we also have the corn. Like, this is gonna be probably way more food than we need. We gotta reach that point. Meanwhile, you got almost all that done. But yeah, so having done it this way, though, natural fire won't be able to get across to this wall. And then if something runs up to light the wall itself on fire, we have just the wall itself on home zone. So the only thing they'll do once in a while is they'll go to this one tile at the door and they'll clean that one tile at the door. So it shouldn't add a bunch of work onto our people who do our cleaning and hauling and all that. Okay. So we got a couple of smoke leaf we found. I'll give you those. Give me your medicine. And for right now, I will take your packaged meals because we're a little bit hungry. I genuinely am not worried about money in any meaningful capacity. We start having them haul stuff into the building, which is going to give us all sorts of penalties. I just don't want stuff to rot outside, but that's going to take a while. Okay. Yeah, that's going to take some minus beauty stuff. So what we're going to do is I'm going to keep them going here. Yeah, you've got construction set as a higher priority. Have you mined that all out yet? No, you haven't. That's fine. But once we get this room established, we're going to go ahead and move up, make our next room. Do you think there's a limit on how many pawns you can recruit in your base? As far as like a hard limit, I mean, I'm sure at some technical point you would, but I think it'd be more your computer would be able to handle it limit. RimWorld by default does not have a hard limit, so it's like, oh, you got 30, sorry man, you're cut off. But behind the scenes, RimWorld does do some buffoonery and buffudgery to tweak the odds, if you will, to try and keep your colonies from getting too large. So for example, as you get larger and larger, you'll end up having a colonist that is unwaveringly loyal when they drop. You'll have more and more of the enemies won't get down, they'll simply die. You'll have a higher chance of having instant kills against your own pawns, stuff like that. In terms of a good idea to have, yeah, people will argue back and forth on what is. For me, once you start creeping to the point you're getting a second row, that's too many colonists. Because at that point, RimWorld stops being fun and stops being about trying to keep track of like the individuals and dealing with their moods and all that kind of stuff. And instead you're just dealing with these overwhelming numbers that you kind of just let it roll, and if someone dies, to hell with them. It's just too much to manage. Like the UI is not implemented in a way that managing that many pawns works well. And I don't mean that in like the game's poorly designed. It's the game kind of has the rough number of people that it's well designed for. Like that's kind of like your target colony size. So I'd say like kind of the sweet spot so far as a big colony, I'd say is in the lower teens to maybe getting close to like 20. Definitely not more than that though. Like at that point, you can barely make out what half the people are. They're much harder to interact with. Let's see, you rarely go over one row of people. If you feel a need for more, you'll go for some mech labor instead. Yeah, no, I would definitely go that route as well. And I don't typically feel a need to do the mech labor. But if I get to a second row of pawns, it starts being more stressful than fun for me because it's just a lot more to manage. And like RimWorld is not designed in a good way for like managing very large numbers. Like in a lot of these screens, once you have to start scrolling the screen, the UI gets a lot more convoluted to deal with. So Earth Rush is idle. What can I have you do? I can have you low priority mine and construction. Okay, so that's making good progress. Are you still playing your Resort Zomboid run? Is that character still alive? Not really. Like, to be honest, I have not... Once I got past, like, the it's new novelty of Build 42, I genuinely don't enjoy Build 42 as much as Build 41. To me, Build 42 has been a negative for the game. It had lots of cool stuff, to be clear. But a lot of the balance decisions have gone in a way that kind of takes more away from the game for me than adds to it. Like just how much time you have to spend crafting weapons. it makes it so, like, the way I like playing Project Zomboid, unless I very, very heavily modify everything, just isn't really a thing. I liked fighting the really large hordes of zombies and doing all that stuff, and it's clear the developers don't want us doing that, and that's totally fine. We still can, it's just now we have to slog through crafting weapons every single, like, 2 times a week. So, where I was a bit burnt out in Project Zomboid before Build 42, and, like, I enjoyed checking out the new things, like checking out the animals, doing all that stuff, but once it got down to, okay, it's not new, now we're in it, I was just finding, like, I was checking a bunch of different settings, and I was just kind of finding there just wasn't a sweet spot for me. Like, effectively what I would be doing in a lot of ways is taking what they had done and trying my best to find a way to effectively revert it, which kind of defeats the point. Yeah, I actually don't remember if that run's still alive. I think it is, but I haven't played that in forever. And for the record, I still think Project Zomboid's a good game, and I don't think that their changes are bad. It's just the way I liked to play Project Zomboid. It's very clear the devs want to be away from that. That they feel, for whatever reason, they feel it's bad for the game. And they may even be right, I don't know. But, you know, it's the way I want to play the game. Let's go for spacious rooms, let's do this. And for people who are like, how do you like playing the game, that kind of thing, I very much, like, at the beginning, it was cool just base building, doing all that stuff. Like, I don't think any of that's inherently wrong, but as I played the game and I built a bunch of bases, and I did that a whole lot of times, that stopped being as appealing, because you just kind of put in the effort again and again and have it taken away again and again when you die, which is fine, for the record. I think it's important that you have your progress reset. But as you've done it a bunch of times, the effort you put into your bases tends to be less and less as you realize how not really important it is. There you go. Like, very, very genuinely, even with Build 42, there's very little you actually need in Project Zomboid. Yeah, I wonder how Project Zomboid's doing these days. Seasonal flooding. Rainfall upriver is causing the river to swell. The flooding will subside after a couple of days. Well, look. I'm gonna put it out there, but that sucks. Alright. And what I want to check. Yeah, it's annoyingly hard to balance what's nice, tedious, and what's annoying to us. Yeah. Hey, Rojo, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream today and all that. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. For those who don't know, Rojo Corvus playing some Dead Island 2. Heck yeah! I hope you had fun with that and all that stuff. But welcome in, Raiders. We were just talking about Project Zomboid thing, but yeah, what I was going to quickly check is Project Zomboid. And let's see. And we'll switch for the last year. Need to lurk and eat? No problem. But yeah, but welcome in, Raiders. We're playing some RimWorld Odyssey, doing a brand new Ritualist Tribalist run and doing all that stuff. We were just talking about some Project Zomboid things. But yeah, no, if we look at, I'm gonna change it to 180. We don't need to go for the whole thing. Yeah, so if we actually look at the statistics from people watching the game, we can look here that this is the peak when Build 42 dropped. And right now where we're at, it's honestly not doing too terrible. Like 500, 600 average viewers, 300 average viewers isn't horrific. That's totally viable for streaming, but it is pretty low compared to what its average was. Like we zoom out to a year ago, so like before, it's basically, for all intents and purposes, it's all the way back down to what it was before. Here's before Build 42 was announced at all, and you're sitting right around that 400 or 500 for the most time, and we're staring there as well. It doesn't help that Lamprey is on hiatus. Yeah, I mean, but I would argue that's probably more a product of the slowdown in interest than a cause of. Like, don't get me wrong, Lamprey's a huge creator and everything like that, but it's the same thing like what happened with Build 41, when it coming up on almost 2 years without a major update, that, you know, a lot of the people who were streaming Project Zomboid all the time, they either had to switch categories or they stopped streaming, because that's kind of what it took to stay into content creation. 25,000 average players on Steam, though? Yeah, no, it's not bad. I wonder, can we... Let me look... I haven't looked up the Steam charts in forever. Project Zomboid Steam charts. What is... Oh, no, that's 7 days. We need longer than 7 days. Yeah, so it was about 60,000-ish at its peak right after Build 42 dropped. And yeah, it's in around 25, not quite 30,000. It's honestly not doing... Well, actually, no, here we go. Oh, here. Oh, sorry, that's peak I'm looking at. I don't care about peak, I care about average. Yeah, honestly, actually, in very genuine honesty, it doesn't move that much. Because we look at how much... Here, I can show you what we're looking at here. So if you look at it, so Build 42 dropped right around this time frame here. These ones here. That'd be Build 42 dropping here. So you look where you had 3 months with consistent growth, and then you had 3 months that drop in average viewership is higher than this gain. So... Very genuinely, you had a big influx of players, and then you had more loss than the initial influx. And then this kind of balanced it out from the difference there, not quite. So we're down just a little bit. Yeah, because this was 22... Yeah, so it's ever so slightly down from before Build 42 and after Build 42. It's pretty much almost exactly where it was at, like, the worst so far as viewership. Or not viewership, sorry, that's Steam charts. It's kind of at exactly where it was at the very end of Build 41. It's just one of those things, like, Project Zomboid's a very amazing and excellent game and all that, but Build 42 has been a bit more mixed in its reception. Like, I think everyone agrees it added lots of cool stuff, but it does feel like the developers have kind of their vision for the game, and that may or may not be aligned with what their player base wants. Because like I said, for me personally, it was a miss. Like, I don't think it's bad, but what I want from Project Zomboid and what it's offering are not the same. Now, like, it feels like the game gets in its own way. Moving everything to the crafting menu? Yeah, because that's, to me, the way, like, people talk about how rich the survival elements are of Project Zomboid and this and that and all that. And one of the things I'll usually bring up is that very genuinely, I personally feel from a survival game standpoint, Project Zomboid actually doesn't offer that much. And this is unrelated to Build 42. And I still hold Project Zomboid as being an extremely good game. To me, it is a zombie apocalypse game that has some survival mechanics that mostly just exist to push you into the zombies. But as far as survival goes, once you understand the game mechanics, just living is very easy and very trivial. You can just run out in the woods and just survive. But your greed for loot and that kind of thing pressure you into going in and interacting with the zombies, which is what gets you killed. Because you can literally go to the game, say, nature abundance minimum, like, fastest hunger, fastest thirst, and you can just walk out in the woods and survive. Let's see, you don't need farm animal sim, Product Zomboid, you need NPCs and quests. I, going back, have stated the moment we get quests and Product Zomboids is the day that I stop playing. Because then that becomes a forced game mechanic. And that's what I'd argue has happened with the crafting, is crafting historically has been an optional thing that you could choose to engage with it or not engage with it however much you want. But unless you turn down the settings really low, it's no longer really an optional thing. You kind of just have to do it. But that's kind of the thing, is it used to feel like Product Zomboid was way better about allowing you a wider range and variety of gameplay. But as they've moved the crafting stuff to be more involved and more depth and yada yada, we've lost that. That, in a lot of ways, you kind of have to engage it. How do you handle thirst if you ran off with no breath? At first, you just drank out of the river. Like, you could literally just do that. Like, very genuinely, you could just straight up just drink out of the river. I know they talked about nerfing it so you can't do that, and then there's been times they've done that and undone that again and again. Other ways you can work around it is you can get literally any type of container of any kind, and usually if you're foraging, you'll either find like a coffee cup or a cooking pot or something. It may not be a good one, but something you can put water in. And then at which point you can use fire to sanitize the water, and that's just the container size just determines how obnoxious it'll be. Pretty much you just forage aggressively. Being able to carve medium handles is pretty much as far as you bother to get in crafting. I got to the point where I could make swords and all that, but it's like you put all of this time and effort, and don't get me wrong, the swords just absolutely murdered zombies, but they broke super fast. So you'd put all this time to make this strong weapon, and almost immediately, when I say immediately, it's like in one day's combat, even at high skill in the crafting, I would break the weapons on high pops. And it's just thing. You like contextual crafting and things? Like cooking, just whatever you have? And they seem to be moving away from it? Yeah, no, I heard they changed it, and I haven't tested it since that, where you can no longer right-click to barricade window, that you now need to go up to the window and like choose to do construction and then go to the window. And it's like, you're trying to push this game to be a lot richer on the survival aspect, and ruining, like, all of the thing that actually makes it good, which is, again, to me, it's not a survival game in spirit. That's just a lever they pull you to push you into the zombies. It's a zombie game, that fighting the zombies and having it very consistent and predictable. It is a type of fighting that you can master. That you can get to the point where you can literally fight off hordes of enemies. You just need to have the patience and the diligence and all that stuff. It's not, oh, you didn't reflex fast enough kind of thing. You know, get wrecked kind of stuff. Ooh, I don't think I can make that LMG happen. In complex. That's fine, we're not going that. Also, the construction windows are a great way to get bit while crafting now. Well, that's the other problem, is your crafting window is like this big. And for a game, you got to be fully aware of your area around you. There's just no maneuvering that. Very genuinely, they need to very much... Like, Product Zomboid's UI is not good. As much as I like the game and all that, their UI has always not been a strong point for the game. I'm going to go ahead and not take this person. The exploding things into meat is a fun mechanic and all that. but more so it's this negative here, disturbing. It means when they have conversations with people, they'll constantly cause mood breaks, because you get a pretty bad penalty. But, right now I don't want to deal with that, because we're not dealing with particularly good living arrangements. That mood penalty is going to really get out of hand fast. Send them away. They did go hostile, which is kind of one of the things I was figuring was a good chance. You got nice clothes? Take that man's clothes. Give me that food. Let's see, you hope the devs and product zombies read what fan like and won't, plus add what the devs won't. Well, keep in mind what fans like and won't. There isn't a this is the source, you know, here is representative of what all fans like. We're a amalgamous thing. We don't have someone that represents the collective fandom. And so you'll have people be like, "Oh, we want deeper, richer crafting. We want more realistic." The number of calls I get for the game needs more realism. Crowbar should last forever. Zombies should be physically incapable of biting through leather, and like all these sorts of things. Like, no, that makes the game bad. There'd be like no balance in that situation. No, but we need it. Someone who can explode things into meat probably would be a disturbing person in general. I don't disagree. You've escaped a cult to join not a cult. Exactly. But yeah, no, for those who don't know, the Project Zomboid devs did eventually come out with a list of stuff on their forums, like, here are the things we will never add to our game kind of thing. Because zombie fandoms get some pretty unhinged people. RimWorld does as well. RimWorld, we also have some utterly cursed things that crop up. More so than haha war crimes. You'll have people's like, hey, I've come up with an even more despicable and disgusting thing. I want you to add it to the game. And the devs were like, no. Look, man, get help. Like, it's one thing about being a little edgy, but no, very genuinely, go get help, please. I miss when that was land and we weren't flooded. Yeah, no, you can remove their tongue as a way of countering it. They get a mood debuff the entire time their tongue is gone. But it is one way to counter a couple of those. Okay, so we got the beer brewing as our first random research. So of all the important things we could have had our colonists seek out in their lives, they said beer please. And so we have that. Now they're going to research complex clothing, which is a good one. Complex clothing is a good one for them to pursue. So, random research, the mod named random research, is not going to be updated ever again. The developer who was working on it did pass away. But the semi-random research did expand its functionality to more than, like, to handle that whole thing. Fishing would be great. I am using random research, and you must research fishing, so I don't have that. So fishing is not an option for me right now. If I had fishing, I would be tearing up that river. We would absolutely be fishing if I had the fishing research. But because we have random research, I've given Randy the keys to the kingdom and said, "Hey man, you're in charge of R&D." And he said something about hamsters riding tuna fish or something like that, and then cackled a little bit to himself. But I think we're in good hands. Alright. I can't really afford anything you have to offer me. Weirdly they have like all this tech and a guinea pig. So someone just has their pet and just like bit him in the hand or like F this guinea pig. But I have no money and they don't want anything I have, so yeah. I'm not super worried about the flooding. The flooding mostly just killed my crops for right now. Colonist idle, donkey duff. You haul and research. We will also give you low priority to mine and construct. It does make me curious where it mentions that it's flooded upriver. Well, no, you build bridges. I was gonna be like, could you just block it? But no, they don't simulate river water flow in that way. So we just gotta wait for the flooding to end. And then they'll replant everything. So weirdly, that has kind of the same effect as winter if you're using the river's edge, where it just kills off your crops for part of a season. It's just your summer season instead of your winter season. But the good news here is we are gradually getting our walls all nice or not. Another thing we should probably do is gonna chuck a fire out here real fast. Also, I should check my home. Oh, auto repair stuff. Anything gets destroyed. Check our home zone real quick. That's fine. Okay. Because then if we have apparel that's worn out, we can start burning and whatnot. And also do a lantern party. I didn't look at our So our lantern party, we'll get Psi Focus for maxing that out, and we'll get Goodwill for the drum party. I also didn't check, were those on a schedule, or what were those ones? So drum party, I could do it whenever it comes up, like I'm available, and then the Sky Lantern party is on a specific day or whatever. Did we give them the Adam and Eve attempt? Well, the second Adam and Eve attempt also died to RNG mom not surviving childbirth, and there's no counterplay to that. So having two runs that I put, 4 or 5 hours into, and then just RNG at a 1.4% chance, mom died bricking the run, is like, you know what? That's 2 runs back to back that we just got RNG killed. So instead we're doing a run that we have massively penalized our research. Have no research, random research, and we're doing tribal. So your pyromaniac, who's actually got medical and all that. Not really someone I'm looking for, but I could be convinced. The Olive Garden is cursed. Fact. Everyone here is family. Our family is not functional. Burn clothes forever if it's not clean. Burn clothes forever if it is below 90%. And it is not armor or utility. At a minimum, getting those people, patching them up and setting them on, they can get us reputation with different factions. Plus, on top of that, we get a little bit of medical skill from patching them up. And especially early game where medical skill is at a premium. Getting that little bit's worthwhile. You know what? I don't want to do a barracks this time. So we'll do our rec room. We'll do our ideology room. We keep doing these runs that we've needed to worry about all that stuff. Let's make some really honking big bedrooms. We're probably going to be here for at least a little while. So in the meantime, let's live it up. We may be a tribe, but that doesn't mean we have to live in squalor. We have standards. Do you start with the ability to do peg legs? Yeah, because peg legs aren't locked behind any research. Will raids come down the river since the exit's on the map edge? So, I was under the impression they would, but I had someone mention that you couldn't have stuff where, you couldn't have raids show up under where there's heavy mountain. I don't know that's true. Like, I believe the person who said it, but it's those things I've never looked into because it's just not been relevant to me. A mad hair came from there at least? Yeah, so I don't know, but what I'll go ahead and do is I'll still put a defensive position. If it just doesn't get used, who cares? Yeah, this is true. I just don't know what the restrictions are with any of that stuff. Cool, so we got a little bit of standings with our neighbor because we patched the person. Is this from the Adam and Eve running we were doing last night? No, Adam and Eve run last night died because mom died during childbirth. We had that two rounds in a row on the third child it happened, so we're not doing the Adam and Eve run today just because putting in 5-6 hours and then just RNG being like, you just died. And it's not like you died, like you got malaria, this is a long shot, it's just like RNG, instant game over, and you're like, oh, fine. I understand, RimWorld, you're like, no, I don't feel like this run. Okay, I get it, Cassandra. You're not into the Adam and Eve challenge. We'll just do something else. So what we've done is we are a tribal start, so we take a 50% penalty to our research. We are a ritualist colony with extremely slow research, so that's a 75% penalty to our research. So we're researching at 12.5% the normal speed. We also have the no research mod on. So you'll notice I didn't start with like the passive cooler and everything else you normally do. And we also have the random research mod on, where we handed Randy the keys to the kingdom. Would save scum for that run be on the table then? I'd rather do a different challenge than stay out of commitment mode. It's just really easy to get yourself in that situation where you're like, no. You'll have the ones that were very obvious, like, this is something that as player, like, again, the pregnancy thing, this is obviously something that can just happen and there's nothing you can do to resolve it. And for that challenge run where it bricks the whole run, you'd be like, oh, I can only save scum with this. But then you could also be like, but wait, here's another thing. And it's easy to slippery slope that kind of thing where you start justifying more and more you're willing to, like, save scum. And there's no like, judgment on me in that. But it's hard for me with that doing challenges and doing that. And plus, whether or not it should be this way, there are genuinely people who will be like, ahem, sir, you're doing a challenge run, ahem, and you save scummed that, ahem, and that is just clearly a legitimate run. And I honestly don't care about it. I just don't want to deal with it. Yeah, no, that's the thing. You'd set your rules beforehand. I agree. But nah, for me, I'm just like, eh. Because if it gets to that point where it's like, oh, we're about to have a kid, let's save, let's do this. I also have no idea with RimWorld when it rolls the dice on that one. I assume it rolls the dice during the pregnancy. Like, once you hit the, like, start having the kid, that's when it rolls the dice to decide the outcome. I don't know. No, it'd have to be right as the kid's born, because there could be things where you make more of a mess of the room, it increases the odds and makes it worse. The doctor passes out midway through, but the pregnancy still goes on, like the childbirth still goes on. You know, that's gotta hurt the odds. Yeah, so it'd be one of those things we'd have to save it. And honestly, for me, because I never play on where you can save scum, I would utterly forget about it every other time. Kinda defeating the whole point. I think though, if someone else wants to do a challenge and they want to do it fair, where they don't feel like they're cheating or anything, I think it'd be totally fine to, like, what I would probably do, and I'm gonna check to see if this is a thing. We're not gonna actually do anything in dev mode. I believe somewhere up here, there was somewhere in here you could go in and change the odds of stuff. I am wondering... I have no idea with any of this. I don't dev mode enough to know. I'm wondering, I'm willing to bet there's a place in that dev mode you could pop in there and be like, I am removing the odds of this one thing happening. So, you know, any of the other negative outcomes can happen, but mom can't die. That's the way I'd probably do it, or get a mod that just changes it under hood that says, like, I'm removing that. It might be something worth investigating, because like I said, that's one where it's just an RNG, you just lose. Not like, oh, you're in a really bad position that you're probably gonna lose. Like, again, when you do Naked Brutality, you start and it gets malaria on day 10. And you're just like, well, F me. Hi.
I wanted to give you kisses.
Nah, we all make mistakes. Love.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I could see adding a mod that takes that one outcome, because for the nature of that challenge, that's a problem for the challenge. I also think it's fair that that mod probably would exist, because that is one thing about the addition of children to the game, is it does create some things that's like not loving the feel of that. Like, I know a number of people who either turn the children off entirely, or they won't let them have kids, kind of thing. Like, they have a bunch of stuff they won't do because it's just like, yeah, this is something I don't want to put up with, kind of thing. Because it hits too close to home for some people. Like, especially, you know, some people have lost kids and all that. Or, you know, some people just having kids and, like, looking at that and being like, you know what? I'm just not in a place where I can handle this. A single guy's... Yeah, I mean, don't sweat it. I can certainly tell you, when I was in, like, my late teens, early 20s... Like, definitely felt that feels bad, man, on your own kind of thing. But, you know, I think a big part of it is learning to be happy with just who you are, you know, just with you and your friends kind of thing, and that things will work out much better if you can do that. If you depend on romance to fix that, it'll actually work against you in a lot of ways. You can run to situations where you get a little too clingy, if you will, and scare people away, kind of things. Yeah, there was let me actually check that. Modify storyteller. Oh, I can't change it here, can I? What was being said? Yeah, so you can stop children's thing. You can have the children always be healthy. You can have child raiders, child shamblers. Yeah, so they don't have one for mom not having any risk. I would love to see that added there. Because like I said, for me with the, which we didn't change anything there. For me with that challenge, I would love to be able to just switch the switch on and be like, mom can't die. Because like I said, for that one specific challenge, baby healthy would cover that? No, so you can have a healthy baby and mom die at the same time, just like in real life. That the baby survives and is just fine, but unfortunately complications do something. But yeah, so far with the Adam and Eve challenge, like I said, it's a bad challenge if literally it just says RNG you lose. And you're like, oh, okay. Again, that's different from RNG, oh, we just hit plague, this is really bad. Like early game plague with no medicine, this is really bad, my chances of surviving are really grim. There's still at least something you can do there, versus with the, for those who don't know, with mom dying type event in, with the childbirth thing, is this literally rolls a dice and it goes, mom died. And there's no play, counterplay, that kind of thing. which is fine in a normal colony, but with the Adam and Eve challenge, that immediately bricks the save. So it's an RNG, just you automatically lost the challenge. So the problem we have right now is because that flood killed all of our crops and we took down more people, we are short on food. So I'm probably going to need to send people out to hunt. Yeah, there's a Sims challenge like that because you try to start in the 1870s. I have no idea what that challenge is. Yeah, no, there's definitely times where you play certain games where like, hey, I'm doing this challenge. Normally there's, you know, setting XYZ. And like we are using a mod or whatever to bypass that. Because for the purposes of the challenge, it breaks the challenge. And that happens. Like, you can have it where there is, man, I'm trying to think of one. There was one I did recently that, oh, it was Farm Sim, that there was a challenge I wanted to do, so I added mods that disabled your ability to leave stuff entirely. Now, granted, that one still has like the player agency of doing it, but you know, using it to turn off certain events. There's some city builder challenges where like, hey, we're doing this type of challenge, but we need to disable this event that just gives you money if you're too low on money or whatever. There's a couple Tycoon games that's a thing where it's like, oh yeah, you can do this, and the game can just roll the dice and be like, here's $10,000, bricking the challenge. I think there's a Stardew Valley challenge around using only the trash can to make money, so you make your whatever first 1,000 or whatever to buy the first upgrade for the trash can, and not have spent more. And then from then on, you are only allowed to use the trash can to make money. And people made a mod for it because there's a point in the game where they just, I think it's like your mom or whatever sends you like $100 or $1,000 or whatever in the mail, which kind of is a pretty strong thing. Or we were doing Rags to Riches in Inzio, the one day we streamed that. And so in Inzio, they don't want you to get into a unrecoverable situation. So literally, if you're under a certain amount of money, they will send you a government subsidy check to support you. Yeah, look at the storyteller settings. The baby always having does include mothers always surviving and never miscarry, but also it takes out any challenges related to the babies. And there's none for mom will always be fine. Babies could still have issues. Gotcha. You just check the custom settings of the storyteller. Babies always healthy. Custom option toggle shows that its description is human babies are always born healthy. Mothers can't die in childbirth or have miscarriages. Yeah, okay, that's a little bit more powerful than I would necessarily want, but that's at least something. Okay, so you actually, if you get into melee, you're gonna smack someone up pretty good, especially being a Yatkin. Oh, I'm glad you ran away. I wasn't paying attention at all that you were down there. That could have easily gone bad where Donkey Duff got just caught by themselves. I got so used to our last run and everything where we had our people like really held back a bit. Okay, and I know I shouldn't have gone into melee range with them, but I kind of figured in this particular case, I do want to force my people to get into melee. To get that melee skill up before we have much more dangerous enemies. But that one was a little bit risky because that was a Yatkin with pretty high melee. There is a chance that could have gone one-tapped with our no armor. Yeah, no, and to be clear, since we had multiple people bring it up, it does sound like that setting we pointed out here, under the gameplay here, that if we... Oh, we'll show it in a second. If we were to go down here and toggle this, that the babies are always healthy, it means nothing can go wrong so far as the childbirth. Oh, turn that back. As far as the childbirth goes. And I mean, I could see doing that with the Adam and Eve challenge. I do feel like that's a little stronger than I wanted, because I still want there to be risks that like childbirth, you can have the kid not make it, all that kind of stuff. That's fair. I do think, though, between... Well, that's not what you want. Back off. Okay. I was expecting the rest of you to get in position way faster than you did. Alright, well, at least you got to the river first. You don't know that makes it always perfect, but it'd be nice to have... Yeah, no, I do think for the purpose of the challenge, between not doing the challenge, and doing it with that setting, I would rather do that setting, because it's just... Otherwise, there's the RNG you just straight up lose. I feel like I would like a halfway between, where it's like, Mom always survives, but all the other negatives are in place. And that's just for the purpose of that one challenge. That's not even something I advocate the developers put time into, because... You know, it's this gimmicky challenge that probably doesn't apply to 99.9% of players. It's probably just not worth the dev time for them to put any effort into it. Yeah, a little bit of challenge is fun, but not Mac you fail. Right, that's the whole point. Is I would want to take it so that the, like, by no fault of your own, RNG you lose scenario's gone. It's like if you played Stellaris, and then there was just a very, very small chance every single cycle or turn or day or whatever it was, that it would just say game over and the game ends. Like, you don't do anything, it's just RNG chance, like 0.01 chance every single day, it just says you lose, and the game moves, like, that's just it. It's that kind of thing. You know, there's no player agency, there's no strategy, there's no anything, it's just RNG, and that's not fun. Alright, bear with me, chat. I'm going to quickly use the restroom real fast, I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in, I'll be back in just a moment. Run off by that.
Fire in the hole! Now that's
Wait
the
a
right
moment.
idea!
Why would you do this, Allison?
They got me on the ropes.
Just kind of the mental image of this person. They're in the zombie apocalypse. They're walking around with a machete. They got this giant backpack they're holding on their side. And just every couple minutes, they're just reaching in there, grabbing like a fish fillet just right out of there, just shoving it in their mouth, going right back to fighting. Just... It's a weird view in my mind. Oh crap, we're already drowsy again. Hang on. Then if I could have someone clip us collecting the last collectible, that'll be for our first dare drop. So I have the one dare drop that's just running around. Okay. And I got an achievement for that. The museum needs our help. Well, that's not what you want to see. Where are my SWAT? Oh! How'd you get through the door? I was busy focusing on, there's one of the prisoners over here had a shotgun. Edward over here. I was like, oh, I may not want to go there. How did you get through the door? Oh, he probably stole keys. He must have stolen keys off of one of the people that got killed. Well, that was Rita's go. Hey. Okay, and I'm back. Just had to use restroom fast. Let's see. There doesn't even seem to be a mod, which is shocking. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. I imagine for most people that, like, the whole mom dying child thing that's, like, really uncomfy or, you know, it's something that's difficult for them, they're just going to toggle that on. Like, they're going to probably want all those things protected. That's the reason I was kind of making the comment of that, that particular thing is just for, like, the scenario I'm playing where I'm kind of doing a specific challenge. Which I'm sure I'm not the only one who had the idea. Like, I didn't reference someone else for the idea. But very genuinely, for me, it was just one of those things I was like, yeah, this is a challenge that seems interesting. Alright, so let's go ahead and deprioritize hunting on them again. Because we're getting more than enough meals over here. Oh, even at 4 you're still doing it? Okay, that's fine. Hey, knives I won't use. Why are there a bunch of random melee weapons on the ground down here? I didn't kill that many people there, I've been killing them mostly over here. Huh. Oh good, okay, so the other person did leave, that's good. I didn't want either of those people. So I'm glad we got the reputation versus them sticking around. Wild beast, you're gonna send 2 wild foxes at me. And for right now, I will take the book. Let's go ahead and go here, because for those who missed our first research here was beer. So I figure, what the heck, I mean, if we got the research, let's make some beer. Oh man, so yesterday, like originally I wasn't planning on streaming yesterday. It's my day off, and me and Tomb had plans to go out and do stuff, and those plans ended up falling through. That the event we wanted to go through wasn't running on that specific day, and so instead we did something else. That one of the things that involved is we went to a mead tasting, which was a bunch of fun. We don't do a lot of drinking, but we just happened to be in an area they had it there. It's like, sure, why not? This will be fun. And we had done it once before, but we chose one of their different sets, which is their elevated set. And they came out with the first one, or like, oh yeah, here's this mead. It's 28% alcohol by volume. You know, and take it seriously, like, this is borderline honey liquor. What? This isn't mead anymore. This is like straight up pushing the border of what's a liqueur. It's very medicinal tasting. We definitely liked our first tasting way more. A lot of these ones had a higher alcohol by volume. That wasn't why we got it, but yeah, it was like, well, that was the thing. It was like, this one's based on bourbon. Like, cool, it's honey bourbon. It's not really what I want. I'm not a big whiskey or bourbon person, not big on whiskey or bourbon, which is funny because when I first got to drinking age, you know, I was in a town where there wasn't a whole lot of anything to do. So if you wanted to hang out with anyone, you almost always had to go to the bar because that was like all there was. But my drink of choice at the time was a 7 and 7, which was Seagram 7 whiskey and 7-Up. Nowadays someone would give you a 7 and 7, it's like, man, why did I drink this when I was younger? You're big on spiced rum? I like rum. I'm not big on spiced rum though. There's some spiced rums I can get behind, but a lot of them I'm not a huge fan. Not spiced rum, like regular rum. There's a lot of drinks that have rum that I like. That's one thing I like to do on the cruise is get your fruity frou-frou drinks. Get your little umbrella. Let's do this. Frozen drink? Don't care. Let's see, 7 was good when you're younger, but also would nope that drink right now. Same with Long Island iced tea. You like rum and coke? Makes you feel like a pirate. Yep. Alright, so let's grab all of you. Bring you over here. It'll have you just act as bait for the foxes. And the second one was smart enough to cross way earlier. Nicely done. You personally like a good frost-chilled Colvian brandy. Gotcha. You don't drink anymore, but you like nice spice rum and lemonade. Yeah, no, it's pretty rare I drink. Like most of the time if I go out for a drink, like I'll have like an Angry Orchard or something like that. Just a for those who don't know Angry Orchard, it's a hard cider. But it's pretty rare I go out and like drink or anything like that. I was never a big drinker. So you're trying out less drinking while you figure out meds? Yeah, no, always when you're like either getting new meds or you're like trying to adjust, I think, health, it's usually good to like really back off on anything you don't need so far as like drinking and drugs and all that. Let's see. How dangerous is the Scaria infection rate in 1.6? I've only gotten it once, and it seemed very, very manageable. It seems like as long as you don't ignore it, it'll be relatively fine. Alright, so it looks like I don't actually have space for that book. What we're gonna do is go here, say critical, clear, book. Just because we want to make sure we get that book in there. That's another form of recreation we have. That's good. Your partner likes ciders. You like rye. You have your one Sazerac after work, but that's about it. Yeah, for me it's like I'll go a couple of months with like not a single drink, and then maybe have 2 or 3 drinks. Never really liked hard liquor or beer, on the other hand. Yeah, for me, like, don't get me wrong, my first drinking experience, which was setting up all the wrong thing, was straight vodka on the rocks, because definitely of legal age people who are hanging out at a buddy's house, and certainly shouldn't have any questions about that, know something about drinking at all, period whatsoever. Obviously, all of that dripping was sarcasm. Ineffective conversion ritual. That's okay. You gonna try out Fireball Cider Tea this fall to garnish with some cinnamon stick? You enjoy that. You guys like Kahlua and milk? Called it sombrero, you think? Nice dessert drink? Yeah. But yeah, and it definitely, like, I think I got to the point where I do a little social drinking because of like networking events at conferences and all that, because that's just, for better or worse, that's just an expectation. Tomorrow is National Ice Cream Day. Be sure to celebrate. It's a shame Tomb is working then. A lot of times I want to do something nice for Tomb. Quite often we'll go to someplace like Menchie's or whatever. Just some place you can get like Froyo or whatever. You're making Elder Scrolls alcohol reference with the Colvian brandy? Gotcha. Yep, it's not one I know off the top of my head. You can buy ice cream and have it at home? Yeah, no, we do from time to time. We have a habit of going and being like, all right, we're definitely the kind of people who, when it comes to the grocery store run, we don't, you know, go on the very regular. We'll kind of sit there and do like a massive stockpile and then not go for the grocery store for weeks and weeks and weeks, and then go and do that again. And so we have the habit of buying, like, not buying too much that, you know, literally we have food go bad in the freezer kind of thing, but to the point you're like, man, can we get anything else in here? I have had once or twice where it's like, we weren't planning on pulling some of our freezer for dinner, but we are because I don't know how we're managing this otherwise. Because just with our work schedules, we don't get a lot of time to, you know, we don't get a lot of time to sit down, like, cook these big meals and all that. Because usually when we hit our weekend, which is Thursday and Friday, if we're gonna go out and do anything that's not at home, it happens then. So if we're gonna eat out, it's gonna be that day, that kind of thing. And then during the week, a lot of times I will start cooking the food, and then when she gets home, she'll finish cooking it. So that way it's not too disruptive to stream, and it's not too disruptive to, like, it's not making her, you know, cook after work kind of thing. So it's, you know, you're basically splitting the responsibility, so not one person's getting slammed with it all. Alright, we're slowly getting complex clothing in order. And then once we're able to harvest that, the beer will begin. Not sure where we're putting our beer. Because the beer should go in whatever we make the storage room. So I'm thinking rec room / dining room, ideology room. We'll probably want to have a storage room over here for at least now. So just another room on here. Honestly, I could afford to make that longer. And we're gonna say no to the deserter. Cool, so we got this room set up. So we're gonna start switching our operations around. So we're gonna go here and say, hey, if you could start smoothing that room out. Meanwhile, furniture, we will go ahead and plunk on down a big old table. And a bunch of stools for it. We can put you in here. And put you in there. We need a light. I'm making these rooms big enough. I need multiple lights to properly light them. So now we can go about eating with table. And I have one person who will focus a little bit on mining, but everyone else will mostly work on construction. That's probably honestly good. Have it so when the people come in here, they'll knock out a room really fast before going on to mining the next one. Let's also check one thing real fast. Okay, as far as I could tell, there's no, like, big hollow spot back here. Jaga is fermented pig milk with honey and other flavorings to align with the green pact. I'm assuming you're talking about Skyrim things or something like that. Because that sounds truly horrific to me. Fermented milk. Whoa. Like, don't get me wrong, I've certainly had drinks that were fermented and then they mixed milk into it, and those are still not my favorite. There's not many of those I've really been on board with. But actually fermenting milk, like, other than to, you know, in the process of making it like cheese, that kind of thing, but like actually fermenting it to make it alcoholic. Blah. Gross. I mean, I'd try it. To be fair, I would try it. My expectations are very low, though. But yeah, no, I would try fermented milk, but I have very, very low expectations. The one I can think of that was along that lines. And I've told this story, it's been a long time. So I used to work in the downtown Orlando area. And I had just finished a major project, got it out, you know, well in advance. It is like really well done. I was feeling really good about it. I'm like, heck yeah, you know, it's like a Wednesday or Friday afternoon or whatever. It's like middle of the day. I'm gonna go out on lunch. You know, it's like I'm ahead of schedule. I got no meetings for the rest of the day. I've knocked my immediate project out of the park. So like the rest of the day I can kind of just do clean up, that kind of stuff. So it's gonna be a nice relaxing day, and this is something that, you know, it could give me a raise or a promotion or a bonus or something. So I'm feeling really good about this. I'm gonna go out to like a restaurant for lunch, take a proper long lunch break, and, you know, whatever. And I went out and I'm like, you know what? I am gonna go ahead and I'm gonna, you know, have a beer or whatever. I don't remember if I got like a beer or a cider or whatever. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna get a drink. Like, it's a good day. I don't have anything else for the rest of the day that's like a major priority. And just all around good day kind of situation. And so I went to this place that was, you know, they did wings and drinks and all that. It's a place I wouldn't normally go to during lunch because it just takes too long kind of thing. I was like, you know what? It's a good day. Let's go. So I'm getting there and I get some wings and a beer. I actually don't remember if I got wings, but, you know, I got some food and a beer and whatever. And it's like, heck yeah. And then there was, I can't remember what the term they used for it. Basically, there was someone who was there representing whatever vodka place, who wanted to basically get them to sell their vodka in their store as well. And it was like, hey, you know, you don't need to make a decision now, like, I can go ahead and bring this. Oh, Sam's up here. I was like, why am I not seeing everything here? Why are you listed on the top of this pile? Oh, I'm being sorted by firefighting. I forget how we cancel that. There we go. Right. But it's like, all right, you know, this person's like, hey, here's what I'll do. I'll give a round of this to everyone currently here in your establishment. They can give you the honest feedback, and you can make your decision about what to do with that. And the guy's like, you know what? Fair enough. You can do that. And so I'm on my lunch break from work. I'm just on a lunch break. You know, I'm just sitting down for like the first food of the day, and I've already got like this beer in front of me. And it comes by and it gives me this, you know, fairly large glass of what's effectively straight vodka. But it was like, I think it was like Fruit Loops vodka or whatever. And the reason it made me think of it is it did have like, it was like a mixed with milk. But it genuinely tasted like if you've eaten Fruit Loops and then you're drinking the milk after you've had Fruit Loops, it tasted like that, which is honestly pretty good. And it's like, cool. And then after the guy left, the bartender comes by and gives me another really big beer and is like, you know, hey, you know, thanks for humoring on this. And I'm like, all right, here's the deal. You need to stop giving me alcohol. I have to go back to work. It's like, I've already had, you know, two actual proper sized drinks plus this vodka that was like 3-4 shots worth or whatever. Luckily this was a company that everything was cool. I mean, we had mimosa Mondays and whiskey Wednesdays for those who wanted to participate. But like, you know, just kind of hanging out with my team lead and just like, yeah, here's what's going on. I'm just gonna lay low for the rest of the day. I'm just gonna go to my desk and do my thing. But they just kept throwing it at me, and it's just like, hang on, wait a second, this has to stop. Like, I wasn't drunk or anything, but it's definitely like, alright, this is more than is appropriate in the middle of a workday. It was an interesting time. Anyone converting easy? Not really, so just go harass people. Okay, we were actually on our way to convert. You know what? Hey, Fitz, since you started a fight with me trying to convert me, I'm gonna convert you. We were on our way to harass someone else about their ideology, and someone intercepted our character to ask them about their ideology, and it ended in a fight. It's like, hey man, only I can harass you and be like, hey, I need you to listen to this. Okay, so this is gonna be a storage room over here. So I am going to want to start clearing that out. Actually, let's make this its own zone. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna shrink this zone, and I got a reason for this. we're going to go over here. We're going to make this a brand new zone. We're going to go to the old zone. We're going to say this is a low priority zone. And this is not. So what should happen is they should prioritize putting the stuff over here. Okay, Strider. I don't honestly pay that much attention to the dietary information about things in Elder Scrolls or whatever. That's fine. It's all part of world building, so it is funny that, like, when you're doing world building and those kind of things, that you do genuinely put that kind of time in being like, okay, well, what do these people eat? What are their traditions? What are their culture? And one of the things that separates a good world from a bad world, so far as fantasy and all that, is when the author, you know, whatever's the appropriate title, the person who's making this world takes the time to do that. But at the same time, outside of that, it's just like, okay, man, was this necessary? And like I said, it kind of is, because that's what results in having those rich, developed worlds that have interesting stuff going on in them. Ugly environment, unsightly environment, disliked xenotype. Look, man, I'm gonna need you to keep that drama to yourself. This is a low drama colony. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? Have you considered not being upset with everybody else? It's always an interesting one. So if I'm not mistaken, what they're upset about is the preferred xenotype of this ideology is pigskin. So basically, this person is currently upset that they are not the correct race for their ideology. That they believe in an ideology that is like, pigskin are superior, and they're like, oh, I'm not a pigskin. And you're like, man, I'm gonna be honest with you. You might be in the wrong ideology, friend. This might be the time that you reevaluate your ideology. If your ideology is like, I am like a blemish on the world or whatever, it's like, maybe this is not a positive psychological thing for you. New colony? Yeah, we had third baby on the second attempt for the Adams and Eve. We had another mom die to childbirth, so I opted to just be like, yeah, we'll do the Adam and Eve later. We did look at the thing that guarantees the babies will be healthy and all that. I don't think that's a bad idea necessarily. Let's not put that there. We can put the fire in here. I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea or whatever. It is a little bit more generous than I want it to be, because I just want it to be a thing where you can't just randomly have mom die, since for that challenge there's no play counterplay. It's just you have a challenge where it just rolls a dice and goes, F you, you lose, randomly on the thing you have to do for the challenge. Okay, so get rid of the ideology thing there. Gonna put the meditation thing here. So that'll be the ideology room. We won't bother doing any building in that room until we get this one smoothed. We don't have cotton yet, do we? I planted cotton, right? Yeah, we did. It's just not grown yet. Yeah, mom died is ruining everything. Yeah, no, and it's one thing if, like, I get into a fight and mom catches a shot to the face. That's this person's fault. Like, that was, I made a decision on that engagement that I got punished for. But when it's just, you're doing the challenge, and it's just periodically, every once a year in the game, it just rolls the dice and said, you lost. And you're like, but why did I lose? It's like, because we said so. So I think for that challenge, disabling that one outcome does make sense. Okay, so we need drums for this. So we make some plain leather drums. So that way we can do the drum party, which can make our neighbors like us a slightly more. So I'm absolutely down to abuse that as much as I'm allowed to. Which isn't much. There's a cooldown on it. Oh, hey, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you you didn't have enough beds. That's on me. Drifters wish for resources. It's also funny that on the other colony where it's like all we need is some refugees to really get things moving along, and we just started this colony, we've had back-to-back 2 sets of refugees that would have just skyrocketed the early game of that colony. So, Cassandra gonna troll. Mysterious complex. Cool. Okay. And we're slowly working on making bedrooms on this one. So we've got camel hide. So I can go furniture. A camel hide double bed. Guarding desperados. So we can guard this person. We have to keep them as a prisoner until the scandal blows over for 23 days. We get a bunch of goodwill, some Lucy, or whatever. So let's go ahead and we can plunk down one bed right here. You are a prison bed. And we can accept that quest for the goodwill, I think. We capture them and work on converting them. Okay, one of our people's about to get a much nicer bed. Yep. So work on converting them. Alright, and slowly but surely, this place is coming together. We've almost got that room sorted. Then we'll go to the next room, and then the next room, and then the next room. We're going to keep working on Fitz, because Fitz harassed us with our ideology. What are you doing? Who do you think you are, Fitz? Get the hell out of that bed. Only one of our colonists gets to have the nice bed. You gotta work your way up to the nice beds, Fitz. Not gonna go for Lucy again? I debated that. When we get the ship, I'm definitely gonna get at least one person on Lucy. Because it's easy enough to get a hold of for that. Disease malaria. Thankfully, it's only on the refugees. So that means it's a problem I don't have to worry about nearly as much. Just remember, Tony, your friends' lives are in your hand. You take care of it, and they live, or you don't, and they die. And that's a you problem. And I'd offer you medicine, but I only have like 4 things of good medicines, so... thoughts and prayers? I understand that's what people do these days. Kathy is rambling. Oh, right, because you had a break that you, like, had your, like, insane rambling kind of thing. Just make a colony where what you do is every single time someone gets downed, you give them a dose of Lucy and then you release them. It wouldn't change the world, but there's certainly There's certainly something pretty messed up about that. To slowly convert more and more of the world's population into totally dependent on Lucy. I wouldn't do that because unfortunately they can't die off camera, as it were, because of Lucy addiction. Versus they will be back and they'll be hopped up on Lucy, which does give them a lot of combat benefits, making your enemies much stronger than you necessarily want them. Alright, so we got that. We'll go and get our first bedroom, start working on getting that all cleaned up. Alright, meanwhile we can go down here. Everyone's now on 1% to handle Blight. Or top priority handle Blight. Unfortunately, we don't have that many people who are good at doing it. But the hope here is that we can keep it from killing all of our potatoes so we can get our food. No, hey, all of you. If you could, like, cut this instead of that, that'd be great. What, they just gotta play watching is so good, though? Yeah. No, here, there's also games, like, it's also totally fair to be far more into watching a game than playing a game, or vice versa. There's definitely games that I don't really enjoy playing, but I do enjoy watching. Alright, once everyone wakes up, they should catch the Blight up. Because you're doing your best to keep up with the Blight. Unfortunately, you're not good at plants. Okay. And actually got some good 10s because I managed to pull up some heal root before this all went sideways. That's fine. Cool, and with that, they've got that sorted out, so we can go to their work. And there we go. Everything's back in business. So we lost a good chunk of our potatoes and one of our pieces of corn. That's fine. We got our wood restashed, which is good. And you are upset because you are ravenously hungry, which feels like... Oh, wait. That's right. I am not allowing you to eat raw food. We don't have enough cooks to, like, make that an option. So do your best. Tantrum. Yeah, go ahead and destroy Ambrosia, I don't care. When it's out of 33, it's like, don't destroy my components. I only have 10. But still. And you're mad because you got insulted and you're sleeping on the ground. We're slowly fixing that. We should be getting the cotton up pretty soon. At which point I will likely be able to make enough stuff at that stage to deal with a lot of it. Would you stop insulting everybody? There's the best doctor. Cool, we got food poisoning. Love to see that. So how are you doing? You are very slightly losing against your malaria, and you are winning against your malaria. That's not great. Okay, there still is some more medical on the ground out here. We can just go like this. Harvest. Okay, so if anyone has time, you can go harvest some more stuff. We got a little bit of heal root out there. And everyone's like really angry because they all got insulted a whole bunch of times, so that's lovely. But we've got ourselves an actual nice rec room, so if we go here and check this, the rec room is somewhat impressive, wealth is mediocre, it's quite spacious, its beauty is neutral, and it's slightly dirty. Mostly because a person just threw up in the middle of the room. We have the barracks is very impressive for the moment. This bedroom is currently showing as awful. As we smooth out that floor, it should slowly climb up to being better. That's kind of what we're at, is just trying to work our way up on those things. Ambrosia binge. Oh, we did get more ambrosia. Well, have a good time. You're not one of my colonists, so if you want to go ahead and get yourself addicted. Your delicate body modder, who is incapable of intellectual. Probably... Oh good, the refugees are leaving before the malaria has a chance to down any of them. So that's perfect. It means they don't have to deal with their garbage. On the other hand, that will slow down the rate we get stuff done, which is unfortunate, but whatever. Quest completed. Nice. There's just so much to know in RimWorld. There is. Alright, let's go to our home zone again. It's always a catch-22 with the home zone about letting it expand itself or not. We're eagerly awaiting that complex clothing. The having severely penalized research speed does hurt quite a bit. Okay, so we can get all that. You don't have anyone you need to convert. That's fine. Oh, right. We also needed to go in here and do production. And we'll put our barrels for fermenting in over here against the wall. We should have enough materials to do that. And then we're cutting down more wood over here, so that's fine. Let's see, so is there a new random research mod, or are you using the old one? So I'm using, it's called semi-random research, but one of the options you have here is to select the research automatically. So what it'll do is it'll present you one of like, I think it's like 3 or 5 options, but if you choose that, it effectively does the same thing as random research where it sets it. Now granted, this one I get to see what the research is, but I don't honestly think that's that big a deal. Alright. Cool, so we got all our fermentation barrels. So, let's see, you just killed a big spider that came across while you were getting stuff into the washing machine? Must have been a terrifying experience with spider while I was wailing on it with a hand towel before I put it out of its misery. Okay. Spiders are friends. Friends you generally want to keep outside. But, you know, friends. We don't got much, but we got beer. Yeah, our people got our priorities. Our first random research was beer. They said if I gotta live in this hole in the wall, I'm gonna have a drink. A mad sparrow is going to attack us. Just fight back. There you go. So go to you two since you're melee. You defend yourselves. Why are there like 6 random research mods? Because random research is something that a lot of people want. And then there's the random research itself mod was effectively abandoned because the developer isn't around anymore. Oh, good. We have converted the prisoner over to our ideology. And then there's ones that just all have their own nuance. And there's a lot of people, if it's an easy to make mod, quite often someone will make it without checking to see if it already exists. It can be often be pretty hard to tell which ones. Let's see, we're the semi-random research one, semi-random unofficial, and progression fork. Which one do you use? I believe mine is just semi-random research. Like I don't think it has like a special name on top of that. Yeah, semi-random research. So you can go through and give it like prohibit, normal project selection. Reroll all chances every time. Allow switching between choices? No. Balance cost of offered choices? Oh, what's that? Randomly pick half of the randomly offered choices in a way that the average research cost of all choosable research projects is close to the average of all possible research projects. Oh. I don't care about that. Offer choices if they're partially researched. That's fine. That means if I'm reading a book. Always add projects with unlocked hints. Allow manual rerolls. Never. Amount of projects to choose from. That's fine. Complete lowest level technology first. No. Restrict to faction tech level. No. Allow one higher project. No. Basic anomaly. Okay, I'm guessing that. Advanced anomaly. Okay, so that one specifically calls out that works with anomaly. Love to see it, because that was the problem with the old random research mods. It didn't work with anomaly. You had to, like, turn on the random research, then turn it back off, then turn it back on again. To, like, reset it, which broke some stuff, but it made anomaly work. Because otherwise you couldn't select an anomaly project, and it wouldn't select one either. Like, it wouldn't work if it selected it. Guess I should rephrase it. Okay. Yeah, and you clean and haul. That's one thing I know I'm going to regret doing. I'm going to go down here. All of this is no longer home zone. The fire itself is home zone, but not the rest of it. All of this isn't home zone. All of that isn't home zone. And the reason I'm doing that is I don't want my cleaning people running out here cleaning dirt. That does mean if it catches fire, I do need to manually assign it to go out there and deal with. I wish they would make it a thing without mods. We've used mods for it in the past where you could be like, here is my cleaning zone. Just clean this area. But do put out the fire in this area. But don't clean it. And there is a mod that what you could do is go zone. Hey, the snow removal zone. Yeah, the snow removal zone is my, like, cleaning zone. It's fine. Okay, we are right about to get complex clothing. At which point we will slowly be able to working ourselves into better clothes and all that. Once we get these rooms mined out, we can get each and every one of them to have a nice sleeping bag kind of thing. Alright, so next up we're going to get passive cooler as a random research. You don't usually use any mods, but you like the idea of random research, so you got that one. Yeah, no, it's kind of like... It changes very little about the base game itself. but it will change your playstyle a lot. Because what I found over time is you had certain patterns you'd take. Like, you'd be like, okay, you know, maybe on this challenge, maybe, like, for challenge A, complex clothing is more important than furniture, but it's usually, like, furniture, clothing, stone cutting, you know, go to electricity, circle back for smithing later. Like, you'd have these certain things you'd go after. If there's a geothermal, I get electricity and immediately go to the geothermal. Otherwise, I go electricity and maybe batteries. Did you have certain patterns you'd do? And, like, to give you an idea, penioxylin is very, very, very strong in the game. This one right here, off of drug production, it basically is, like, a thing that makes you immune to most of the most dangerous diseases. And I would never get it, because I'm always after, like, batteries or whatever. And when I started doing random research, it just became a thing that I started, like, it gave it to me, and I'm like, well, I have it, I'm gonna use it. And then you're going, oh yeah, I forgot how good this is. And so now a lot of runs, I kind of go out of my way to get it a lot of times if I'm not urgently needing something else. Because it's just so strong. It's also a good way of money management as well, because it has, you have to get the Nutramine, which costs a decent amount of money to keep your dosages up. So it has something that you spend a little bit of money on very regularly. How do you get enough Nutramine to pay to do it? Oh, you just trade. Nutramine is a pretty common thing that vendor or trade caravans will have. So as long as you don't anger all of your neighbors by eating them or organ harvesting them or all the other memes that people usually do in this game, you usually just can trade for it. No, it's we've had the conversation a couple of times that, you know, it's a meme in RimWorld about organ harvesting and cannibals and doing all sorts of truly awful things, blood bagging people and whatever. Why are my doctors just not doctoring? Is it taco time already? Wait, who is set to my doctor? You are. Ah, you went to sleep. Right, because I think you're the night owl. But yeah, no, it's like there's the memes about, you know, again, taking everyone who comes by prisoner and organ harvesting them and drug trade and all that. But most of those things, when you do that, if you look at your standings over here, you'll end up with like everyone hostile for you to just about over time. And it can be very limiting on your gameplay. You'll get less variety of quests will get offered. You won't get your trade caravans, really. And a lot of good stuff comes to that way. Both good in the interesting and good as in, like, no, genuinely, this is really good for your run kind of thing. So it is one of those things that I kind of recommend people. It's like, yeah, you know, by all means, do those runs. Get it out of your system. Have the fun and going, tee-hee, I'm the baddie. And then once you get past that stage, it's very genuinely worth going, hey, no, but really, you probably do want to be reasonable. That very genuinely, you are limiting your options by doing this. I made that room big enough that 2 torches is enough. I'm just going to leave the storage room dark. We're not going to take the pollution. That's fine. But yeah, so, like, the trade caravans, bulk trade goods almost always have, like, literally hundreds, like 200-300 Nutramine on them. Some of the, I think, exotic goods trades van will sometimes have Nutramine on them as well. And that 300 doses, or that 300 Nutramine that you can trade for, that's, like, how many doses is that? I think it's, like, 4, I think it's 1 is it 1 Nutramine to 1 penioxylin? Or was it 4? It's not bad, whatever it was. That's what the... That's not going to show... Oh, it's 2 Nutramine. So it's a 2 to 1. So if you manage to score yourself 300 Nutramine, you got 150 doses of penioxylin. Each dose of penioxylin is good for 5 days. You can just kind of do your math on that. In that, you know, for 1 colonist, it only takes, let's see, so it's 5 days, so it's 3 dosage per quadrum. So it'd be a total of 18 doses per year? That's not right. 12 doses per year? Yeah, 12 doses per year per person. So literally one trade caravan gives you enough dosage for a pretty respectable sized colony for a full year. And that's one trade versus if you have like the ship beacon and all that and you manage to score way more. And it'll probably cost you about 1,000 silver or something like that. You know, pretty good chunk of change. It's not nothing. But all things considered, getting 1,000 silver is pretty easy. Oh, I didn't set this up yet. So we need to make pants. Do until you have 1 spare pants of at least 90%. Button-down shirt. Do until you have at least 1 button-down shirt of 90%. So what was the lab? I always forget what your stats are. So it's 16. So it's 16, 19, 7 and 4. Versus the duster is considerably more. Yeah, we'll just do the duster. I debated doing the lab coat because the lab coat does have a bonus to research speed to try to counteract that, but losing 10% on your defenses is pretty significant. I always remember the the cape actually covers a lot too. Okay, the cape's not as bad as I thought it was. Let's do capes. I haven't done capes in forever. Even if it's objectively not as good. We're going to be the change you want to see in the world. And that change is that capes are more prevalent. And bowler hats. No capes. Yep. Capes look cooler. Fact. And everyone knows the single most important stat in RimWorld is aesthetics. That's actually the most important stat in literally everything is aesthetics. So you can have this one item, it gives your character like 50 times their health points, but counter argument, you have this item that is marginally better looking, you use it. No bonus stats, just marginally better looking, you use it. And we'll go ahead and just add to make kids' clothes. We don't have any kids, we don't actually have any immediate plans to have kids, but you never know when a random kid shows up and you're like, you know what, that's fine. And then on top of that, it just is another thing we can trade away each time they come by. It's another thing for our crafters to work on to get our crafting skill up. Aesthetics over everything in RimWorld. And a lot of video games. There's a reason why you have, you know, Fashion Souls, Fashion Frame, Path of Fashion. You wish capes are more popular to be worn casually? Yeah. Project Fashion. Okay, so you're almost done with that first bedroom. Get rid of those. Gotta wear your summer hat? Absolutely. I do love, there's the many charts people have made about your progression of how you dress your characters in Project Zomboid. Where it's like, the very first time you start playing and you're wearing like the firefighter's gear and totally decked out kind of thing. And then you get a little bit better. And you like tone down like a little bit of what you're wearing. So maybe now you're wearing like a t-shirt and the bulletproof vest and all that kind of stuff. And then you get like to like, you know, the very advanced play or whatever. And people are just running around like whatever good looking clothing they have. Like there's no, you only care that's not too much clothing. how you eventually wind up naked. I mean, Lamprey and a few others do that meme. Generally speaking, in Project Zomboid, if your character is getting hot, you're wearing too much. If your character is getting cold, you're not wearing enough. But in practice with Project Zomboid, unless you're doing weird settings, that means you're probably just wearing long pants of some kind and a t-shirt. Maybe you can get away with a bulletproof vest, but that's kind of it. And then you get to winter and you just toss on a jacket. And that's kind of it. You're almost never wearing a sweater or anything like that. You don't need to put on like all of your layers where you go like tank top, t-shirt, jacket. Like your poor character will just bake if you do that. Even during the winter. Like the winter in Project Zomboid, you bundle up a little bit, but it's never to that stage of, you know, really going to have to like properly get everything going. Could you like... Alright, so you're my hauling person. What are you actually getting hauled? You gotta avoid that temperature heat spiral. Only the undies in the summer. Just imagine all the sunburns. You say this never having played Project Zomboid, only watching. Yeah, no, it's definitely a meme that Lamprey and a few others do about running around basically borderline naked during the summer months. And you can get away with it. You don't have to go like that lack of clothing. You basically just watch your moodles in the corner. If you ever see like when you're in the fight, if you see just that first layer starting to overheat, that's kind of fine. That's gonna happen. But if you see that and you're not fighting, or you see that like on the very first swing, then you're like, all right, you gotta drop some clothes. Oh man, not just sunburns, tan lines. Cold snap. All right, so it's gonna quickly kill our crops. So we're gonna go orders, harvest, do not sow. We just want them to harvest as fast as we can. I'm going to actually have you go up here. It's fine. Just harvest what you can. We are in the situation where Cassie has said all your food is forfeit. She's flooded it, and now she's cold snapping us. She is like, I'm not going to raid you. I don't believe in violence. I'm just going to attack your logistics until your colony collapses from within. All right, so you got a person here. We don't actually want this person. Which group are you with? Wasters? Actually, you know what? Just have a good time. We will look for the artifact. And who is our... Yeah, it's Donkey Duff who does our hauling and our cleaning. And I haven't been noticing that much hauling getting done. And that's what I've been curious about. Yeah, so just a lot of it is just them running around, filling up all the fires, and then cleaning constantly. I'm gonna make you go out here and grab several stacks of that cloth. Because otherwise it's gonna rot outside and... Forced weather. We have an 11-year-old with like no skills, whatever. I'm gonna go ahead and accept join. I'm gonna make it a thing that if we can, I'm going to realistically bring on every child who shows up. So what did you bring me? A psychically sensitive and industrious child. They don't really have much going for them skills-wise, but psychically sensitive can be useful, especially if we're doing rituals, and our industrious is not bad at all. That is certainly a child, if they showed up, I wouldn't kidnap them kind of thing, but it would definitely, if they asked to join, would be zero question, welcome aboard. So for right now, you are now the artiste. And then you'll haul in your free time. So a brand new child of the colony. You are going to be Canahawk. Can we keep them? Yeah, no, they are joining us. They are straight up joining us. They said, hey, I'm being chased by this thing that forces bad weather. You have melee skill, but I am not going to let you get into melee yet. I say that, but I realize I don't actually have a not melee weapon for you right now, so you are going to grab a melee weapon, but the plan isn't to have you use it. Okay, so you want to be taught lessons, which we can't do, so that's not great, because we need complex furniture to make a desk. Welcome, little brainchild, have some art supplies. Hey, I mean, they were like, hey man, this bad weather thing is chasing me. Can I stay? And we're like, yeah, sure. Sure, small 11-year-old girl. Meanwhile, while I've got you here, we'd like to speak about your heresy. Melee kid? Yeah, no, we'll wait till they're an adult to actually, you know, have them frontline. Otherwise, I'll just be a dead pawn, and that doesn't do anyone any good. Can I learn? No, we don't really do that here. To be fair, I'm actually almost every single one of my runs, I go out of my way to try and educate them as well as possible. But with our limited thing, because it did lesson taking only as the option, you have to have a school desk to do that, and unfortunately, I can't make school desks yet. So, they did rule the one thing I cannot facilitate. Or actually, to be fair, they also ruled the radio talk, I can't facilitate that either. Usually they have two going on, so that is what it is. You can draw with white stones on the floor? Yeah, no, what you have to do is you have to wait for, oh, here we go, nature running just showed up. They can nature run. So go for a small child, and run with nature. Or just haul stuff. I mean, I do need the hauling stuff done, so, you know, if that makes you happy, keep doing that. Alright, so furniture, bedroll, cloth. Okay, the cold snap is over, so start planting again. That wasn't too bad. Let's have you run out real fast and grab those, because that way you can spare any of that cloth going to waste. So you will get all the cloth in before it rots. Some of it's basically on its last limb, but last limb is better than destroyed. And so we've got all our people getting their capes and all that stuff. The real important things in life. Alright, so that's another bed done. We already have another colonist, so our rooms are full when they get built, so we're just gonna go ahead and keep on mining our way down here. And they'll need to smooth out another bedroom. Okay, so we can get all that. Orders. Make that room nice. So little by little, we're just expanding everything. Is there anything you do to help supplement research with such a hamstring towards research? Yes. So the things that can help with the research is if we have guests who can research, they will, you know, easily be able, like they won't be under the penalty. The big one is books. If we trade for books, books are not impacted by the research penalty. So if I snag a book for electricity, I would get research at 100%. Whereas if I try to research it myself, it's at 12.5%. So we're going to want to make friends with a whole lot of people to give myself as many trade caravan opportunities. Which is fine, I'm just going to do that anyways. Especially since we have beer. That reminds me, Canhawk, no drugs. And we can go to social drugs. You can drink beer once every 5 days, but only if your mood is below 45. You can have smoke leaf once every 5 days, but only if your mood is below 35. You can have ambrosia every 5 days if your mood is below 55. You can have the silo cap every 5 days if your mood is below, we'll say 40. All these hard drugs only deal with that for addictions. Psi T, you can have every 5 days if your mood is below 65. And then leave the others. And then Mind Numb, you can have every 2 days if your mood's below like 10. Or I think, let's set it to like 3 days. Alright. Do you have the serums? No, I don't actually have 90% of those things. But if I'm going to go ahead and go in there, we'll just set all of them right now, so any that do show up for mood management stuff, they'll just automatically use it. Because you notice I made it so none of them are at the same rate. And I tried to very loosely adjust them based on what my personal opinion is or which one are the most severe. So like, Psi T is the least severe, so we try and use that first. Ambrosia's very not severe, so we use that next. Beer is okay in severity, so that's fine. Smoke leaf kind of sucks to deal with, so we got it way lower. Silo cap I actually don't have a good feel for yet. It seems relatively okay 99% of the time, but one of the dangers it has is it has a chance of instantly catatonicing someone who takes it on as a random chance. And it's not a long catatonic spell, but you know, that's still pretty bad. That, you know, you take a hit of your drugs and then instantly get downed for a couple of days. It also is one that you take in randomly, you get a art inspiration. You can hold that real quick before it rots up there? That's fine. You missed, like... Oh no, you missed the whole bunch. That's whatever. It'll be ROM before you can get to it again. Alright, passive coolers next. Next is carpet making. Ooh, be still my heart. Carpet making. One of the researches I pretty much never use. Like smoothing the floor in here. I believe the carpet is technically nicer than the smoothed floor, but is super flammable. So even then, a carpet almost always feels like objectively the wrong answer. You can use it to make things look really nice, and I do wish it was something that it wasn't quite as flammable as it is. I'm down for it being flammable, but I can't remember what the percentage is. It's something really high. Yeah, because you'd be doing the fine carpet. So fine carpet, 32% flammability. Did they tone that down? I feel like that was higher before. Because 32 isn't nearly as terrible as I remember it being. Was that a 1.6 change that I just totally overlooked? Oh no, it's still very flammable, because wood was... Did they nerf the flammability of floors? Does anyone know offhand? And that'd be like a 1.6 change, not an Odyssey change. Or even a 1.5 change, because I admit I haven't tried in a long time. Because I think it used to be like 100% or 70% flammability, so you put a room in there and the fire would like whip across the room real fast. If you didn't have people right on top of it, the whole room would go up. The exact same with like wood. You built a structure out of wood with wood floors, and you had to have people on top of that thing to start putting it out on the spot the moment it kicks off, or it's just, you know, you tear down a wall and you just save what you can. All right. I'll deal with that in a minute. Yeah, I want to get all that set up, but I'll probably need to put up some columns and our stuff to make that room acceptable. Smooth out the floor. And until they start complaining about it, it's just not a priority. Cut down a handful more trees than you got some time. Keep that wood flowing for the time being. Till we get to the all-forbidden electricity. So everyone's slowly getting their face. What are you wearing? Huh. Oh, right. That came from the creepy joiner that we certainly didn't murder. The creepy joiner came in and be like, I want to join, and I said no. And then they didn't take that very well, and we ended up killing them. That's where that robe came from. It does amuse me that, despite this being so much lower, that the face masks are happening. It's also interesting that we still have all this tribal gear on, despite having shirts and pants being made. I guess the shirt's a low quality. That's okay. They'll get there. And slowly but surely we are producing the beer. Alright, time to add something else on the list down here. Oh, I didn't realize you didn't go quite up the edge. Might as well. And that's, I'm going to go down here. And we will add the dye. Alright. So what is the impressiveness of this room? Slightly impressive. That's fine. We'll eventually get those to be nicer too. But the point then is, if we look at Earth Rush, and we look at their needs, we will see slightly impressive room. That's a +3 instead of a -7. And the dining room is a +4. So little by little, we're getting there. And apparently Kanahawk is the one actually brewing the beer for the most part. So, you know, like not making the wort, but making sure it gets in its barrels and the barrels get emptied. So, you know, we got our 11-year-old running around here making sure the beer is managed. Probably being super judgy of the adults the entire time. Being like, adults act weird when they drink. And you know, that absolutely fair, to be entirely honest. Alright, so we got a raid showing up. 2 people with knives. And neither of them are very impressive in any way. They're gonna take a little while to prepare. I'm just gonna let them do that. We will be fighting them during a storm, but honestly, with the direction they're coming from, we could probably just plunk ourselves along one of these coasts, whichever one's the opposite to the one they're coming at, and just pepper them with arrows and all that. Cannahawk is gonna stay out of this one because they only have a melee weapon, and children have reduced health on all their body parts, means they die very easily in a fight. So we're gonna keep them protected inside the house. All right, they're beginning their assault. Let's have everyone gather here. So they're gonna come around this way. My hope is they'll come up this way and then they'll cross the river at us. Actually, can go down farther here. Oh hey, Nutramine. We can't use it yet, but 21 Nutramine. So if we did have the if we did have penioxylin, that's 10 doses of penioxylin. Or in other words, 2 whole seasons worth of penioxylin for 1 pawn. So Ducky here got some got cut up pretty bad in the right side. Okay, who's our doctor? Earthrush? Stop making beer. Patch up the holes in your friend. Well, at least one of those 10s wasn't horrific. That's fine. I can sit there till we can use components. That way they don't get targeted with a tantrum. Protect the little brainchild. Yup. Yeah, that industrious will be good if we can get them something like crafting or whatever. That'd be kind of what I'd like, is if we can get their next passion, if we can get crafting on there, that'd probably be the dream. Intellectual wouldn't be a bad call at either. Cooking would be okay. Even construction would be fine, especially with right now where we're smoothing stone, which is just not fast. It just takes lots of time. But crafting would be the dream for industrious. Get Jogger on there as well so it can run back and forth through the materials real fast. Or low key, it'd be a little hard to manage, but with industrious, if I get very neurotic as an option, they do stack. Getting that with crafting. I do really, really love me a very neurotic industrious pawn. That is one of my favorite combinations. They just work so freaking fast. Granted, I will certainly also take, you know, a tough, nimble brawler. That's another classic of just, you walk up, and outside, someone who gets lucky and gets that opening hit and drops them. Whoever they're getting into a fight with is not walking away. Once they get into melee, the fight's won. Okay. Alright, so we got a trade. If they're willing to take our Nutramine, we will part with it. Because while I would love that Nutramine for making penioxylin later, with random research, we have no idea if we ever will get that random research. So it's just in our best interest to use it as it is now. If I can take advantage of it later, great. If I can't, that's fine too. Have it serve us in whichever way it can. Alright, so take all of these awful clubs and all this out of here. Take the knives. Take the beer and ambrosia. You cannot afford this. Tell me you got something you could throw my way. Something at all you could throw my way. You do not have anything particularly good. I will take one recurve bow. Here, let's say, what about 40? Alright, we'll trade them again. Because we want to make friends. And so the way we're going to make friends is we're going to throw beer at them. Have some beer. So now, there should be a bow around here somewhere. So now Canahawk here has a bow to throw at the problem. And I'll trade to get rid of that last club. It's not been hauled in yet. There we go. Let's see, you mean it works at bars in college, so it should work here? I mean, there's the whole thing about, like, the path to someone's heart is through their stomach. While usually they're referring to food and all that, you do consume, I should say, beer and all that. So there is a certain amount of truth that, you know, providing people with drinks can engender goodwill. I was trying to think if there's a good place I could close this off and get some alpaca going. We'll add a caravanning spot. But, honestly, with all this mud up here, it's not good for me for much else. I could just see, like, fencing off that area and just leaving that for alpaca. It'll be a little bit rough, especially since I don't have wood right now. And apparently we got a tame in one. So see, we can't manage to snag a breeding couple. Because we can get a pair of them, they would give us alpaca wool, which is really good for clothing and good for money. But then I just have a huge area I'm not going to use. I can literally just build a fence over here and just let them cut loose and just eat there, and I don't have to feed them or whatever. And that'd be a pretty good one. Oh, they're going to prioritize that over smoothing. Well, that's fine. Okay, so you want to watch people work in nature. Cool, so we're no longer going to have rainy thunderstorms, so I'll be that sorted. Because that'll also help get us warmer clothes for the winter. All right. And slowly everyone's getting all dressed, so that's good. Alright, Manhunter pack. What do we got down here? A set of 4 mink. Let's go ahead and get everyone out here. Have our melee take point. I didn't move him to get to the other side of the river fast enough. It's fine. Not too worried about it. Not a single injury. Looks like 2 of the minks stayed good. The other 2 instantly rotted because of the Scaria. Oh no, it looks like 3 rotted instantly. Yeah, this one's fresh, but the other 3 instantly rotted. Alright, so we're only getting 1 mink out of it. That's fine. Cool, so we did get a breeding pair of alpaca, so we won't bother taming anymore. Selecting the razor wire was a mistake. So let you keep getting your work done. How are your construction skills going? You didn't have passion for it. They're coming along fine. They're already ahead of your mining. Okay, you're out of wood, so you're going to run into problems with that soon. And our grower is max effect. No, that's not right. Our grower is Ducky. So I'm going to prioritize you cutting some trees real fast. To quickly try and resupply our wood stuff in here. And that's because we have all these torches, the campfire, the stove. We just have a lot of things consuming wood. So it's going to be a lot more hauling, a lot more wood consumption. Until we get electricity, that's just going to remain true. Also, if we get stone cutting, that'll help, because then when I go to build stuff, it won't be made out of wood. Alright, so if I were to make... Yes, you're 1 wood per tile. And go misc, pen marker, and that'd give me a place to let the alpaca out. And once we can do that, they can just start eating all that and whatever. We can go in here. We can lob down those trees when someone has no need for any of that, and that'll make room for more grass and whatnot. I'm not going to bother growing like hay grass in there or anything. We're just going to let it sit. Because that'll be just a matter of getting over there. And it's getting cold enough that we might actually have it where we stop planting. Even though it's supposed to be year-round grow season. Yep, stretch break. We can go ahead and do that. Alright.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Well, for the sip, I've got to get up because I finished my drink. So I'm going to quickly stretch my legs, use the restroom, do all that, go grab a drink, and I'll be right back. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I'll see you in just a minute. Okay. Now, the problem we have here is I have to move things that have weight. And they're gonna make me want to slide. And as you can see, we're not really on there well, but it is what it is. Hop out. Okay. She's like staying in the relationship, getting paid. Getting out of the relationship, also getting paid.
Yep.
No matter what, if it involves any type of romantic situation, getting paid.
She was like De Beers with those diamond ads. She's like, if you want to break up, you have to have a weathered stick. Eat the stick.
You wouldn't want to break up without a weathered stick.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you got to spend at least 2 months' salary on a withered stick. So we got 33,000 users on our malware. You heard me. Okay, and we are back. Sorry about that. I was like going, man, I need to get a drink anyway. So when someone rolled the hydrate, it's like, all right, I'll go get my drink. And that was an ancient compound to get our artifact. I'll actually go after the relics this playthrough. It's not gonna be a thing that happens right away, because until I have a place to put them, I do think we're gonna ultimately go for the ship. But I am kind of envisioning in my head that we'll have our ship. We'll have whatever the size the ritual room is. I don't remember. We'll have like the ritual room here, and I could see going back here and then having like an ideology room just somewhere back in there where we could have our relics and all that. Really terrible idea for all that. We can go ahead and put, you know, whatever our sleeping arrangements and a rec room, all that. Like, it won't necessarily be this shape. You know, have a storage room. Why are you messing with me, mouse? Have like a storage room here. Hospital over here. Just the generic, like, here's the cockpit or whatever. The one I've seen that I'm very torn about is there is a trick now you can do that people have figured out, where you can go like this. And this isn't big enough, but point all your engines towards this middle area and have all your engines pointing inward so they can't be stolen. And it's a cool trick and all that to protect it. And it makes sense, especially if you're playing in harder difficulties that actually recommend it. But it bothers me more than it should, because you're looking at this ship that in theory is a functional spaceship, and all your engines are pointing towards the middle of the ship. So it's the same exact phenomena. If you've ever done, I can't show you because I can't build windmills. If you've ever done like the windmill where you have one windmill here, and then, you know, it's pointing that way, and then you have the other windmill there, and it's pointing this way. But yeah. You've seen that because of theft? Yes, I do agree there's been a number of people talking about that. What probably should be done is it probably should be a thing in the game that they don't steal the engines, they have to destroy them. You just imagine they're pointing down. This is fair. I didn't consider that. That's probably a fair one. I don't think it's a big deal like, oh, how dare people. Oh, the caravanning spot is all done, so get you out of here. We can just do it this way. Caravan there. Okay, shrinking that down so you don't keep cleaning it. Alright, so rainy thunderstorm, so we can unzone that all again. Alright, because I'm just trying to manage the fire without having them sweep it constantly. You don't think they should be able to run off of the engine? No, I agree. I think it should be something they have to destroy. I think it should be like geothermal where they have to destroy it and all that. I think that's fine. But where they just walk up and a second or two later they're just running away with your engine, or have something like they pick it up and because it's so heavy, they just move slowly. Alright, we now have our alpaca in a pen. It's not technically marked as a pen yet, Oh, I know it is. They did build the pen. Alright, so we now have the alpaca in the pen, so we can just let them do their thing. We will go over here and say alpaca, max. Right now we'll say 20, which is way more than I can reasonably do. And we'll say, you know, a limit of only 2 adult males. Otherwise, just let them cut loose. And just let them continue to escalate the alpaca population. And we can also probably go here and bump that up to 20 meals. Can you finish smoothing out this room? So Kanahawk room is fully finished. So next we need to wait for these 2 rooms to get done and we'll smooth them out. We'll probably get some of that dye soon. Oh, we actually do have a tiny bit of the dye. What is our ideology color? It's like lime green? According to the game's lime green, not what I would think of as lime green. It's that green. Pale lime. Okay. Yeah, from what you've seen, it's more of an early game issue. Yeah, they can still get in trouble where they'll come after the engines, but it's definitely less as the game goes on. I'm gonna do a bit different than we normally do for our things. I'm gonna color the entire room, because normally I'll put like an outer border that's like a cream colored or whatever. Yeah, you love the favorite color part of your gameplay? Yeah, no, it's, yeah, I'll do the ideology favorite color. There's a reason why there's a mod called Self-Dying. It doesn't do anything important. It technically does give you, I think it's like a 1 or 2 mood bonus for anyone who dyes their clothes. But it's something you can do manually that under ideology you'll have like a styling bench. And you can right click and say dye your clothes. And it just automates it, so it's just like, hey, if your clothes aren't dyed and you have dye, just go dye your clothes. And so I'm not worried about the mood bonus, but like this isn't too bad for a range of colors here, but if you don't do it, whatever your main material is, all of your fabric will look that color, so everyone will be wearing like a cream or a gray or a brown, all depending on what your main textile is. So they really do like having that variance. Alright, so there's the bed going in there, and with that, it's orders and smooth the room. And once that's dyed, we'll get the next room. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to dye all of the, what do I want to call them? All of like the neutral rooms, whatever is not a specific person. So we're going to dye those the ideology color. And I think I'm going to dye the walls black. So like dye all the exterior walls black. And then we'll do what we usually do, which is whatever your favorite color is, whatever like... So Earthrust's favorite color here is just straight up... Oh, it's light gray. It's not white. It's light gray. So yeah, their room, they're going to be light gray, and then we could go to Kanahawk, and Kanahawk's room is going to be black. And then, you know, let's say maximum effect that their room. So their room would be this dark purple. I was going to say, we apparently like neutrals in this colony. Like, what's my favorite color? Black. What's my favorite color? Gray. What's my favorite color? White. Which is only slightly better than white. Yeah, this is, Earthrush is going for, like, the typical housing thing of keeping your housing prices up. You know, make your wall beige, eggshell, off-white. Okay. Look, man, you gotta keep that resale value up. Takes home for 17 days. Magnolia. Magnolia is like a pinkish, if I remember correctly, like a light pink. Like a not white pink, kind of like in that area, if I remember correctly. So Goodwill, we're gonna send someone for 7 days. We can do that. Yeah, let's do that. And we will probably send... Honestly, probably Earth Rush is what oh no, you're our cook. We're not sending you. Okay, let's not send the researcher. Donkey Duff, we're gonna send you. You're our hauling cleaning person. 7 days shouldn't be too bad. No, not everything white in every room. Yeah. Yeah, no, we've had that conversation that it is, oh, we don't have a warden. We sent our warden away. That's fine. Congratulations, you're a warden now. That, it's kind of a thing that for a good while from, like, the 70s, 80s, 90s, that time frame, that it was just, like, the conventional wisdom to retain the maximum value of your house for selling and whatever. To keep your walls neutral colors, like, again, eggshell, off-white, whatever. So that just kind of became indicative of that time frame. The same thing as, like, from the 50s to the 70s, that wallpaper was the thing that everyone had, like, for the most part, light-colored wallpaper patterns. And so, like, nowadays, it's moving a lot more to a lot brighter colors for stuff like accent walls. Gilrot, that's gonna kill the fish. I can't fish, so whatever. Yeah, you also had, the 50s and 70s, or was it even earlier? But wood paneling. It would have been in the 50s and 70s, I think, would be wood paneling. But yeah, you get the idea. So it's like, you look at a house and it's got heavy wood paneling, and it automatically dates the house to that time period if it's not done very carefully. But, so these days, when you look at houses and you see that off-white eggshell, it makes the houses look like they come from the 80s to 90s. You know, and early 2000s. Versus, again, nowadays you're seeing a lot more brighter colors where you'll have, like, one wall will be teal or one wall will be orange or whatever, and maybe the other houses will be, like, it'll still be a lighter color, but maybe it'll be, like, a slightly blue-white to go with the teal wall or whatever. Yeah, hey, it's creamy off-white in the entire house when we moved in, and creamy carpets. Yeah, well, the carpets is a bit different. Like, don't get me wrong, carpets were also a big 80s thing as well, and before that, too. It's just the style of carpet changed there. You got, like, the really thick carpet started becoming a big thing. Like, you had shag carpet way back, but for just, like, not shag, but just a dense carpet otherwise, that was a very 80s thing. 80s, 90s. Versus then you got 90s, early 2000s, and the answer was rip all that carpet up. There's hardwood down there. Like, show that hardwood. People went, we've been doing this carpet thing for a while. It sucks. Let's stop doing the carpet thing. Okay. That's it. There's still some rooms that people will do carpet. But, like, it was for a while that people were carpeting everything. Alright, so we've got you. Undergrounder, Bloodlust, Super Immune, Psychically Dull. You can plants and animals and social. No combat skills. I mean, Bloodlust is not my favorite. Do you have aggressive? Yeah. So, I'm going to patch this person up and send them on their way. I'm not going to keep them here. We won't get any, like, special credit or anything. I'm basically using it as a way of farming a little bit of, using it as a way of farming a little bit of stuff. Imagine Bloodlust on Hussar. I would kill that pawn. Just straight up kill that pawn. Even the walls had carpet in the 70s. Oh yeah, no, there was some wild stuff. But it's the kind of things that if you go into a house and you see a house and it's got carpet on the walls, your brain immediately is like, this is a house from the 50s, 60s, 70s. And this is why we help refugees, chat. So we helped those refugees earlier. Since they've gone back to their feet and they want to reward you for your help. And so they're sending you the following. So they sent me a map that'll get me something, and they sent me a vac suit helmet of good quality. That's not an amazing reward, but it just cost me a little bit of food. Carpet on the wood, good for Happy Cat. As it gets all shredded up. Actually, for this one, just patch him up and releasing him. That doesn't gain me anything because they're not a guilty ideology. Oh, and our 80s things, cork ceiling tiles. I remember cork ceiling. That's another one that dates your house is popcorn ceiling, where it's got like the textured popcorn textured ceiling. That's another one that dates your house pretty heavily to like 80s, 90s, early 2000s. And don't get me wrong, it's just the changes of fashion or whatever. For me personally, though, it's very much when you're like the popcorn ceiling I just don't like because I don't like how much of a mess it is, personally. But for me, like, the beige walls going away, it's like, oh, thank goodness. Because it makes everything look like so sterile. Devoid of personality. And you get it. There's a whole conventional wisdom about, oh, it's just someone passing through. There's like the conventional wisdom kind of thing of, well, you want people when they're shopping the house not to see what the house looks like how you lived in it, but, you know, so they can picture themselves owning the house. So removing all those like those things from your own personality can make that easier and yada yada. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's just been the conventional wisdom in selling. But then it's kind of like the argument of, well, if you're gonna live there though, one would hope you make it your home at some point and not just worry about the resale value as your only motivator. Especially if you're planning on living there a while. Okay, what do you got for me this time? We do have Nutrimine. We are going to sell that. Normally I want to hold on to the Nutrimine, but with random research we don't know if we'll ever have a use for it. So it makes more sense to just make it into cash for the time being. In the meantime as well, we can get the steel styling bench, which is an interesting thing. I'll probably just wait till we get advanced furniture and not sweat it. We're doing fine on food, we're doing fine on alpacas. We're just going to take a little bit of money. So that way later on, if we get a chance to take a crack at a Zeus hammer or something like that, I got cash on hand. But you got a full set of Cataphract armor not long ago as a late reward for helping refugees. Oh yeah, no, I've had, yeah, I forgot you were still... Okay. Get you out of here. And with that, we got another bed available. Go ahead and get that bed out of there. So we've almost got people moved into bedrooms. Alright, quest completed, got some standings out of it. Transport pod crash. A space navy doctor named Kimmy is crashing nearby. Not affiliated with anyone. Nudist, who's a hard worker, psychically deaf, incapable of hauling or mining, is extremely good at medical, shooting, and melee, and, you know, some research, because they're Hussar. I don't really want to deal with a Hussar, because one, I can't make go juice right now. So this person might be one of those ones that if they join, they will be sent packing. But I'll still patch them up and try and send them on their way. But there's a good chance they're banishing this person if they join. Because Hussar, I have to have go juice. They require go juice to live. Where are you, Earthrush? Don't make ward, I told you to save that person. Nudist doctor, you mean that's a way to practice? Look, they're Hussar, they've been through some things. But yeah, the incapable of hauling, that's pretty bad. The incapable of mining, that's neither here nor there. Nudist is a little annoying. But not that big a deal. But Hussar also has hyper-aggressive. And it just basically means if they have a mental break, it's gonna be violent. Oh, actually, hey. all of you, just get indoors. You're already on your way. We'll just let this problem sort itself out. Alright, well, do your best to see if you can't save them from that infection. We'll see. Their odds are pretty slim of surviving. Because I'm not... Well, I mean, we can burn messing on you. At this stage, assign... manage our policy, change defaults. Prisoners, yes, we're not going to worry about those. Tamed animals, yes. Friendly faction and neutral faction, yes. That's fine. Because I've got enough, herbal medicine that I probably don't need to worry about anymore. In compound. Getting all the stuff for the potential relics pretty early. Well, let's also go over here, furniture real fast. And just check down a couple of animal sleeping spots. We'll set those for medical. Just in case you get any type of like animal sickness or whatever. Then we can just run up and deal with that. All right. So it shouldn't be too much longer till our other colonist gets back. It was just a 7-day trip. 4 days left, so it's longer than I thought. Minor break on you because you're drowsy, ugly environment, slept in the ground, slept in the cold. Kimmy joins. Kimmy is banished. Alright, Kyochi, you have a good one. And the reason we did that is, like I said, I cannot produce go juice. That's kind of a doomed pawn. The hauling is too, like, the mining I don't care about. The hauling is a big negative, and having the hyper-aggressive right now without being able to do a lot of stuff with them, they would have been a good combat pawn, but more a liability than anything. The most likely outcome is they would have eventually just gotten in a fight and killed one of our pawns. Alright, so we got you. Let's go ahead and let you run around real quick. Okay, let's get everyone down here. Let's see if we can't just knock Hedgehog before everything. They got very low skills and all that. They're a terrible pawn. We don't want them. Okay, nicely done. You grab that Equa. It's going to be better than your knife. Okay, so what injuries do we got? Pretty solid cuts to both their torsos. And so Earthrush will be one to patch everyone up once they get back in here. Said, hold up, you can just banish people? Is that a new thing? Oh no, that's been, that's not been around forever. It's been for a very long time. What? Why are you not... Dude, go to bed. I see. Like, we don't need to lose people because they're just bleeding out from not going to bed. I'm just getting too aggressive and trying to get all my rooms set up, which is fine. So food's good, we just need to keep people moving. And those injuries will mean that our growing and our construction and mining all get delayed a little bit. That's okay, we got plenty of food. You thought that was vomit in the rec room, but then you remembered it was I. You're like, oh my god, how much vomit is there? Did you get a vomit mod? What's happening? Yep, no, that's our ideology's favorite color. Pale lime. Hey, Jab does things. How's it going? Usually caravan them to another planet. Caravan them to the other side of the planet with no food. Yeah, no, that's was that not available at the beginning? I'm trying to remember, honestly. I know at some point they added the banish, because I definitely remembered there was times you'd caravan them away. Maybe it was there were certain pawns you couldn't banish, and so that was the workaround. Been good. Been following forever back when you did Product Zomboid things. Thought you'd check in. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I don't do nearly as much Product Zomboid these days. But, you know, I've been Variety for a while. Yeah, just doing some RimWorld with the new DLC and all that. It is a real shame that all those fish are dying. I can't fish them right now because we don't have that research. But, you know. That's the thing. Who is our growing person? That'll be Duck. So, once they're recovered, we'll have them go out and chop some trees. Actually, they're doing pretty okay, and I think they're outside the infection window. Okay, so the gill rot is ending, so the good news is the fish population will have some time to recover. Even if we get the fishing research as our next one, they'll be at least at an okay shape before I start fishing. Yeah, so I just want Duck to run over here to get some wood going, because all of our torches are starting to go offline. We're probably going to have our stove come offline soon. Okay, 2 days when we get our colonists back, so that'll be good. Oh, there's a second book, right. And you're upset because of minor pain, because you're covered in scars. Mediocre barracks, which is fair. We are trying to get them out of the barracks and into their own room. Because I was like, we're just not going to do a barracks this run here. When we get to the spaceship part, we'll end up needing to barracks them for practicality's sake. Especially if I'm going to be doing a ritual room and everything. But for the time being, while they're living in the cave and I've got all of this for real estate, let's just give them all bedrooms and all that. No real big reason not to do that. How's Canahawk's aging up going? Right, so we got you where you were already aged up a bit. So Canahawk is very soon going to be very soon going to be aging up. We did get them just brought in on their own. So we're going to choose a trait probably between 1 and 4. I don't think we're going to be able to get the tier 4 growth out of them. So going to get no new passions. But at least a pretty good chance of maybe getting an okay trait. Okay, before anyone goes anywhere, put up the fire. Okay. Alright. Here, slowly getting all this going. More than likely, also in the coming week, we'll start mixing our gameplay in the stream a bit more to not just be RimWorld and RimWorld and RimWorld and RimWorld. Because I definitely want to check out a lot more Odyssey, but also I want to be careful to not just go onto nearly exclusively Odyssey for way too long and all that. Trying to think of, because I think it was in November we have... Was it November that we have the big DLC for Farm Sim? Or was it August? It doesn't matter. That's not immediately. This is why you love the cleaning zone mod. You can make your farm area for fire extinguishing. Yeah. No, that's a mod I've run in the past. I've debated reloading that mod. Being able to say, like, hey, I want you to put out fire here, but I don't want you to sweep the dirt. Like, I don't need you going out in the middle of the field being like, there's dirt on the ground here, let's go sweep it. Yeah, you know, it's a dirt ground. It's just dirt. Just don't worry about it, man. It's okay if you track dirt into the dirt. All right. So the colony's growing slowly. You have a lot of decent stuff here. Yeah, so you're right about to gain your next level, but with honestly very not long, you've only got a couple of days, I think, till you age up to 13. I doubt you're getting to level 4. If you do, that's great, because that means you get an extra passion, I believe, at that stage. The trait's probably more important. Passions are really nice for convenience of leveling. Yeah, so if we get one more level, you would get a passion. Oh, the growing zone's all along there. The river is very scenic. Yeah, no, I'm using it because it's all rich soil along the river. Honestly, it's probably not actually worth it. Very genuinely, while these things grow faster on here, I think it's like 140% growth speed or something like that. When you start getting into consideration of how far they have to walk, if I instead put my crops right there, it'd be easier to just go through, put the extra time in to offset like the slower growing. But, I don't know. I got this rich soil, I figured, what the heck. If you got a micro to that point, no one cares. Yeah, you're gonna say travel time might be eating your lunch. Yep. At the same time, that's also one of those ones that, as you get stuff like bionic legs and stuff like that, the travel time becomes less and less relevant. Or I guess more accurately, you can mitigate it. Alright, so we're about to finish those rooms. We're also not exactly hurting for food or anything, so that's fine. Alright, there's our colonists back, so with that we can get people back to cleaning and hauling and all that. So the very first thing Donkey Duff does is looks around and goes, what have you done to this building? And is just cleaning the entire path. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to getting our carpet making one. You're still in your Oni kick, was just had another dude boil alive in Mercury, so you know, normal run. Yep. I really enjoy Oxygen Not Included. It's a really good game. Even if they do a lot of hand-wavy things with physics and chemistry where it's like, you know, it doesn't really work like that, but, you know, don't worry about it. So if we do that, yeah, let's go ahead and now we got people back. We're gonna begin our little festival here. Everyone do their time. It's kind of part of the charm. Yeah, the way things are like close to right, but not actually right. Hey, we had a fun time. And we got ourselves a little bit of a bonus in reputation with our neighbor. Let's talk about your heresy. Congratulations. Welcome to no longer being whatever ideology you were. I actually didn't check. So everyone's on the same ideology again, so that's good news. We've honestly not gotten hardly anything for raids. We're not a particularly wealthy colony yet. We're just starting to approach 30,000. I believe that's when we'll start seeing the raids get a little spicier. We'll see. That's kind of one of the things that, if you're ever playing on, like, really high difficulties, wealth management is, like, 90% of the game at that stage. It's very much about doing everything you can to try and keep your wealth down as much as possible. Because there's stuff like, oh yeah, siege raids are bad. You can take the time to reduce your wealth, or not reduce your wealth, keep your wealth from getting over a certain amount, and prevent getting a siege raid up until a certain point. Monstrous structure. I cannot cut stone, so I will fail that quest, so we're not going to take it. Okay, we got all the cloth in here. Combat supplier, that's fine. So we got that last little handful to smooth there and that little spot there. And once that's done, those two rooms are, and then I can go and mine in the next room. Get all these bedrooms online. We're slowly getting this place all dyed our favorite color. For the record, you don't get any kind of bonus for dyeing rooms. Ideology colors, favorite colors. You purely do that because you feel like it. So unfortunately, can't make the Zeus hammer happen. Is this a new save, sir? Yes. If you are questioning about the other run we were doing, the Odyssey run, we did win. We did beat the Hive Mind. If you're talking about the Adam and Eve challenge that we were doing, we had both our attempts at the Adam and Eve challenge. We just got killed by RNG where mom died during childbirth, and there's no counterplay to that. We were talking about that earlier during the stream, that maybe I toggle on the you just can't have a bad outcome for the pregnancy. Because unfortunately I can't just remove that one thing where mom can die. It's either remove all the negative outcomes or none of the negative outcomes. Because otherwise it's literally, you can do the challenge, and then just every N amount of time it just rolls the dice and says, you lose. And there's no I prepared for this, so this doesn't cause me a problem, or I could do this thing to prevent that, or anything like that. It's just literally I think you can get down to like 1.2% chance, but we were at 1.4% chance, and it doesn't meaningfully go lower. You can't get it down to nothing or, super low. So instead today we're doing a no research, no starting research, random research, tribal ritualists. So massively have penalized the speed of which we research things, and then on top of that we also went into having no control over research. Well, there is one counter play to it. Wait long enough to get a hold of the Mech Resurrection Serum. Yeah, that's not gonna be a great way of doing it. Because honestly, a lot of runs you don't even get the opportunity to try and get one, let alone actually getting one. Okay, enter you. Yes, you have a mild slowing on you. That's fine. Yep, so we got just these last 4 blocks to smooth, and then you'll get back to mining more rooms. And then these 3 should have slightly impressive rooms. And we'll slowly get all this sorted out. Honestly, if we had the stone cutting, I'd also pursue making art with some of this out here. Just lean in hard on the art as a way of making money / getting rid of this giant heap of stone that we're slowly building up outside as we mine out a mountain. The other possibility for a counter to prevent it is going an anomaly and surviving long enough to get the cloning statue. Stone cutting, I can work with that. So we did get carpet. Right now I don't have much spare fabric, and we're going to use that for our sleeping bags. So even if we wanted to like Mimi start making a bunch of carpet, I'm not going to because I need sleeping spots more. And actually, genuinely speaking, what we can do is while we wait, we can build them here and then move them in the rooms. A giant heap of stone can be pretty good at slowing down raiders. Yeah, the catch you have to do to get the full value out of it is if I have a giant heap of stone, it's just like that. The raiders take the slowdown walking onto it. I believe then there's no farther slowdown. But I believe if you take it like that... I didn't mean to... It's fine, we'll do it this way. We do it like this. And then the raiders need to go this way across it. Each time they step on and off of that, they'll slow down. So you can massively penalize their movement. Aw, man, this is such a dangerous one. I'll set it to mine. That is bait. That's what this is. This is bait. And you also brought my attention to the other silver down here. This is bait. Because I gotta walk the whole way down here, around this corner, which means if a raid shows up here, that person dies. And honestly, if a raid shows up here or here, most likely the person trying to run back gets caught because they have to backtrack first and then come around versus they can just go straight out. But it is just straight up cash, so, you know, certain risks will be taken. Okay, we're gonna need to go over here. Cut down some more trees. Let's send you over to do that now, because I see that the woods pile is getting low again. There we go. Just knocking down more trees to keep it clear. Alright, the alpaca population grows. And how are we doing here? You are gradually getting better and better at your work. Getting those rooms done. We currently have 6 colonists, so we currently need 6 rooms. I'm not going to lean in and manually try and force them to get in relationships. They'll either do it or they won't. It's fine. You're going for a walk, that's fine. Alright, we could also use more recreation. Right now, recreation type wise, I've got the dexterity, the intelligence, the solitary, we've got social. I actually don't know what swimming is under. Maybe dexterity? Oh, we also have reading, and we also have music. Okay, to be fair, we actually have a lot of yeah, we got lots of recreation types. We're pretty good. I've got 7 different types we can do right now, so that's actually pretty solid. We shouldn't have to worry too much. Yeah, and I think we're going to go out of our way to do the just fiestas every chance we can, reasonably. Just for advancing the ideology, in addition to the fact that I can also use that to get allied with our neighbor and all that stuff. It'll also be a good source of mood bonuses. And then once we get this set of bedrooms done, we will smooth out this room. And does it tell me what I need to make you happy? It doesn't seem to imply... like, some of these I know you need the 4 columns and some of them don't. But we'd have to smooth out the floor and walls and all that, get our lectern. Basically, get our ideology room set up. Now, good news is once we get stone cutting researched, then I can go down here, we'll make a stone wall along as much as we can, replace that with a stone wall. That should prevent some of it. I won't be able to properly, like, enclose this into a proper perimeter yet. I mean, I can actually do alright. Yeah, so that supports weight the whole way. So yeah, so we can make all that stone. This would be wide open, and we'd have just, like, a bridge with some wood barricades there for the time being. And that'd be okay. But wait till we have stone cutting all set up. Let's then check. What other good materials do we have in the map? Gold. Silver. We have a lot of silver ore in this map. Holy crap, I missed that. Oh, it's because of the meteor. Okay. Okay, the meteor is what it's talking about. Alright, that's fine. I always forget it shows up that many. I was about to be like, holy crap, that's a lot. We do have some jade up here. It's not too terrible of a spot. We'll have uranium ore. That's honestly not a bad spot either. We'll have compact. Yeah, so we do have lots of components and steel, that's fine. But that way, if we find ourselves not needing this, we can have someone who can chip away at some of that junk over there on the edges. And so Earthrush is going to spend a lot of time cooking. Right, and they don't get much time crafting. That's fine. And that's because they're making beer, and beer is fairly time-consuming of a craft. It's just lots of individual crafts to make all the wort. Alright, gonna have another party. Okay. So get all them sorted. Got a bunch of food rotting away. That's totally fine. Honestly, we've got way too much eel root being planted. We're probably going to need a second person doing our growing if we're going to keep remotely this much. That's not that big a deal. As long as we can keep someone on that research bench at pretty much all times, will be good. Because you're probably getting pretty high up there. Yeah, you're nearly maxed out. So even though we do have a severe penalty to research, we're kind of overcoming it by just having someone who's good enough. We don't really have a reason to raid them right now. And meanwhile, we're starting to get the bedrooms online, so let's go ahead and move one of these beds up here. We can get rid of those beds entirely. So we're about to have a production room all sorted. We can mine these components, all that. We won't worry about that right now. But yeah, for those who missed, we are intending on moving onto the ship once we have the research. We will be at the mercy of, you know, random research to get there. But we need the basic grav tech before it's worth doing. That's going to require electricity. That's going to take time. One good news is there's not that many researches here. So the odds we draw electricity is pretty favorable. It's when we get electricity, it'll take us a little while to get grav tech to stick. But that's fine. Like, the moment we actively start researching electricity, I'll crash the grav tech ship down. That. Just know you can research until you inspect the engine. Yes, so like once we start researching electricity, that'll be the point. I'll just go in there and be like, okay, let's go ahead and grab this. So that it gets queued up as a possibility for when electricity finishes. But once we get that, that'll be the point we're going to start trying to compact everything into the grav ship and start moving around the grav ship as our little colony like that. So that's part of the reason I'm deliberately not having them, like, pushing them towards becoming couples and having kids and doing all these things, is I know we're going to be getting the grav ship, and it's going to be at its smallest size, and there won't be much I can do about it. So you're willing to give me bow making and a bunch of silver, and I gotta fight a bunch of timber wolves. And 5 timber wolves at our stage is a little on the rough side, but that would give me the recurve bow, so that's 1 less tech. Well, no, they can still roll that tech, but they are going to give me a pile of money. We can bottleneck them at the door. Granted, again, at this stage, that many Timberwolves is pretty dangerous. We don't have a whole lot of shooting skill to go with. Oh, you did manage to get a whole extra tier. I thought you would have aged up by now. And this will be their last age up before they're considered an adult. I think we're gonna go for it because I can use that silver in that book. It's a little risky. Part of me is, how long do I have to accept it? It'll arrive 1 day later. I'm gonna let it run a little bit longer. Just to give people a chance to get recouped and all that. Like I said, there's a bit of risk, so what I'd probably do is have my melee hold the door, have my range shoot as they approach, and then retreat them through the door, and then just take advantage of the bottleneck. Or honestly, probably retreat them all the way back here. We would take the penalty from being in the darkness, but having it where they can only feed in that way, so you get to shoot at them the whole length, wouldn't be the worst. Okay, so whatever time I accept that, it'll be the next day, that time-ish, that we get it. So let's try to wait for at least morning, so that we're fighting where we have, like, daylight or whatever. Plus, there's always the chance, when I accept it, we'll run into a situation where, a caravan or something rolls in around that time. I can also close the door to try and engage them like 1 or 2 at a time. Okay, so we're going to accept it for the book and the silver. Let's go to our schedules, manage area, rename, close to home, new area, expand. There's the seasonal flooding. Orders. Harvest if you can. Do not sow. And then the close to home zone is just that way. Oh, don't be where I think you are. Okay, that one's over there. This one's down here. Luckily, I think we have all our people back home. Try and deal with that really fast. Because I don't need stacking manhunters. Okay, we can go here and say zone, home zone. Try and get ahead of that fire. Okay. And go zone. No longer home zone. So harvest what you can. Start hauling it back. We've got it set to having all this stuff back here. Yeah, like I said, I think the plan with the Timberwolves is I'll have the melee hold up by the door. We shoot at them at the as they run in. And then before they get anywhere near close, we back off, try and run back into our base. And you get the idea. Just try and get it to where you get a lot of shots on them before they close in the melee, and then just try and hold out in the melee. It's not that bad of a group of Timberwolves. It's just we don't have that much combat skill, and Timberwolves can do a decent amount of damage. So while it should be an okay fight, there's just a decent amount of risk that, you know, they get in there, they knock a leg off or an arm off or something like that. In this stage of the game, losing a limb is pretty rough. Interestingly enough, this flood is going to work to my advantage. By making the river wider, it means they're going to be dealing with a slowing effect longer. If I just kind of hold right at this door. Because they'll have to wade through the water more. Yeah, shallow flood water 30%, shallow moving water 30%. Yeah, that's a really big penalty to movement speed, too. I can definitely take advantage of that. Alright, so get everyone actually to the home zone now, not just close to home. Yep. Alright, so Timberwolves are coming from straight below. We've got 5 of them down here. That's not what I'm looking for. 5 of them down here. And they're probably all in good shape. Yep, they're fine. So what we're going to go ahead and do is try and take advantage of this best we can. So you two are pretty much going to hold the door. That way, if anything goes wrong, you can tie up the enemies for a hit or two. And the rest of you are going to hold right by here. To try and engage the Timberwolves as they get in here. So you can basically shoot off a volley. They're getting stuck on each other, which is perfect. Okay, time to retreat back. So we got one on the run-in before any had a chance to get through. That's 2 down. Your arms get pretty shredded. Alright, I'm going to actually have you back off. Okay. For a moment there, I thought I was going to pay for it, where it's like, I'm going to have you back off and recover for a minute. And then immediately the other one took a head hit, and I was like, oh man, come on, don't double head hit us here. Because it was a torso hit, and I was like, let's go ahead and back off real fast and avoid losing to someone. Oh, schedule, unrestrict you all again. Okay, so we got a bunch of cash and a book that can guarantee ourselves research without a penalty. So there's a risk that we get Scaria here. We were meleeing Scaria, and so we got good number of cuts on there. Hey, could you, like, have someone haul that out of the room for you? So we're not dealing with corpse sickness if we can help it. Hey, Randall Thor, how's it going? Alright. So good news is, only 2 injuries, not too bad. And there's the stone cutting, followed up by drug production. I guess it took a little while to get to that drug production. They quite often get there way faster. So let's reinstall that bed over there. So we got room for the stone cutting bench. Without mushing everyone on top of each other. And who's our construction person? Ah, you. That's unfortunate. I'm gonna prioritize you moving it anyways. Disease Scaria infection. On maximum effect. So with this, we want to stay on top of it. And thank you, Randall Thor, for the 5 tier 1 subs. I really do appreciate that. Gifted 5 subs to the channel, so thank you so much. It means a whole heck of a lot. And I do really appreciate your support. So for all the people who just got all those subs, enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again for that. Alright, so we need to keep an eye on this. Now, what I've seen in the past is Scaria as an infection doesn't build that fast compared to a lot of other diseases. But, you know, it's got the danger of the person can get far more aggressive, dangerous, murdery, whatever, as they get there. I'm going to go ahead and bump it up so we'll actually use our better medication on this, because I haven't seen what happens when it gets to a higher risk. Because you can see right now it's causing some pain and increasing our mental break risk threshold. My assumption is once we go from, like, minor to major, that mental break risk threshold probably jumps from like 2% to 10% or something like that. And then when it goes to like critical or whatever, it probably goes like 20% or something like that. where keeping them from having mental breaks just gets too out of control. Like I said, it does seem like, so far as the diseases go, that one is not... It's much... You don't need nearly as good of 10s to keep ahead of it. And I think that's a deliberate decision because, you know, you can acquire that far easier than other diseases. Like, when you're dealing with, you know, flu and all that, it just RNG happens, whatever. Versus, if we get into late game, we're just talking ridiculous numbers of enemies with Scaria or whatever. There's a good chance you could be getting a lot of instances of Scaria pretty fast. 77% 10, yeah, that'll probably be good for that. Yeah, so it's jumped to major, so now it's a 4% mental break threshold. So I actually expected that to be worse. I mean, to be fair, mental break threshold, that going up, even a couple of percentage, is pretty bad. Okay, so you got that room all died. So Earth Rush, their favorite color is light gray. So let's go here and light gray. And get your room all dyed. So you're leading that by a pretty good percent. It does suck that this happens to be our construction mining person, so all that's just saying they're not getting done in the meantime, but no matter who it is who ends up getting injured and sick and downed, it's just gonna take a while. Yeah, so now you're just dealing with their Scaria. But you're leading that by, like, 20% almost. I'm curious when we see, like, if we'll see it go up, like, one more tick, what it will say. Because I believe, if I remember correctly, it's minor, major, and I can't remember if it's, like, critical or whatever is the last one, and then, you know, then you die. Between, like, your diseases and all that. Yeah, I don't think Scaria kills you, though. I think what happens is when it hits 100%, they go berserk. I could be wrong in that one. It just says berserk. Yeah, so I think if they hit 100% infection, they go berserk, and then you've got this person that's effectively a manhunter. Now, I believe you can still treat it after that, but for those who haven't dealt with Scaria on the animals, you can actually go to animals with Scaria and cure it. You have to knock them down. Okay, so Extreme doubles it again to 8%. So yeah, so Extreme went up to 8% on the mental break, and then Pain, I think it went to like 16%. So it is one of those things that the idea is it's just designed to try and force a mood break. Canahawk, start running, friend. No, don't go, don't, no, Canna, please. Just go out to the water. Go to sea. Alright, I want a non-killing, disabling hit. Please. Disabling hit. Don't explode it, just... Yeah. Keep running, Canahawk. Okay, you got a minor burn. That's fine. I just was worried about you being, like, ground zero when that thing went off. Yeah, and that's the big thing, is I was worried about it getting on top of you, getting a hit or two in on you, and then exploding, and potentially killing you or maiming you or whatever. A minor burn for how, you know, you were, when I say out of position, you were just in a position you couldn't really get away before something happened. out of position, which is just the way it happens. No blocks here. Blocks here. So I have told them to start crafting blocks if they got the capacity. We're gonna slowly start knocking down the giant heap of stones. And more than likely what we'll end up doing with that is I'll probably put up an art bench and just allow them to start using all that stone for their art. And we could, you know, use it to grind up art skill, trade it away, make some of these rooms that are not so impressive way more impressive. We'll also want to build the wall. I didn't check. Let's see. So we have... Nah. Without knowing what else they have to offer, that's gonna be a no. So what bricks do we have available? We have granite, slate, and sandstone. Okay. You'll need to put a torch there. Well, you don't need to. We're going to put a torch there. And we have a really large number of meals because we cook anything that's meat right away. And our animal population is very slowly growing. Okay, so Ducky, because of all that, has actually gotten time to cut down a forest in its entirety. Cool. Because you can't plant anything, the entire grow zones here are just completely submerged in water. That's fine. This time we have way more food. Don't have to worry about that too much. Alright. We've got our beer stockpile is building up. You don't have to worry about your base flooding? Nope. Because I don't know if it's because the door's there or whatever, but the water doesn't intrude at all. I think it's mostly designed to kill your crops growing along the river. I think it's the main intention of the flooding. So it's kind of like how winter kills your crops, except it happens during the summer instead. It also acts as making all of this an area you move slowly on. New lovers. Kiona Chick tried to attract Donkey Duff by joking about humanity. Donkey Duff responded well and is now Kiona Chick's lover. Cool. Yep, so they're gonna share a room now, which is helpful. We can also uninstall that bed and uninstall this bed, because that means you'll kick up to this room. And Kenhawk just became an adult, so that's good. Alright, so we get to choose... Ah, yes. The dream. Very neurotic, industrious, and they stack. The only downside here is we did not get crafting or anything else there, but I can live with that. So with that, even though they don't have a passion for it, we will probably have them go and we will probably have them go in and help out. Was medical good for making drugs? Yeah, no, I went with the combat skill though, because I want, like, I have a need for more ranged. Realistically, I'm probably going to have them, even though they don't have a passion for it, I'm going to have them craft. That does take them off of hauling, which is a bit of a bummer. But honestly, I've already got someone who's a committed person between a mix of hauling and cleaning. Because very, very neurotic industrious is someone who's just gonna get crap done. Okay, so we've got our granite. We got granite blocks. We can go here. I can't build this other wall until that settles down. But we'll start trying to get all that sorted out so we can make a defensive position along here to bottle the enemies into wading up the river so we get to shoot them the whole time they're doing it. All right. We got more than enough wood that we don't even know what to do with all the wood. That's fine. And in 8 more days, we could do another festival to try and get our neighbors to like us more. That'll be the interesting one, having the ideology room on the ship and having like weirdly like this party bus where we just travel around the map getting people to like us by having our drum show go by. Very like 30s to 70, well, probably more 50s to 70 coded. You know, just the peace love wagon. Bunch of bruises, no one's bleeding, so I don't actually care what priority you do it in. You are other doctors, so you're already on it. Now you have the Venga Bus music on your head. Yep, the hippie van, exactly. Okay, you go ahead and tend to them. And we're bringing the brewskis with us, too. Just paint, like, literally just make the spaceship look like a van. Just have it, like, be a rectangle with a slightly rounded front. Just like the corners, like, chamfered or whatever. And then, like, a dark gray, like, black just barely outside to represent the tires. And then just have, like, the beer brewing in there and the drum party and all that. Your city does have an actual party bus? Yeah. I've seen a number of places doing that kind of stuff. Like, you know, to have activities that... When I say control, I don't mean in like, a manipulative way or whatever. To make sure there's events going on for young people and all that. Because it is just one of those things you run into where a lot of times there's just not great activities for people to do around town that, you know, then people get themselves in trouble because boredom is not good. We can pretend there's a sick-ass wizard airbrushed on the side. Do a pixel art wizard somehow. Do like the, where you design a texture to put on an object where it's like the object, like, folded out. So you have, like, the top of the bus where it would actually have the vehicle in there, and then the sides would be like pixel art. We're not doing it because, unfortunately, with the ship's limited size, spending all that time on, like, pixel art side and all that would just not be viable. But I could see it. Okay. And I didn't look for the ancient danger. Most likely there isn't one that we can get at from the surface. I think someone would have gone by it by now. But you never know. Sometimes it'll be like in a weird corner that, unless you specifically have someone have a reason to go there, Yeah, it's compacted steel. I'm not worried about that. Yeah, if there's an ancient danger, I'm not seeing it. That's fine. One of the things that can happen is the ancient danger can just spawn back in here. And I've had, I think the most I've seen on the map is either 3 or 4 ancient dangers I've had on one map. And a lot of them were just tucked into the mountain. Let's see, I saw a streamer that made his ship look like Dragonfly. It was super cool. Oh yeah, there's a lot of fun that you can do with the ships. Alright, I need to use the restroom real fast. I'm going to do that, and I'll be back here in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. Individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Because this is legit a place that always makes me nervous. And I was looking at chat for a second, and the noise played, and I thought I had just gotten got. It's very rare that I actually get caught by that, and that was, like, I'm not afraid to admit when I do get legitimately caught. Well played. That's fine. Solving the problem, chat. Solving the problem. What is this magic? We're just delivering a truck that drives really badly. Alright, and we are back. Okay. Now is purple? What? I'm not purple. Game music, there you go. I know we were just talking about sick party vans and wizards on the side, but... yeah, I mean, you know. Yeah, I will say, that seasonal flood, that actually lasts a good while. It says a couple of days, and it probably is only like 4 days, maybe. But when you have 4 days that you can't do any of this, you don't really want... You look purple right now? You look purple on your right side. Oh, like when I'm facing this way? That could be like my lighting's not good. That could be potential. I genuinely think this shirt, as yellow as it is screwing with the green screen. Like, I think genuinely the chroma key is just grabbing its hair and just ripping it out, trying to deal with that yellow. Genuinely, I debated during the break of changing my shirt, because I'm not a vain person, but I feel like, while this shirt looks fine in person, on camera it is a very unflattering shirt. Like, the seams in it really stand out. And so it makes it look extra baggy. And it's not a tight-fitting shirt or anything, but it's nowhere near as baggy as the camera's making it look. Camera is making it look pretty rough. Alright. We still don't have the art bench built, so let's get that made. Because that'll be something we can use those bricks on. And everyone's, except, Ducky here has themselves a cape. I don't... Oh no, you have a cape. You're just a thin body, so it looks like it's just a seam. Yep, so we all have our capes and our bowler hats. Maxim here is still wearing their tribal outfit, which is a bit curious, but that's fine. It does amuse me that we've got this vac suit helmet we're running around in. I've actually been tempted to not let them wear it. What's the defense it gives you? I mean, it gives a lot of defense. For a melee pawn, I think it's still worth doing. I was actually tempted to like have them hold on to it until we need it, but honestly, we're probably not going to do a lot of space stuff until we reach the point that we can either trade to get a bunch of vac suits or just make them ourselves. What I am going to actually do is avoid having a baby right now. If they do, they do. Let's try to do our best to avoid having it. Not to the point of like medical intervention. But I want them to focus on continuing to work on the colony and continuing to do that. I'm a little worried that if I just let them have a bunch of kids, we'll get into that weird situation where I finally can start working on the ship, but then I've got 20 colonists or something. That's an exaggeration, like 12 colonists. And going, there's no way this tiny little ship can handle it. So you can build the ship without the Odyssey start? Yes. So there's a quest here that shows up after about 6-7 days that says Mechanoid Signal. That says you've detected the signal of the Mechanoid ship in orbit. The ship has malfunctioned and is slowly losing altitude. By falsely responding the signal, you can make it crash land nearby, giving you salvage. And then you can get that GravTech engine and build the ship around it. It also gives you a bunch of Gravlight panels and everything. So you basically get enough to make a small ship to start with. But the catch is you have to have it crash. And then once you do that, you'll be able to research basic GravTech. And then once you do that, you can build your engines and all that. But that's locked behind electricity. So it's early game, but we are playing with extremely penalized research speed and random research. So it's only going to go so fast. All right, so bills. We'll actually wait to make the sculptures for just a minute. I'm waiting for that water to go down, so that once the water goes down, we can start replacing this. I am seeing most of our brick is getting to be sandstone, so I'm just going to plan for it to be sandstone. And rather than tear down that wall and then put up another one, I'm just going to slap a sandstone layer on the outside there. So that way the enemy can't burn it. And then when that's done, I can tear down the old wall. They took mushrooms, did not know what it was. It was jerky a friend made. You're seeing blue in colors after that. So trippy. Oh, that's scary. Unknowingly imbibing in something hallucinogenic sounds like a way to have a really bad time. But yeah, so basically, once we get... The plan for dealing with the ship is once we start researching electricity, not even when we finish it, when we start researching it, I'm going to crash the ship, we're going to inspect the grav core and all that, and we're going to pull all that stuff up, and we're going to put it in our storage room. I might even low-key deliberately shove it in a wall and close it off so no one can tantrum or steal it or whatever, because it's... My understanding is if you lose the grav engine, you will get another chance after 2 in-game years. That's a long time. And I haven't tested and all that. That person wouldn't be your friend anymore. I mean, obviously it depends on the circumstances. Yeah, no, if someone gave me drugs without telling me what it is, I would agree that that's the end of a friendship. You don't just surprise people with that kind of stuff. There's a lot of things that can go wrong with that. At the same time, if my friend assumed I knew what it was and there was a miscommunication there would be a discussion, but that wouldn't necessarily be like the end of a friendship. They'd be like, hey man, next time before you give someone drugs, like, maybe verify they know what they're getting into. The dreams you got after your heart attack was very, very weird. And it's not an experience you want to have again. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it's like, that's like talk about like bad trips, good trips, that kind of thing. I don't know for myself personally, because that's just not something I'm interested in or have used or whatever. But yeah. Also grounds to file police report. You're not wrong. Like, very, very generally, you're not wrong. If you are being subjected to drugs without consent, you know, there's a lot of things that could be not good about that. You know, that's not tee-hee, I pulled a prank on my bud. That's, hey, I could have a medical thing that could be set off by this. Hey, I can't make informed consenting decisions while this is going on. Like, there's a lot of things not okay with that. Again, one thing, if it's a miscommunication. Crap happens. But like, if someone pulls that kind of prank, like, I'm not a big prank person in the first place. I'm just not a fan of pranks as approach. Like, there's innocent fun pranks, but the thing I find most of the time with people who pull pranks is it almost always escalates to the point where you're no longer in a friendly kind of place. You know, it's the pranks start to get to the point of like pushing just utterly malicious. And that's because everyone always feels like, oh, got me on that one, I gotta one-up him. It just gets out of hand. But yeah, then there's some things that people call a prank, like, nah man, that's not a prank. Drugging someone is not a prank. Yeah, there are limits, exactly. And that's kind of my issue with a lot of like the pranking kind of culture is quite often like limits are not only not respected, they're blown right past any reasonable limit eventually. And that's not everyone does it, but it's one of the reasons I tend to be pretty reserved on individuals like doing like the whole pranking kind of stuff. Because in my experience, that's where you end up getting to, just a matter of time. Because even pranks that seem very benign on the surface, can end up being bad. Like, something is like, oh, we're gonna splash them with water. And then you realize the person, like, you know, the person is dealing with, a feeding tube or something like that, or something, you know, they don't want to talk about because it's sensitive. And then you splash them with water, and it's getting into this feeding tube area, and they get an infection, and now it's dangerous for them. Or, you know, they've got some not waterproof electronic on them that you've just splashed it and ruined it. And yeah, and that's something as benign as water. But that's, again, why I'm not huge on pranks. Now, obviously, if you know the person really well, you've gotten a feel for what's okay and not okay, and yada yada, that's cool, but I don't know. It's never been one of the things I've liked, enjoyed, personally been in support of, whatever. Okay, so we got the burning apparel out there. 3 more days until we can do our festival again. We are slowly knocking down the heap of bricks, which has just become Earth Rush's life now. What do? You cut brick. What else do you do? There isn't a second part. Are you, like, not waking up? Why is there nothing planted? Oh, we disabled allow sowing. Okay, that's on me. When it started to flood, I told him to stop sowing so I wouldn't plant crops that were just gonna immediately die. That's my fault. Like, we got plenty of food. I was just sitting there kind of scratching my head, being like, you should get some stuff in the ground. Like, we're good on food now, and I'd like to stay there. So you don't cook now? You do cook. It's just, you don't need to cook right now. There's not been much need immediately. But in the meantime, we're just building ourselves a defensive position. And unfortunately, I can't put the better barricades on there. So normally I'd want to have the walls of the cover and all that. Just with the way this is going to be kind of shaped, I'm going to leave it kind of open. So you'll get, what is it, 50% cover bonus? 55% cover bonus. Which is, like, the wall itself is 75, that's 55. But from the barricade, you have this entire arc you can shoot at. From the wall, it gets a little bit less to this side. So we're just going to try and take advantage of that. And so for right now, we're not going to overcomplicate. I'm literally just going to wall it off that way. And that'll just be an opening that people could feed themselves into. I would take it up this way too, but then I gotta make wood wall in the end there, and I just don't want to deal with that. So that brings us to this side. We'll go down here, sandstone, 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 door, door, cancel, sandstone, sandstone, and it'll be kind of the same thing here of, we'll just have a regular barricade. It's not going to be nearly as good. There'll be very limited number of people who can use it, but same difference. Oh, for these, for this one, we're also going to want to go to, structure. Put a bridge back here, too. And here. So I can have them cross wherever they need to cross really fast to get in position. And then you got that one in place. So I want you to deconstruct the wood part of that, because it serves no purpose now, and now it's 2 doors to go through instead of 1. Let me go ahead and tell them to lock that door open. So before they take it apart, they just work on that. And that does mean they're not going to make much progress back here for a little bit as they're building all that, but that's fine. Since we had one group pair off, everyone's got themselves bedrooms, so at least it's not getting too bad. Bills, statue, do forever. Okay, but you need artistic 4 for that. Make large statue, do forever. I'm fully expecting them to build it, and then for me to keep taking it apart again, unless it's a really, really good result. Partially as a way to just delete the materials, and also partially as just, you know, trying to get some good statues. We'll end up trading away a lot of them as they happen. But that should get rid of a lot of these bricks, because I don't think I'm going to go through and replace all the ground here with the nice fancy bricks. It's going to be way too much effort for a place that we're ultimately just going to leave. Okay. Plus, we have way too much of this map covered. Because part of the reason with having this map covered this much being a problem is this is a big enough area we could have like a mech cluster land in here, probably there, definitely back here, that kind of thing. There's, you know, just so much room. The odds are still probably in favor of lands out here or down there. Maybe up here. I do think before we go, we will destroy the ancient Exostrider to trigger where we would have be able to get the Mechanator thing. I figure maybe we will do a little bit of Mechanator stuff. I'm not gonna go like too hard into it, but we can see what ends up happening with that, with the different mechs we can have show up. And then you are our artist here. Okay, let's make these 4. 3. 3. That'll be fine, I think. 3 as well. Let's see, getting a couple of hauler planter mechs seems like it'd be good for a ship. Yeah, no, I generally think having a cleaning bot, a hauling bot or 2, and a and the agribot honestly would be really good for the ship. That gives you an idea how much you get slowed by the river. That it was more time effective for the llama to go out and around than cross. You love the Roombas? Yep. But yeah, if I can get like a couple of hauling and couple of cleaning ones in there, that wouldn't be bad. But yeah, I don't plan on doing like the whole thing, like having the whole army of like medical and all that stuff. We can see about how far I want to take it. But I want to keep it mostly the colonists doing the work with some maybe light mech support. Okay, we got drug production. Fishing is next. I can live with that. So production. We will go ahead and make a drug lab. You typically stick with tier 1. Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of the more advanced tier, like if you're doing a proper Mechanator run, you end up needing to do it. But I've mentioned this before, I don't like going heavy into the mechs because to me, a lot of what makes RimWorld interesting is the interactions you have with your people. You know, people getting into relationships, getting into fights, getting divorced, throwing mood fits, all this stuff. Well, it can make them aggravating. It is what kind of adds spice to the game. And then the mechs kind of skip all of that. That the mechs, you know, they do their job, their battery gets low, and they go home. Occasionally you get pollution, you gotta deal with it. We could go out of our way to, oh, where are you? I mean, not out of our way, we can't control our research. If we happen to get, there is the incinerator thing. Man, it's been so long. Yeah, because it's way out here, isn't it? Are you behind something else that I'm forgetting? Ah, waste pack atomizer. Yeah, so if we do the waste pack atomizer, you think, alright, so you want to send 10 boom rats at me, and you're willing to give me the smoke pop psych thing. I don't care about that. A masterwork bow and a legendary steel gladius, as well as some plasteel. We can consider that. Exotic good trader. Accept it right now. Schedule. Everyone back into the home zone. Let's actually make ourselves a new zone real fast. So zone. Waste pack atomizer. Yeah. Manage. New. Indoors. Okay. Expand. I'm gonna schedule everyone to go indoors right now. Because the boom rats are gonna show up in 4 hours. And it was like, oh man, this is gonna be a little bit hard, a little spicy for you. Luckily, we trust you can do this. And my response is, I have friends. Friends I trust who can do this, so I don't have to. I'm gonna go ahead and... Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm gonna try and trade real fast. Okay, so take the seed, I don't need it. We are already working on that. Oh, so we can get Wake Up from a book. We already have a bow making book. We can get melee and intelligence. That's just rec. I'll go ahead and grab that so that could be a research that's slowly happening without penalty. You can have my poor quality statue. You're welcome. And while the TVs and all that are good, I don't have the means of working with all that. We don't really need the other stuff. So schedule, momentarily unrestrict you go haul that. And then haul this. Okay, and then re-restrict you. So the boom rats should be arriving pretty much any time now. It's only supposed to be... There they are. Hey, guests. Don't worry about it. I didn't do anything you need to worry about. Because the added bonus is some of them might go down, which means dropping me some guns and food and other goodies. And if any of them go down and don't die, I can rescue them and potentially get some reputation because I am a good friend who helps out my neighbors. Alright, so unrestrict everyone. Oh no, Maker here got hurt. We should help them. Do I actually have a bed for you to lay in? I don't, do I? That is kind of on me. Okay, let's try it again. Oh no, they're in trouble. We should save them. We'll go ahead and haul that. You don't haul at all. Go ahead and bring me this. Go ahead and... just don't worry about those meals. You're not worth stripping, are you? No, it's all tainted. Are you gonna save this person or just let them bleed? Hey Anna, do you want to stand right there while these blow up in your face real quick? Okay. That's why I always say Rual Storge is so altruistic. I know, right? I came in their time of need. They needed me most. They got attacked by the little boom rats, which then exploded in their face. The marriage is on between Donkey Duff and Kiona Chick. Nice. And the pods have arrived with a legendary Gladius. Gonna go ahead and equip that now. And then a Masterwork Great Bow. Go ahead and grab that right now. And we did snag 2 guns, so we could replace our starting bows with those guns. So we get a, was it a Masterwork? How good was that recurve bow? No, I think that wasn't the Masterwork. I think that was a previous run we had the Masterwork. Yeah, no, it's just a good bow. That's fine. But the point is we got some measurable upgrades. We have demonstrated that we are wonderful neighbors to our maybe allies and all that good stuff. That we are more than happy to jump in at the time of need to save them. It's all in all good stuff. Definitely everything was on the up and up with the whole exchange. We did get the drug lab. We're probably not going to do anything on it now because I'm not growing stuff for Smokeleaf. I tend not to try and keep Smokeleaf around. I do find Smokeleaf to be one of the more aggravating drugs to deal with. I will grow it in this case, but it's going to be pretty low priority. For those who don't know why, in my mind, Smokeleaf is a very subtly harmful drug. In just that, when you take it, it impacts your consciousness. I've had pawns who are in bad shape decide they want to try and, like, work on their mood or whatever, take a hit of Smokeleaf, and then die because their consciousness got too low. So I'm very not Team Smokeleaf. This is stone, I don't need to go that far out. So that way they can repair those walls. can clean all this up. Get the walls in there. Get that sorted out. And same here. With what we're doing now, I don't need to include all that anymore. Just the stone part. So I'll keep from cleaning stuff we don't care about. For right here, I'm going to go ahead and keep that at least part of the zone. I don't really want to keep much of it as part of the zone. It's fine. We'll leave it just the wall itself. It's wood, so it'll probably get destroyed doing that if it catches fire in that area, but... I don't want them cleaning that area just because. Okay. We're getting those defenses up. Maker here is gonna be a little while till they're fully healed. That's fine. But then most likely I'll get 15 reputation for rescuing them. Alright, meanwhile, we just rescued people. Let's have ourselves a little party. Celebrate our heroic rescue. And how thoughtful and considerate we were. An added bonus, we did such a good job, our neighbors like us more. We have successfully invented propaganda. So we certainly haven't gotten our research anywhere, but we are definitely very knowledgeable in the propaganda department. That we have taken a situation, we have spun the story entirely to our benefit. The Ministry of Truth would like to thank you for your contributions. Normal sculpture? Honestly, nah, we're not even gonna keep sculptures. It is a different style sculpture though. Maybe it's because I don't do this one too often. We're gonna go ahead and destroy that sculpture though. I want just I just want statues. But the problem is I need Kanahawk to first stop being bad at art. You're gonna get there though. We all start bad until we get good. So through meticulous practice, you're gonna get there. That doesn't give you... I never did check. I'm pretty sure that dyeing the floors and all that doesn't give you art skill, but let's check. So you're at 3,125 and you're gonna go dye those floors. Let's see if it does give you any. I imagine if it does, it's probably trivial. No, actually, it's not much. But apparently you do actually get art skill by dyeing the floor and walls. That's cool. Yeah, and then we'll get fishing, and so our fishing spot's going to be right here at the door. And then we'll have everyone here able to fish if they're not busy with something else. Right now with our priorities, I suspect they're not going to do hardly any fishing. But I could see deliberately bumping the priority so that they'll fish whenever it's available, just because you can find some really good stuff fishing, like books and all that. And books can potentially mean knowledge and technology. So, you know, I want those things. Cache of goods, that's Glitter World. I mean, that's fine. Let's start clearing all this stuff, because I'm not going to go raid those. We're not going to go hit that encampment. These don't expire, so we can just leave those there. Oh, you're not my main researcher, are you? What? Oh, you're at the tailoring bench. My brain was putting Earthrush here instead of up here. And I'm just going, wait, you're not supposed to do that. What are you doing? Cool, so we're getting this all sealed up. I just remembered one thing we'll probably need to do. No, they'll cross barricades. I'm pretty sure they'll cross barricades for pathing. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's whatever. And I do see we actually got some mining down here by the uranium, which is interesting. We got cargo pods full of drugs. I see how it is, Cassie. We got a large good statue. And how close are you to... Okay, so you are at art level 4. So you can go ahead and cancel the large statue. Go here, delete that. Because now Canahawk is going to only be making proper statues of everyone. Cassie was like, come on, first hit is free. I 100% would expect that to be the exact kind of nonsense Cassie would do. It's like, come on, man. All the cool kids are doing it. Don't you want to be cool? We're going to make, like, the Hall of Heroes, where I'm going to try and get one statue of every person that we have in our colony and just put it in here. Yep, and we got ourselves some more reputation for that person we rescued from the Great Boom Rat herd. A truly heroic moment that should be remembered by all who have met us. It is how we introduce ourselves to our neighbors. We're like, hi, by the way, we're not a cult. Heroes of the Great Boom Rat herd. Alright, we're pretty close to getting our fishing knocked out, and that'll be good. Actually, with the drums and everything, I could see putting the statues in with the drums. Let's do that instead so I don't have to mine another room. So yeah, basically, each time we get a new statue of one of our pawns, we are going to put it in here. Because worst case, I could just expand this room to make room to allow it to happen. But yeah, so you can go ahead and put, like, you know, put our melee pawns, just, like, literally line them up. Come and meet the boom rats at our petting zoo. We let you get close. Yep. We don't allow any fire-resistant body armor. It scares them. Don't worry about it. It's relatively safe. I kind of want to prioritize the statues to be made out of slate so that they're consistent. What I could do with that is I can make statue, do forever, clear this one and tell this one to just use slate, and then prioritize it over the other one. Yeah, you'll keep doing the one you're on. And then you can do the other ones after that. Because it'll also be fun to move on to the ship once we're ready there, because we'll make our ideology room in there for the ship. But it does sound like it'd be fun to have the ideology room have, again, like, a hall of heroes, whatever. And go juice production. Alright, we could get electricity, but hear me out. Have you ever considered drugs? Alright, meanwhile, it is one of these times where we say plant cut 1 on everyone. Get to work. The cotton has blight. The others will be up soon to help. Because we're fine on food. Like, I'm not super worried about food. It's mostly just so we can keep things growing. One thing I could do to help with the art situation. So stockpile, go here, storage, clear all, critical. Art, only if it's at least good quality. We could copy that and go zone. Paste. Excellent quality. You'll say Masterwork or Legendary, go up here. Good and excellent go down there. And anything below normal or below goes here. So basically, when it comes to our actual statues, we can go in here and we can start trying to ensure we get just good, like just the good stuff. None of these subpar statues going on. All right, so we got our first statue. So this first statue is a good statue of Earthrush Cody. So I'm gonna go ahead and put you in this room. This is the poor one for right now, but we got Duck Diana. And I'll want to replace those later. Fair Ritual. So we can begin the Fair Ritual, which is a Sky Lantern party. It gives us, I want to say it gives us our psychic power back, which we don't have any psychic powers. But we'll do that just again for mood bonuses. I've got wood coming out my ears. It'll give us points for ideology. It's fine. Sometimes you have a good enough result, neighbors will show up to give you a gift. Unforgettable. Neat. And we get a war merchant. Oh, you made that a steel hay. Let's talk here real fast. Statues. Do not make them out of steel. Do not make them out of wood. Those are materials I want for other purposes. Like the one's fine, but we definitely don't want to burn up our steel on that. Okay, so take my Equa, take my short bows, take the Pila, take the mildly worn hat. Take the poor quality face mask. Actually, go ahead and take all of those statues. And have yourself a nice day there, friend. Secret structure for raiding. Cool. Alright. I can get that stretching here real fast. Because it's part of what we're doing is just effectively deleting bricks, making it into money. That kind of things. Oh, good. They sent me a skull. Thanks, man. Oh, I'm sorry. I misread that. They sent me 51 skulls. Thanks. How very neighborly of you. Let's go here and go storage skull. Please don't take skulls. It's such a friendly gesture. Did it tell me where they came from? Or was it just like literally, it's just a drop pod? We are being attacked immediately. A pigman. They are rolling in with knives. And we can just go to schedule, indoors, and let this sort itself out. Oh, I see the Blake got away. It's actually a lot of pigmen just be... Well, that's weird. This wasn't showing us having all his weapons before. Oh, the tribals might actually have a problem with this. It's okay. I can come help them in a little bit. They're not doing great. Their numbers are getting thinned pretty fast. Okay. Oh no, you're in trouble. I can save you. I charge extras on all days of the week. Don't worry about it. Okay, so fortunately, we have someone that we can rescue to demonstrate our continued heroism in these trying times. So let's go ahead and rescue you real fast. And watch to see if any of the others get downed by blood loss. Strip that one, they've got a backpack. And use their own medicine. Yep. And meanwhile, go storage. Do not allow tainted. Do not allow rotten. You did treat this person, right? Oh, get up there, Earth. Okay, you're already on it. You're on it. Okay, that's fine. Hurry, fill up all the holes in them. Okay, so now we got that done. So you can go here and say... There you go. Y'all good? Cool. Alright, we got a statue of Canahawk to add on to the place. Oh, did I accidentally get rid of the other one? It's fine, whatever. We're gonna keep making statues anyway, so I'm not too worried about if we accidentally sell some that I meant to keep. Because like I said, we're gonna go ahead and try and get everyone to have their very own statue. And just memes it up with it. Alright. We have a lot of silver. I also have a giant mountain of beer that I need someone to buy. Right. Do we still have a dedicated hauler? Yeah, so it's still Donkey Duff as our dedicated cleaning and hauling person. It's just, again, we're spending a lot of time just running around, putting wood into everything because of all of the torches, all of that stuff. It's just going to keep getting worse until we get over to electricity or I start letting things like lights just die out. That was what? Donkey Duff? Okay, you're getting you out of here. Now we got ourselves a free fire foam pack. Because hold that in, because that'll be a useful tool for when we go to fight impids. Just have one of our people in our main group just have that. The moment the impids breathe fire, we just pop the thing to keep everyone from being too hurt. Okay, make sure our home zones are all fine. Yep. Oh, actually, no home zone there. I don't care about that's messy. Okay, so you have replaced, you've given us another statue of Canahawk. So we're going to go ahead and reinstall this statue of Canahawk. Put that in our break room to make it a little nicer. We'll put our best statues in our ideology room. Is that Blight at the bottom of the river? No. I've got a bunch of hops here, and otherwise it looks fine. Yeah, the Blight skipped from here, got to that side, now we cleaned this up. Oh, the dye? Yeah. I could also see painting the statues everyone's favorite color. Oh, speaking of which, we are ready to dye the next room. Your favorite color is black. Cool, man. Do you also yell, "I am the knight"? Yep. No, it's, Okay, so we got another raid that's attacking immediately. 5 people. Are those impids we were just talking about? It is the impids I was just talking about that when they attack, we want to be ready with something to deal with the fire. So, that's honestly convenient to a suspicious level, but you know, maybe sometimes things are just convenient to a suspicious level. That's also convenient to a suspicious level where 2 of the impids have gone to a social fight. And they didn't knock each other down, but they did rough each other up. Okay, let's go ahead and shift over here. Denying them room to shoot at us. So that they have to wade into the defensive position. And maybe it didn't work. Nah, we had twice in a row that I put in a good couple of hours to get the run off the ground. Only to have mom die to the RNG where they could just die during childbirth. And so it kind of was like, you know what? That's just annoying. Yeah, you're too far away from me to chase. That's fine. So you go grab that spear. It'll be better than your Equa. And the rest of you, I'm not too worried about. So rather than continuing to engage in a run that we just can RNG lose the entire run with no counterplay, I was like, yeah, we'll just do a run where we absolutely nerf research into the ground and then make it randomized. And then build up from there. We did look at settings and possibilities for making Adam and Eve work later. But yeah. It's funny, though, because I have done the Adam and Eve run in the past, and I've had it work fine up to the point of getting into, like, 20-something pawns. without losing Colony Mom at any point. Because the odds of us losing Colony Mom by Child 3 was only like 4% or less. It was not high. But for it to happen back to back, it was like, alright, come on, game. Okay, next bedroom is... We'll go ahead and do the ones with only one person first. Ducky Deanna. So you have... The favorite color is orange. Of which what RimWorld is calling orange, I am highly suspicious of. Pastel Yor. Yeah, because this... Looking at our colors here, that I agree is orange. That looks orange to me. But if we look at what it looks on here, that looks slightly dark yellow. Undergrounder, quick sleeper, body modder, psychically dull, incapable of skilled labor or hauling. You had me on the first half. You lost me on the second half. Do we already have someone in here? Normally I'd go and grab them to... You know, I'd grab them real fast to, patch them up and send them on their way just because we can. But my extra room already has a medical bed in it. I'd have to move someone around to make it into a prison and all that, and it's just meh. Runs like that, you definitely accept will turn off the death like that. Yeah, no, the problem is, the workaround we can do is there's a thing that guarantees you successfully have the kid so far as, like, you can't miscarry, you can't, mom can't die, baby can't be sick, none of that. But there's not, like, individual toggles. It's either you just guarantee it goes fine, or all negatives are possible. So that's what I'd have to do. And I think that's acceptable, in all honesty, for the run. It's just, it's a bit more than I want. I would rather it just takes the possible instant death off of the list, and everything else is fine. But it's whatever. I'll probably mess with it off stream. Maybe I'll make that into a YouTube series. That way I can kill a bunch of the downtime. Oh yeah, no, I mentioned this earlier too. I do agree for that challenge run. It makes sense to toggle that. Just because otherwise, no matter how far we get into the run and how well it's going, there's just a chance after an amount of time you just instantly lose. Okay, no one could tame them, that's fine. Yeah, run any because yes, no RNG is annoying. Yep. This is why you have a harem to start. It's not really what we're going for. That's a different challenge run. It's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Eve and Ava and Mary. It's the version of Adam from Has-Been Hotel. Okay, we can go here and go structure, sandstone. I'm going to go ahead and put stone doors for the path here. Because then we can latch those open, and then if things go sideways, we can have them close behind us and their thing. You know, easier to handle and all that. Okay, so you should be getting out of here relatively soon. Also, please go get that medicine. There's no reason to leave that much good medicine outside. Poorer quality statue. Oh, okay, so that's Kiona Chick. That's Diana. That's also Kiona Chick. Alright, so reinstall this version of Kiona Chick. I was reading the artist, not... What it is. And this is a poor quality statue, so destroy it and never speak of it again. I was looking at the artist name, not the subject name. Cool, and you're out of here, so destroy that. And that should be another hit of reputation we get as a good hit. So that'll be lovely. Everyone can be our friend. Meanwhile, is there someone I want to prioritize having them... You could be fishing 3. I don't know if you ever actually get to doing that. Did you bite Canahawk in the eye? Dude, not cool. Hey, Infinity Simplex, how's it going? Bit him in the eye. I mean, it's also just impressive from a mechanic standpoint. Like, how do you get close enough to someone's eye to manage to bite them in the eye? I've been doing pretty good. Just chilling, having a relaxed stream today and all that good stuff. And making all of the beer ever. And slowly building up the alpaca population. Oh good, you're still alive? You are. You did just get into a social fight, so that was not cool, but you know. It is what it is. Alright. So we've got those. We'll need the Neil pillows. If we start seeing some fabric building up, I'll start getting some Neil pillows put into place. So yeah, that's the poor quality statue for you to destroy. We only want the good stuff. You wish you could save up 800 gold? Who doesn't want a solid gold double door for their throne room? Oh man, what was the run? There was like a dwarf run we were doing in the past that, you know, we had such a ridiculously defendable position. I actually started making the throne room entirely out of gold. I think we had a jade throne, gold doors, and we had like storage for our silver and gold in the side rooms that we had gold doors for that. Eventually that run fell because we were just maxing out our wealth. But yeah, I remember memeing that one hard. Gold doors are so terrible. Their durability is absolutely awful. But it was definitely fun for the memes and all that. How's it going, Leafy Pew? It's good to have you. Alright. Steel's fine. You're actually getting that uranium back here. And the opening time for the gold doors. Yeah, and it's a pity because you don't want to leave it open. That's just you gotta have to look at the door. If you don't get to at least look at your amazing door, what's even the point? Have you ever played Dwarf Fortress? Yeah, no, it's just not for me. I don't enjoy it. I enjoy the idea of Dwarf Fortress, but even with the UI that they've redone that is not ASCII and all that. Like, the graphics are fine, but the obtuseness of the UI, to me, was just a deal breaker. I've said to my kind of stance is that, to me, Dwarf Fortress is an amazing game held hostage by its terrible UI. I would love for them to hire a UI person to just, you know, reorganize, clean up, do all that stuff. Because I've seen a number of times where people are like, oh, it's a complicated game, you want to simplify. It's like, no. I want it so when it goes, hey, you need a manager for this, I can click on that and it takes me to the correct screen. And that what's buried under what makes sense. And don't get me wrong, RimWorld's not innocent. RimWorld has its own problems, but it's just leagues different. Like, one of the ones I would say is a big problem is, where's the medical policy? Where do you find the medical policy? I don't know. Oh, it's hidden under clicking on this. So it's just one of those things that finding that is a whole thing. The fact that I could change my work schedule by using, like, hold shift, left click, right click. You can mouse over it and it tells you, but that's still hidden from sight. So it can be a little hard to navigate that because it's kind of one of those things that there's not really an intuitive way to learn it. You just kind of have to know it. Or have someone tell you. And RimWorld does have a lot of that problem. So RimWorld is definitely not innocent here. But for the RimWorld issues versus what I ran into with Dwarf Fortress, it was leagues rougher. Okay, so this is good. You take my poor quality statue. I'll take your shield belts. You can take the weapons I don't want and my beer. And that still leaves us with a bunch of money. I can make a Zeus hammer happen. So we're gonna make the Zeus hammer happen. And can I make that happen? Nah, that's actually pushing our limit. Okay, so that's good news. So now we need to go to our apparel, manage. But yeah, so it's like all this stuff in RimWorld. It's fine that this exists, but they do need to not bury it quite as much. So new. So I got the anything. This is the melee policy. Okay, so you, utility, no shield belts on the anything. Melee. I want you to only bring smoke pop, shield belts, jump packs, and that. And so now I can go to you two, and you are melee, and you are melee. And I guess you will take this. And you haul that back. And you'll haul this back. Let's see. You avoid Dwarf Fortress for similar reasons. Yeah, that's fair. Dwarf Fortress UI is a little rough. You wish they let you set the default clothing setups over multiple games? Yeah. Well, that is one thing I would like to see. Is I would like to see RimWorld that I can go in here and say, here's my apparel policies, and they're just set, and I can carry that between all my games. Here's my food policies, because honestly, I don't use cannibal, I don't use carnivore, I don't use fine, I don't use insect. Why would I ever do nothing? Paste, whatever. I don't use rough. I don't use simple. I don't use vegetarian. What I'll usually do is I'll take my lavish, I'll customize it for whatever I'm doing on my current colony, and I might have 2 or 3 versions of that. And I get the idea is you can have the vegetarian if you're doing one run or whatever, and I think it's good that those exist. But I wish I could go in and not at the beginning of every single run go, alright, lavish, go here, don't allow corpses. Like that whole thing, don't let them eat the baby food, because why would they ever freaking want to eat the baby food? I want to be able to manually have your drug policy just configured. So it's like you have your starting thing. And there's mods to do it, but I don't see mods as a reasonable excuse for stuff like that in the game. Like, mods are the band-aid for the problem. Unless you're doing, like, very atypical stuff, then, yeah, mods. To be fair, in the early days, both games, you had to know someone to even know how the game existed. Meaning you had someone to show you the ropes. This is true. And like I said, while RimWorld definitely has its rough edges, certainly, like even to this day, I will say they've done really good with the last 2 DLC when they dropped, about bringing in tons of quality of life and cleaning up UI. There's still lots of not great edge cases and all that. Like, you know, again, I pointed out in this stuff, you got multiple ways to get to the changing the default here, but there's just not an obvious way here. There's an issue where when someone will get injured, sometimes it won't mark that they need medical attention even while they're bleeding, if they're laying down in a medical bed. And again, that's with them actively bleeding. I don't know why. It's not consistent from my experience. And in my mind, any single time someone is injured and is going to die if they don't get bandaged, it should always say needs medical attention. But there's lots of little things like that with inconsistent UI or stuff like to get the information you've got to drill in and all that. But for the layers that RimWorld has, Dwarf Fortress has a greater depth of complexity, and it lets you micro a lot more things, which is a good thing in my book. But a lot of times, it's very unintuitive. That you're like, I'm looking for this. Well, is it here? Is it there? 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 And you go through all of them and they don't find it, and you go, okay, well, what about, is it here? You know, going through the individual things. Oh, I have to go to this character, I have to go to their bio, or go to their social, I have to click on this. Because, like, here's another example of bad things in RimWorld. If you don't know you gotta click on that to find your ideology information, that's a whole pain. There's nothing here until you put your mouse over that makes it imply that that's a thing that does anything. So it is a problem the game does have, that there's a lot of stuff buried in stuff that until you know what you're going to get on clicking into it, it's just you got to click on everything and just remember where stuff is. It's a rough game to get into. But again, my attempt to play Dwarf Fortress, like, there's always a new game frustration. That's a normal thing that happens, where you're trying to do stuff in the game and you got to figure it out. But I found Dwarf Fortress to be in its kind of its own league of I'm actively having a bad time. Versus, and like, for the record, I think RimWorld would also benefit from having someone who specializes in user interfaces to just clean it up and get all that stuff sorted. The light bulb in the lower right corner will take you to ideology. Yeah. That's good. Was that there at the beginning? Because that's also another thing. You know what this iconography means to me? This iconography means jack crap. Because all these have the written words here, and then these ones have symbols. And the history, fair enough, a book. I can live with that. That vaguely looks like some type of Capitol building. Fair enough. Factions. Ideology of the light bulb being idea is not... That's not what ideology is. But you get the idea. And for the record, this is me speaking as someone who absolutely loves and adores this game. But it has been there since ideology came out. Yeah. But it is, and honestly, that one's better. That one's better than this whole drill in. But yeah, or like, I remember before we knew about auto slaughter, before that was an option. Managing areas gets to a whole complexity. There's just a lot there. And there's some behavior that's inconsistent, like sometimes things being able to do stuff through corners and not. Like, if I try and smooth this tile out, that tile got smooth, but we had one over here that I couldn't smooth. Because this is rough rock, it won't let me smooth that tile. But if I then smooth these tiles, it will, and weird stuff like that. Okay, meanwhile, I can go here. We got dark purple. That's a deep purple. And this is one thing that shouldn't annoy me as much as it does. I actually do get really annoyed with the fact. So that's dark purple as a color option. But when it comes to painting our rooms, there isn't a dark purple. That's not an option. I got deep purple, but I don't have dark purple. And it's just a weird choice to have the palettes between those not match. Or like we pointed out with, it was them. This says that's the color orange. That's like tan, like leather tan. Meanwhile, we go here to paint floor, and that's the color orange, which is properly orange. That's like a proper orange. I don't understand why those are inconsistent. It's just lots of weird stuff like that. But yeah, And it's the thing. Any game with any complexity, you're gonna have some learning. Like Oxygen Not Included has a lot of stuff. I do feel like from the UI perspective, Oxygen Not Included of the 3 games does the best in like helping a player navigate stuff. It also does the best so far as like being like, hey, buddy, just so you know, you don't have enough oxygen generation. And RimWorld does do the thing where you're like low food and all that. I can't speak for Dwarf Fortress on that one. Alright, Dry Thunderstorm. Go ahead and do that. But yeah, there's always room for improvement. Like, it's one thing when a game releases and it doesn't get updated. And you're like, okay, well, this is what the game is. But considering RimWorld's been updated for over 10 years, and so has Dwarf Fortress, some of those pain points still being out there, you're like, please, man, just hire someone. It's like, I get it. My understanding is the developers behind Dwarf Fortress have come out being like, yeah, UI is very difficult for us. We don't know it as well, but we want to, you know, keep this work in-house. Like, okay, so hire someone in-house. Or if you don't want to do that, fair enough. Then you need to sit down and learn it. Otherwise, hire someone in-house. Oh, right, there's 2 of you. So you have Olive and Dark Sapphire as the colors they want to paint the room. We'll have the Olive be a little ring. And Dark Sapphire. I'm gonna guess it's another color we don't actually have. We do not. And this wasn't meant to go on a tirade on all that stuff. It's just, it's a thing I find frustrating personally. It's a hard problem to deal with. Like, don't get me wrong, as a software developer myself, not game dev, but our stuff, UI is one of the hardest parts. Because you can sit down and look at a UI and be like, alright, I think I got this figured out, this will be perfect, you know, everything's clear, and then you hand it to the user, and you just watch them absolutely not do well with your UI at all, and it can be very frustrating. But that's kind of your user testing, is where you have people do that, and you just kind of watch a recording of them and go, oh, I need to do this? Oh, you want me to haul this rock from here down there? Okay, well, how do I do that? Alright, so I can right-click on it? No, that's not working. I can grab this person? That's not working. Alright, well, I don't know here. Okay, well, let me click over there. Well, that one says haul, but you wanted me to move that one over here. But I don't have a haul button. What's going on? Like, you get the idea. And you have to sit there and, like, see the places your users do get stuck and go, okay, well, clearly this is in a zone. Like, as someone who's been here, you realize it's already in a stockpile. Clearly you don't have the haul thing because it's already in a stockpile. If I then turn around and I tell the stockpile it's no longer eligible for this, we go like that, then suddenly I can haul it. Like, you learn that stuff, but that's just the whole thing. There's just a lot of those kind of things that you kind of just have to watch how your users struggle and go, okay, well, my user is getting stuck here. What can I do to either make it clearer or change the layout of the UI or whatever to improve that situation for them? And I do feel like games, it can be harder just because you have progression in games and all that. Alright, so we got a group of people. There are kids in this group, so I don't have to worry about them betraying us. We will allow all the kids to stay on full schedule of recreation. And get them all set up here. But yeah, no, UI is hard. But that's the reason why hiring someone who specializes in UI is worth every penny of it. Okay, so you can mine that. You can help tailor and craft. No, honestly, I'm going to leave you to just haul, and you can help mine. You can clean. Yeah, you can clean, you can haul. If you have nothing else to do, you can mine. You can fish. Alright, so we don't have enough beds for them, so we're just going to go over here real fast. We have this room that's not quite done. I'm just going to slap down 3 temporary beds in there. You know, it's tricky stuff. Oh, they're out of order again. There we go. Thought something was weird there. Oh, we don't care about that. So you can mine really well. Then who did I... So we don't want you doing that. That's fine. Alright, making sure I didn't screw up any of my people. Yeah, so we've got growing, construction mining, hauling person, research person, crafter / cook. And then the others can just fill in whatever they want. Anyone who can hunt is allowed to, because then they can fish. Until there's not enough fish. Okay, so are any night owls or anything we gotta worry about there? Nope, and then we can go to needs. Do you have weapons you don't like? Okay, all of them with their ideology don't mind their equipment. So you can go here and... instantly convert Sissy, because Sissy is a wimp. So they would be a brawler, but they have a conflicting force trait. It will not be active until the... Oh. Okay, so they have the brawler trait, but because they're a genie, it overrode it. Honestly, I'm down to keep a boomalope. We're gonna need chem fuel for our ship, and until we have chem fuel production, that is technically a source of chem fuel for me. Oh, and we're having a wedding. Meanwhile, we got our art here. Max of effects, so we got a new statue to add to our room. We can actually go through these art pieces. Alright, so first one is a study of heroism, a roughly carved statue of Kionochik. It shows Kionochik bracing against the wind. The statue shows Kionochik laughing maniacally. The image somehow expresses both quietude and pain. And then we have a towering statue depicting Ducky Deanna, saluting with one hand. Ducky Deanna's face depicts amusement. The work seems to express family. And then finally, for that, we've got this statue shows maximum effect, pointing at the horizon with one hand. The statue has a long tongue sticking out. Okay. And we can get that room set. Alright, we're getting all that paint and all that. Now, we are going to be moving on to doing the spaceship when we get electricity. So my hope here is I'll get that going. Something I should get doing is I should get a second research bench plunked down here. It's pretty rare I actually do this. But with all of our research penalties, let's actually not do it that way. Because then I can't hold up at my front door when we get sieged. Let's put it back there. Because that way, if we do get anyone with spare time, we can work on that. There's a good chance that will happen as we start knocking down these blocks and brick and all that, and as we start getting that, because I don't need to just mine out every single space. We're going to just get that going. It'll also be curious as we get these statues of everyone, what all we can make happen with all this. Yeah, I got the alpaca wool. So you've tattered apparel on the children. That's fine. Yeah, now it would be good to get ourselves a lab. Because if we move it to lab, we'll get rid of the lab penalty, or the not in a lab penalty. So once we get these extra 2 rooms made, I probably will make a laboratory here to move that laboratory stuff up there. I was actually debating when Canahawk is done with that, we will add Canahawk Delsa research. Okay, we're being attacked immediately. Can't make out what's going on with their weapons. Regardless, let's bring in our melee. Bring in our ranged. You be ready to assist. We got 1 thing of grenades, 2 things of Molotovs. I need you all to get there way faster than you are. Okay, that is a problem because we were way late to this party. So we try and stand and just hold that, that's gonna go badly. And I do think a bunch of them took Go Juice on the way. Okay, who do I think that's going at? I think that's going up here. Alright, go for the last one there. Okay, we can go orders. Open that up. All the grenades. All the Molotovs. Most of the rest of that's just knives. Okay. We did mess that guy up real bad. So if I want to try to catch and release him for standings, we're gonna have to patch him up out in the field, which I don't really like doing. The reason I don't like doing it is sometimes they'll pop right back up and cause problems. We got more Nutrimine, that's good news. But in this case, because we knocked off their arm, there's 2 hours so they bleed out. Yep, exactly like that. And now they're dead. So it's kind of one of those things, if I didn't patch them up immediately, they would have died. But because I patched them up before they didn't have enough blood loss, they got back up. It's fine in that case, because at least my doctor there was my melee pawn. So it sorted itself out, but still. All I was going to do is use it to get myself 15 more reputation with the pigman by patching him up real fast. We only got like 1 hit, was 1 knife hit on the whole thing, so that's pretty solid. Pigs join. I'm not looking to have pigs, we'll deal with that in a moment. Take those knives, take the spear. Take the Molotovs and the grenades. Do you have anything I want before I keep going? No. And this statue. Is that a new statue for us to do something with? That is of Sappy. Sappy is not one of our colonists. That is unacceptable behavior, sir. Okay, so let's go to gifts. Since they have nothing else that we need, we will give them the statue. Go give them a pile of drugs, and then send them on their way. Okay. Now what I was going to do is go to this and say, I am not looking to have pigs, so anytime we see pigs, auto-slaughter them. And how long are these people here again for? 16 days, so a whole season. That's totally fine. If any of them want to join, are there any we would want? Honestly, I might take this Dirt Mole. Nudist isn't great, but Steadfast Brawler. That Steadfast will basically override anything with the Nudist. And then Brawler is solid. Dirt Mole has some good things with fast healing and strong melee. So definitely a thing for biotech stuff later. And now give me a dedicated mining person. They gave me a gift of Glitter World. Love to see it. The first child is young enough they can be pretty much anything. The second child has great memory and no passions. I could still work with that. Third child... I mean, they're a genie with 9 crafting. And don't really have any other traits. Brawler's benign. And none of you have anything like horrible drug addictions or anything like that. We got some prosthetics, but that's fine. So yeah, honestly, of that group, I'd probably take any of them. Okay, we got the recurve bow from our book, so that's good news. They've got another statue. That is, again, one of our not colonists, so we'll go ahead and destroy it. We can delete that, because that's going to be bringing our prisoner back. Okay, and we want to get those last 2 ones. We'll get those rooms smoothed out. Oh, right, that's because you're... Right, we got that dirt mole. It's like, wait, why is that getting mined out while we're still doing construction? Right, because we got a person here who's a dirt mole, and that's what they do, is they dig. They're really good at digging. So, they're really good for your underground base to have a dirt mole in your group. Okay. Peace talks with, Butha. Other factions will respect you more if you send your leader. So, I do want to do that, I think. I don't... It's always one of those ones I always forget where we check for where we have the person considered our leader. Not a cult. So Donkey Duff is the current leader. Gotcha. Or no, that's the faction you belong to. I always forget where it's in here. Because one of those things that, like, I don't take that quest very often. I thought there was a place where you could check in here to go to the information, like the detail section. I know it's here. You have to sign it in the social... Oh, right, but as... Well, I think you still have a leader if you don't assign the role leader. Because I want to say that's the colony... Because you can have more than one ideology. So I could have 2 ideologies in my thing. It's the colony leader it cares about. That said, you have reminded me I do actually want to go through and get what signed the leader role. So let's go ahead and get our leader as well. Because then we can get the combat and production bonus and all that. Yeah, I do remember somewhere in here you can actually check. It'll be like, this is the person who's your leader. I thought it was on the quest itself. It might be if we checked the accepted quest. It might be on the accepted quests. I don't remember. It's fine. So we'll go ahead and send a caravan, accept, and for right now, and here's another one of the things that I do wish. I do wish, like, on this one, it would show you your roles. Because I believe I just made you my leader. And then you are the moral guide. And sending the alpaca does not change anything about the travel time, so we won't worry about that. Okay, now to be clear, I'm expecting to fail this because our social skills are horrendously bad. But the good news is, if we have any even okay result, I should get like 4,000 social or something like that on one of the pawns involved, whoever's considered the leading one there. And then there is always the off chance that we do actually successfully do that and potentially take one of the enemy factions and get it to like us a lot more. Because looking at our faction list right now, that would be the Neanderthal tribe. I don't mind getting Neanderthals out there. Why no chair at the research table? I can make a bench and I just haven't. But it's not been a decision, it's just not what I've been worrying about. And hey, Insync, how's it going? But yes, that'd be the Neanderthal tribe. If I can get them neutral, that'd be really good. The pigs would also be good. You cannot make these three like you at all, ever, and that's totally fine. But yeah, some people, what they'll deliberately do is if you're trying to make your situation as good as possible, you befriend these two and you deliberately make yourselves enemies against the gentle tribe to make them eligible to raid you, to try and make the easiest faction to fight your enemy, while the harder factions are, you know, your friends. Alright. So we are sending them. And we'll see what the results are. It's also good to send the two of them because that gives me a melee and a ranged pawn, so if it does trigger that we get into a fight or whatever, I have a better chance of holding up. Peace talk success. The talks were successful. The delegates reached a new mutual understanding on several substantial issues. Relations between the Butha and have improved by 66. Your negotiator has gained 6,000 social experience. Alright. That was a long shot to winning that, or not winning, succeeding there, but long shots are sometimes worth taking if the negative outcome is not that bad. Because the negative outcome, the worst outcome is we get into a fight. Realistically, it'd be us against maybe 2 or 3. We'd probably be able to handle it between, you know, kiting and whatever. So the negative was not that bad. The most likely ones for me to get would be, you know, they just don't go anywhere. We get 2,000 to 4,000 social XP, but nothing changes. Mad Boomalope, that's fine. Grab all of you. Get you to the defensive position. And nicely done. Make sure our schedule's set right and no one's zoned wrong. Go to our home zone. Yep, I need to add those in there. Honestly, for future growth. I have to take care of it for a while. Okay. You're about to finish that room. Then go furniture, grab you, alpaca wool bed. And grab another torch. And order you to smooth out that room so we don't take any mood penalties because it's a dump. Okay. Oh yeah, so here's an example where I told you, like, inconsistent behavior. So what's the difference between this tile that I cannot smooth and that tile that I can? Because both of them are diagonal from where the pawn can stay from. Now the answer is it's that piece of compact steel means I can't go at that diagonal. And it's one of those things when you learn, it's like, okay, that's just the way the game works. But as a player who's trying to learn the game, you just sit there and be like, I don't understand. Why sometimes can I and can I not do things at a diagonal? And I get the idea. Right now we actually are running problem with Odyssey, where when it comes to your ship, if I build like this, so I've got my corner right here. So that's how you make the diagonal corners appear that are really cool looking. But say I have something important here, an enemy can attack from there to there and destroy it through your wall, even though it's considered airtight. Okay, hang on. Butha, we literally... My delegation is literally on its way home from peace talks. We literally just had peace talks. And you're going to immediately raid me. Are we gonna have a talk about long-term how you deal with these things? Have you on standby just in case? Should probably hold that caravan. I don't want to. Okay, honestly, the caravan shows up now. We'll be fine one way or the other. The big thing is I didn't want the caravan to show up right behind them, like up here, and they just turn around, knock them, and kidnap them, while I'm desperately trying to race my people over there. So I got 3 ranged people, and 2 melee on hand, counting the refugee. It is always rough to get into melee with Neanderthals. Okay, and how badly are you hurt? Yeah, that's fine. Just get out of here. Okay, so let's go orders. Allow. Undraft all of you. You. Rescue them. And you're not a pawn we want to keep. And again, I'm in the situation, if I start patching this person up, it is very likely they will get back up and then start thwacking me with, you know, melee. But if I don't patch them up before I start moving, it's very likely that they will not survive. I'll deal with that in a moment. For right now, you rescue that. You'll never do hauling. You'll haul this. So I'm going to do here is I'm going to deliberately let him bleed for a minute. And then start tending slowly. Because the big thing is that leg. Okay, you're at moderate. I'm hoping that's enough you'll stay down. You're so frustrating sometimes, RimWorld. There's probably a trick that I could figure out, because I don't actually imprison that many. There's probably a trick that you could pick them up and then start having someone else bandage them while you're holding them or some nonsense to avoid that problem. It wouldn't really surprise me if that was a thing. You gonna patch them up? Hey, SD Vitas, how's it going? But yeah, that's 2 for 2 where I had people I couldn't realistically get back to base before they would, need medical attention. That's fine. I mostly wanted them to catch and release to try and push ourselves to neutral. Because that would have been convenient because it got them down. It actually would have been enough to push them to neutral if it would have captured that one. Oh no, maybe 1 point shy? I can't remember if it's 13 or 15 rep you get from releasing innocent prisoner. Okay, go grab your Zeus hammer. Okay, Wake Up Production. That was another book. Oh. Apparently we didn't finish Bandage before we just stopped. Okay, so you're about to finish that one up. And then this will be our lab. We can work on that. Oh, the small child is mining. Okay. We got more statues, so we got a good statue of someone who's not one of my colonists. And we got a good statue of maximum, or normal statue of maximum effect. We already have a normal statue of maximum effect, so we're gonna go ahead and put this one in our break room. Okay, so we got a join offer on the child who's super young, who has nothing good, bad, or otherwise. They're a clean slate, as it were. But it would give us a pigment, and I am willing to take that because that would be useful. So they're now actually one of my colonists. So let's see, what do you have going on? Yeah, you're literally just a child who can't do anything quite yet. So we're gonna go ahead and draw for our brand new child in the colony, and that's gonna be Vitez. S2D Vitez. Welcome to the colony. Because it basically said every one of these. I think I would like the dirt mole the most. Just because they'll be able to blast through this mining and all that. And for stuff I can take from them so far as resource and all that. Like, basically, if we get to the biotech stuff, I have good stuff I can do with them. Alright. We're getting pretty close on our Goju's production. So Wake Up is Nutramine. I do not want to use Nutramine on that. I'd rather have Nutramine either for sale or something else. That is another Keanu chick statue. So let's go ahead and we're going to put that in Keanu chick's bedroom. Don't worry about it. It's not weird unless you make it weird. I mean, everyone keeps a marble statue of themselves in their own bedroom, right? Right? We struck gold ore. That's fun because you're going to get that whole vein if it's right there. And that's actually a sizable vein, too. A lot of times you only get like 4 or 5 tiles, and that's looking like it's going to be closer to 8 to 10. It's a lot of gold for a colony this size. Especially since I don't really have a use for gold unless I just want to make statues or something out of it, which, you know, while be funny, would definitely be exploding or wealth. Let's have you go up here and finish that bedroom, please. Because if you get that done, we got our last bedroom for right now. Take our last bed that's sitting right here. We can add our torch on the wall. Go orders. Smooth it out. And that'll be all the bedrooms done. We can go ahead and get rid of one of those beds and have him actually sleep there. And we're also getting to the point where we're pretty close to running out of stone with how wasteful we're being on this stuff here, which I'm A-okay with. That's a deliberate intention of just burning that stone. Because I want to say stone isn't a huge amount of wealth, but it's something. Yeah, so it's only about $1 a brick, but that's still 75 bucks. You know, you turn this around, that's 288. It's not a lot of money, but it's a lot of just junk sitting on the ground. I could probably also have them mine up some of the steel and some of the other minerals around here to put in our... So I've been trying to avoid mining the stuff that we're not using, so like not doing the components, not mining it till I need it. Okay. The cold snap's gonna kill most of our plants. That's fine. Okay, and we got another statue. This one is of Donkey Duff. Do I have one of Donkey Duff already? I do not. So there's the next one of the statues in the ID room. I think the ideology room, making kind of like our Hall of Heroes or whatever. All of our colonists will have a statue in here. It'll also be interesting seeing them, like, the statues at what phase of the game we were, so, you know, this, like, them having no armor, you having a vac helmet. Stuff like that. Hey, Salford Sal, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Let me go ahead and get you a shout-out. Because those who don't know Salford Sal, absolutely fantastic. Playing Farthest Frontier. Excellent game. But definitely check out Salford Sal. Plays a whole lot of, like, city builders, colony builders, those kind of things, like Oxygen Not Included, and all that good stuff. Has done, like, Going Medieval, all that. Definitely good times over there. Timberborn. Playing some Farthest Frontier today, which is a really cool city builder. The one thing that it stands out is I really, really like the way they do the crop rotation thing, where instead of it's just you have a farm and food happens, you know, as well as things where you have to like process it and pull it up, and you've got weeds and like making sure the soil's right, doing a crop rotation that you don't just destroy the fertility of the soil and all that. I really appreciate being able to like level the terrain and all that through labor and all that's really sweet stuff. So really solid game. But yeah, so definitely check out Salford Sal. Really good times over there. Highly, highly, highly again recommend. But with all that said, welcome in Raiders. I do hope you had some fun over there with Salford Sal. But I am Rual Storge, play a variety of games here on Twitch, and most known from exploits and Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, I do play a variety of games, and today we're playing RimWorld Odyssey, where we are doing a colony that basically we've decided to make research about as painful as we can possibly make it. We are a tribal start, which means we only research at 50% normal speed. And then if we look at our ideology, we are ritualist with extremely slow research, which means we only research at 25% our regular speed. And we have the no research mod, so you'll notice, despite the fact that I am a tribal start, I can't make pemmikins, tree sowing, or anything, because we didn't start with that. And then on top of that, you'll notice our thing goes not quite the way you expect it here, where normally I would have this and I could choose that, but if I want to choose it, it says locked. That's because we have random research turned on as well. So we basically said, hey Randy, how would you like the keys to our research lab? And he giggled a little to himself, said something about tomatoes, as well as automobiles, and that is the greatest idea ever. Not really sure where that's going, but I'm sure it's in good hands. But we're just trying to make that work. We are planning on doing more Odysseys things in this run, but we haven't gone there yet. Alright, so new statue here. Quit making statues of Sissy. Sissy is not one of our colonists. Only statues of our colonists. These are the rules. But with that said, we are just slowly working our way up, making ourselves a little bit of a base here until we get electricity and the grav ship stuff, so we can do grav ship stuff. Right now we are getting out of a cold snap. We can replant our crops again. But yeah, so it's nice. It's a nice slow burn run where we're not going to advance our technology very fast. We're just going to have to kind of hold in here and gradually build stuff up. We are planning on going pretty hard with the anomaly stuff. I have been intending on waiting till we get electricity to go. If we end up getting some decent firepower, I might just forget that and just be like, yeah, let's just keep going. Or if we start getting mood debuffs. Alright, so what are we randomly rolling this time? Complex furniture. Cool, so to keep track of our research we had, our very first research was beer brewing, then I believe was it was beer brewing, then carpet, then passive cooler. No, it was beer brewing complex clothing, carpet making, passive cooler, fishing, then stone cutting, then drug production, and then go juice, and then the wake up and the recurve bow we got from books. Is there a setting in the art bench where you can set only to make statues of your colonists? Yes. So one of the things they added, I don't know if it's an Odyssey or a 1.6 thing, is they add... Oh, I'm sorry, I get what you're saying. I don't think there is. Of your colonists only. Yeah, so... No, it's just going to be a random person. Alright, disease on animals, flu. That's unfortunate. Some of those animals may not make it. That's okay. We like food. Oh, you're still sitting down there. That's not okay. Bring that back. I don't care about the Molotovs, but Nutramine, I want the Nutramine. Okay, so we still can't tame Thrombos. And we do have our little fishing spot here. For those who haven't seen, fishing was added to the game. Low-key, well, fishing's only... It's an okay-ish food source. It's not amazing. It is very useful, because you can also pull up random other things. Alright, so we got a statue of Kiona Chick. We are trying to... Yeah, so we got a Kiona Chick already in there. So we are doing a thing where... I am doing the statues... Where's your bed? Oh, we already have... Okay, that's fine. That's a little weird. Alright. So, we're doing a thing where I'm making like a Hall of Heroes where we get a statue of each and every one of our colonists as we unlock them in our ideology room. And then if I get my first extra of that person will go in the room that... their bedroom, so everyone can have a statue of themselves, because it's definitely not weird. And then any extras after that I'm going to put in just whatever random room or cell or whatever. But yeah, so we've got that going on. Can we do our next festival, by the way? Oh, we can. Let's go make our neighbors like us. So we're going to have a drum party. All the time. To slowly try and win over our neighbors. Unforgettable. And one more time and we might be able to make the Empire our allies. And that was enough that we could reform our ideology. Because I do fluid ideology. Yeah, so as you can see, we're ritualists with extremely slow research. I don't feel like changing this stuff. As far as memes go, we could take on the Tunneler meme now for doing fungus, but the thing we're going to run into is this colony isn't intended on staying underground forever. Like, we're planning on going to the stars and all that, doing the shipborne stuff. So in that case, Tunneler is only like a good for now, bad for later kind of situation. As far as the other things we got, because usually I only allow myself one change per reform. So we could do the human primacy. That'd give us a production specialist, and it means we we can't bond with animals, but I don't really care about that. So that would give us a production specialist. That's a good one. We have the argument to be made for tunneler for doing nutrient fungus right now. Well, actually, okay, with nutrient fungus, I could do the weird thing of making the hydroponic things on the ship, but not bothering with the light. I can't remember if you can grow nutrient fungus in that, because I've never tried, because there's not been a need to move around. Pain is a virtue is only, like, it's really useful in a lot of ways, except scarification is pretty rough. Inhuman I'm not touching. Inhuman is, like, really an interesting one, but I think I've talked myself into human primacy for right now. Later on, I'd love to do something like Tech Humanist, but with random research, we're not going to have that kind of control. Okay, and I will add the production specialist. So basically, that's our changes. We added on the production specialist through the meme. Okay, so who is going to be our production specialist? Probably Earthrush? Yeah, I'm thinking Earthrush. No, not Earthrush. That disables cooking. Hi.
You're the best husband.
No.
I'm heading downstairs.
Okay, you sleep well.
I'll sleep well. You sleep well.
Never.
No.
But I said I would.
I mean, sure, I'm proud of you for doing that. Love.
Yep.
Okay, so apparently I have to be construction or crafting 6. So that's gonna take time. I mean, maximum effect could be a production specialist. Okay, so let's double check. Disables handle, cook, grow, mine, plant, cut, haul, and clean. And so if I do that, would disable these two. I can live with that. Alright, so let's quickly go ahead, and you are now going to be my production specialist. And we got a join offer on Sappy. So we got Sappy, who has got great memory and a whole lot of nothing going on for them quite yet, because they're a small child. I will accept the small child into the fold. Welcome to the colony. And we'll go ahead and draw that name to see who gets to be the brand new small child. And that'll be Lunar Bell. I missed an L. Welcome to the colony, small and impressionable child. I'm sure nothing will go wrong and you'll have no reason to be worried about anything. I'm slowly, one by one, getting this entire group of refugees to join us. I do want the parent the most. That hood is very weird. It's fine. Meanwhile, I need to go here, convert. I need to convert both of you. We'll start working on Vitez. Yeah, so the only ones we haven't joined is Sissy, who's a genie, and Takriel, who is a dirt mole. And I was deliberately going to not let my colony grow too fast, and that has gone out the window almost immediately. Because when we go to the ship part, it's going to be hard to run the colony on the ship if I've got tons of colonists. So... Sappy was who? Who is that a statue of? It doesn't matter. It's not one of our colonists, so it's going away. And we're apparently having a party here, just to add on to the stuff going on. S2D Vitez is Sappy? Oh, so he changed the nickname? Yeah, we'll just wait till it resets, so we actually have it matching name. The ship covers the whole map. It's not a problem having too many pawns. Well, the ship's maximum size is 2,000 tiles. With all the upgrades, it's 2,000 tiles. When we first get the ship, the biggest we're going to be able to make it is 500 tiles. So to give you an idea of how big that is, this is about 500 tiles if we made it solid. Obviously, we could have space. So that's not small, but all things considered, that's about how much of my base fits in there. So it'd probably have like a little room for like the cockpit, engines, all that kind of stuff. A pretty big space for storage, and then a really, a barracks that would just cram people in like sardines and just do the best we can. I think in that case, it would be one of those ones that we would have the ship and we would just work on our colony stuff. We would jump it to go grab more, like the grav core and more plates, and immediately bring it back down to, bring it wherever, and then just build a new base at that location to work until we get the ship built out. It'll take some work. I like Odyssey a lot. I do think the criticism I've seen that's been the most fair, like the big negatives I've seen that are most fair, is the one, things underground are just too dang hard to see. That is one that I do feel like when we get our quality of life patch, I would just like them to have some settings, whether it's under graphics or whatever, I don't care. That can just be like, hey, here's like the brightness range of the game, like this is the brightest part, here's the darkest part. If I can just nudge that up a little bit, that'd be good. And or another option would simply be take the things that are relevant, like the enemies and those kind of things, and then just make it so that they stand out more. All right, what was that last message we missed? Quest available, keeping pandas. So we get 2 raids of a bunch of thrashers. They're gonna give me a amount of gold that'll blow up my wealth and I can't use it. Or I can get 25 goodwill. I'm gonna say no. That wouldn't be that bad, I just don't care that much. Hopefully Loon fixes that, because it's pretty easy fix to, if that's the main problem and nothing else. Yeah, that would be the easy fix, is just take those like 4 or 5 or 6 different things that are in play that are hard to see. So like the safe, the component box, the metal box, the hunter drones can be a little hard to see, the wasps can be a little hard to see. Take those important things that's like, no, really, you need to know these are here. Because otherwise what I've literally seen people get to the point where they'll walk a pawn up, they'll open the door so it reveals, they'll pause, and they'll go like this and go wasp, hunter, box, like, because it's so hard for them to see that they're using the search to work as an accessibility tool, which is utterly obnoxious to deal with as the player. So it's not changing anything there. I have all that functionality, but it would be nice just to like make the hunter drone just a little brighter red, make the component box. I pointed out in the stream when I was talking about last time that the component box was actually darker than like the boxes that are effectively boxes that don't do anything but give you cover. In a lot of cases, the component box is actually harder to see than the normal boxes. And I was like, this should not be this way. So the downside is, because we're growing faster, we're going to need more bedrooms. Yeah, and if they don't make a change, someone will come out with a mod, because I've seen that feedback mentioned a bunch of times being like, I cannot for the love of me see these absolutely critical hunter drone things. And I keep losing colonists that it's not fun. Because they're so hard to see. Oh, were we getting complex furniture? Was that what we were researching? Yeah, complex furniture. Okay. So that means we're going to end up needing to replace our beds. I've also just noticed I don't see any wood here anywhere. We must have just run out of it. Yeah, there's a little bit of wood over there in the corner. It's probably going to not be around much longer. But that should be okay for right now. The big problem we have is because I can't target learn electricity because of our random research. I'm stuck dealing with all this. Alright, donkeys joined. That is another animal I'm not going to be keeping. So the donkeys are now on the list of things that anytime they join, we will be eating them. SS Carne de Burro. I don't actually speak Spanish. I just know that because I watched The Simpsons way back in the day. I haven't seen The Simpsons in an age. But, you know. I got the opportunity when I was really young. We're talking like 10, 12 years old. I got to go to Mexico because my father was consulting and all that. And there was definitely a number of times that we were going to be some food stand or whatever and getting some food item that who even knows what it was. Like, I mean, obviously the person selling it. And it's not that it was like anything was wrong or nefarious, but it's like, you know what? Who knows what animal I'm eating right now? It was a piece of dried meat and it tasted really good. It could be donkey. That would be fine, whatever. It's you know, it's whatever. New rooms aren't the same size as the old ones. You are right. The new rooms are off by 1. Okay, that one is fine. This one is off by 1. Good catch. That would have bothered me so much. I would have filled it in with brick walls to make it not cursed. All right. Okay, we do have a statue of our brand new colonist. So there. Oh wait, don't put it there. I'm sorry. That's your first statue. That goes into the Hall of Heroes. What we'll probably end up doing here is making the room a little bit bigger. The Hall of Heroes, you love that? Yeah, I'm basically getting one statue of every single person. So the first statue of each person we're putting in here. So it's kind of funny because you're going to see progression of like how the outfits change and all that. And I do appreciate that Lunar here is just a child in that room. So later on when they become an adult, we'll still have that statue of them as a child. As like the one they were inducted into the hall with. Complex furniture. Electricity. Okay. So we got a bunch of things that are going to start happening at the same time now. First, mechanoid signal. Slam it on the ground. Bam. Where did you drop? You always drop near the edge of the map. Okay, so we're going to have this inspected immediately. We're going to go to orders. Allow all of these. And deconstruct that. Because now that we're researching electricity, the next thing I can research after that is it opens up all of the research over here, but importantly, the gravtech. And if I get the gravtech, we can build the ship. So we are now able to do gravtech stuff. We're going to immediately uninstall this and not wait for anyone else. Who is our construction person? Maximum Effect. We're going to uninstall this before anything else happens and drag it into our base. And the reason I'm prioritizing this is an item of high value at $2,000, and raids can take it. And it is on the edge of the map. You can do the math of all these things. If you made a statue of bioferrite, is it a person? Ish. Kinda? The problem is it's collectively a person while being multiple persons. Unless you made the statue of the individual you took the bioferrite from, which isn't really a thing. Alright, SUD Vitez aged up. Of those, Industrious. Industrious is a really good win there. That's 35% production with no negative. So getting that on a child that we had no time to do any type of raising on is a really good outcome. Now, granted, pretty much all they could do is haul and clean right now, and when they don't have something like that to do, they will then they'll then fish. Is the big ship from yesterday gone? Oh, you mean 2 days ago? We won the round. We hit the ending, we took out the hive mind, we rolled credits, victory was ours. So technically that run is still alive, but we won. And then rather taking it and just knocking out the other entrances, I'm like, I want to do new run. All right, really fast while we're on this ad break. I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to go do that, and I'll be back here in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Get our next batch of watermelon ready. Oh, jeez. Oh, I thought I actually got away with it. When she got most of the way back up on her feet, I was like, wait a sec, did I literally just get away with this? Zidian's like, yeah. Okay. What's... Oh, I wonder if I got some dead pixels on my right screen. Like, right here on my screen, I got a little black line. Just like that big. And I was like, oh, maybe it's like a hair or something. I was like, no, that looks like looks like some dead pixels. Oh well, that screen's been around a while. And it's at least not my main screen. So, I can... You see that too? Oh, weird. Is it just some like stream compression thing? Because it's not in the game itself. Oh, you know what it is? It's my microphone. Yeah, it's just like, I didn't, like, for me, I didn't see it. It's like, wait a second, what? Yeah, that's a microphone. Gotcha. So, is there anywhere down here we gotta worry about? All right, and we are back. Okay. Just figured I was gonna go ahead and do that really fast while we were on ad break anyways. Why is that tile cursed? Why is this tile cursed? Why are you being that way? You're deeply upsetting. Alright, we're gonna have to go and burn down this whole building. That one tile's wrong. Welcome back, Purple Roll. I mean, I don't, like, to me, at least what I'm seeing on the screen, it doesn't look purple. It's very clearly this yellow shirt is angering the, okay, so we got two groups. All melee. I do think they are going to beat me to the defensive position, which is a problem I need to address, but I'll need to address that when we have the opportunity. It's still funny. Oh yeah, no, it's fine. Just get over here. You four get back here as fast as you can. Oh, they're going to prepare first? So the problem we have is if I initiate on them, they are Yetkins, they run fast, because you're probably not wearing any armor, I think. Some of them aren't. Some of them, well, no, none of them have the pants, which I believe is what decides if you're naked or not. Yeah, so they would be able to run faster. That's the reason why it's a thing going on. So they would be able to run us down a big way. So we consider this one can move at 4.4 CS. Where if we grab one of our pawns and we check the information, we move at... Why am I faster? I shouldn't be faster. Okay, I'm alright, sure. I shouldn't be faster. I don't understand. Jogger? No? We do have a jogger. And they're the one who moves at 5. But the one that was moving at 4.6 versus 4.4, I'm not going to complain about it. So you hold that door. Yeah, so what we're going to do here is we're going to go poke the hornet's nest a little bit. We're going to have Tack stand back there and hold the door for me. That's one down. And once you do enough damage, they'll come after you. It does seem like one thing I've noticed with Odyssey is I can get away a lot more with slapping them with hits before they actually start running. Stun you. Stun you again. Okay, and you on your way? No. So you can go ahead and back off, do your stuff. Never mind. Don't worry about that. So you go here. The two melee pawns go here. And the range get in position here. Oofy, ouch, I'm being shot. Wait, guess I'll just wander around. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's always been a thing that you can get a good number of hits in on an enemy before they attack. That's always been a RimWorld thing. But it definitely feels like they're a bit more generous. Oh, hey, sissy. We're gonna call that a not right now, alright? Alright, kid? That's a not right now time, alright, sissy? I know you just want to help. You just want to do your part for the colony. But I need you to not get mauled to death if at all possible. I know, I'm a spoil sport. Ruining your fun. Okay, and we got all you. And this time I can actually capture one of you. Sanguine, Abrasive, Trigger Happy, Psychically Dull. Abrasive is obnoxious because of just making social fights and all that. But what we can do here is I'm going to go ahead and... I don't actually have a room to do this. We'll say furniture... Sorry, Vites, buddy. You're gonna lose your room for a minute. I'm gonna go ahead and capture this one. And it's gonna be a catch and release. Still a good pawn, you'd say? You think the river killback... You think that river killbox is abusive mechanics you approve? Oh yeah, no, I'm not past any of that kind of stuff. Like, with this tile, if I'm gonna be dealing with the river flooding all the time, I'm getting something out of it. And there's a number of ways they'll get past me. Like, one of the problems is something long range is just gonna range against us. We can't put really good walls on it. Why are you making all these statues of Keonajik? It's fine that there are statues of Keonajik. It's just a little weird that they're all Keonajik. Like, I have concerns. And prisoners release. Imagine instead of standing around into the open, they took some cover under fire and returned it. But still, only charged if you brought to trigger point or whatever the nature trigger. Yeah, and I could go for something like that. Like once one or two of them takes hits, they start trying to go to cover. Now, granted, at that point, that'd also be a beautiful. Did you see their skills? Yeah, that's fine, because the 10 animals, that's just being a Yetkin. Construction that's really high, that's fine. I don't want to deal with abrasive. Because what's going to happen is abrasive means they're going to get insulting sprees a lot more often, and they're going to insult people just all the time all more often. I could cut their tongue out, but then I'm going to be dealing with over here like the -8 or whatever it is for denying them their voice and all that. And it also means I lose the social because I'd cut their tongue out. So, by and large, they do actually have decent skills, but I don't know. I mean, the Sanguine would kind of completely counter the tongue removal. Oh yeah, but you have the higher... So you have the higher hunger rate and you're sleepy. I forgot how much I hate the sleepy thing on Yetkins. It's not one I'm going to keep. You got to keep in mind we're going to be going on the ship later, and very much with the ship I'm going to be dealing with very limited space. I'm already bigger than I should be. A mad bluebird? Oh no. I appreciate that the bluebird slows down. There we go. Burb is now food. Yeah, what's left of it. I mean, we only lost its tail. Just scatter. Clean, like mop up the little bits. And the alpaca population grows. How many alpaca do we have now? We have 10. $11. Time passed. The number of alpaca has changed. You love housekeeper cats? That's kind of curiosity is now that we can have the animals that can be trained to nozzle or whatever. Alright, so we let you go. So now we're going to change you back to colonists. Yeah, so that one doesn't give us reputation because you cannot get friendly with the Yetkin. I believe if you release prisoners, you'll get a prisoner released bonus for, what was it, 6 days? Yeah. Should have taken his gear. It was just clothing. Like, we can check his friends for comparable gear. It was just clothing and pretty worn. It was garbage. If they had something like flak, I would have absolutely stolen it. Zero questions about it. They were rocking a flak vest or something, that's going in my pocket. Usually it'll be the wasters that'll be our main source of gear early on. And then later on we'll start having other groups will start rolling in with better stuff. You do enjoy the, okay, you can go now, mind the bodies rotting in the river on your way out. Yeah, exactly. That's the whole idea. It's not only the, you have to have the one survivor to tell their friends kind of thing. We take it a step farther in being by, go down the corpse river. Let everyone know what you saw. Alright, so Sissy's joining us. So, that is our... Oh, she aged up. I missed that. She aged up, but because she's... Well, no. Because she didn't have Pyromaniac. Yeah, so apparently if someone ages up in your colony, you obviously don't get to choose their traits. It's fine. Pyromaniac doesn't upset me that much. But I didn't even look, and I was surprised to see that. That's okay. So we got Sissy as our brand new colonist. Because I'm not going to say no to any of the children. Zerks. You are brand new genie in the colony. You are going to certainly be doing a lot of crafting. What I really need is some ranged weapons. The schedule, you're still all on that. Scooch you over. Work. Now, at this point, I don't mind making you responsible for crafting. Weirdly, it looks like it unassigned the bed from Zerks, so I just have to wait for it to reassign. Why is Brawler grayed out? Because genies can't be Brawler. So if we look at this, Brawler is weighed out because it like Wimp and Brawler oppose each other. And as a genie, they have, where is it, Delicate? Oh, where are you? One of these causes Wimp. Oh, extra pain. Yeah, so extra pain causes Wimp. And so you can't be a brawler and a Wimp at the same time. It's either or. So because that's a gene, it overrides the trait. Okay, so you've got a psychic ship. And it's 3 Scythers. We can do that. 3 Scythers, no problem. Where did I... Oh, it's way down there. Okay. And make Zerx a shooter? We will. I don't have guns. We are out of ranged weapons. I'm getting too many colonists too fast, and I do not have the weapons to give them. Alright. I love that they went wide around the fire because they couldn't find a path. That's going to work out really well because they'll probably down this one before the other ones can get to us. Not even an injury. Granted, in all fairness, I really should have gotten thwacked at least once, which one thwack with a Scyther and no armor is actually pretty easy to get pretty badly hurt. But the point is immediately defeating the psychic drone ship. Yeah, when it was all Scythers, it's like, alright, well I can... Worst case, I should be able to kite him a little bit. But that worked out extremely well that they got pathed weird because the fire was blocking their way. Especially considering that the drones, or sorry, that the mechanoids are not flammable. Okay, all the stuff that rots. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Oh, that's why we're not doing it. Production, crafting spot, do this, bills, add, smash max, do forever. I was like, man, why aren't they doing it? Right, we rearranged stuff and we got rid of the crafting spot at that stage because I didn't need it anymore. Other than for smashing mechs. Okay, we got 2 people sitting here researching as hard as they can. So that's good news. Are you restricted? What do you mean you don't have anything to haul? Oh, it's Donkey Duff, so it's Kionachik and... Kanahawk. Right, because I've got Kanahawk set up to... do art and then that. That's fine. So picking up the research by just throwing more bodies at it. We're apparently low on wood. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, we got a combat supplier. That's actually pretty good. A combat supplier is likely to have some weapons for us. So we should be able to trade with them to get rid of some of our junk and score some weapons. So right now, if we got that person, that'd be our second melee. All of the kids... Oh, I wonder if we give a ranged weapon. I'm assuming it won't still have the mood penalty on you because, you know, at that... Because Brawler is overridden. I've never actually run into that situation where Brawler was overridden. I'm assuming, yeah, no, because we don't have the stats and everything. I'm assuming it just doesn't take effect. Alright, so sell all the weapons that we have that are there. We could sell the beer. We could sell that. We can sell that book because they're not doing anything anymore. Alright, so the question here is, we can get the Hellcat rifle. Unfortunately, that's the only ranged weapon they have that's worth getting. The smoke grenade launcher could be really big for if we get mechanites. Or mechanoid clusters. So I think I am going to grab it. It'll probably sit on a shelf and rot. But it is one of those things that it is potentially very useful. I'm going to give you my gold. I'm going to take your medicine. And I'm going to grab the jetpack research. Just to plug it into the bench. Okay. So of our kids here, who is the best shooter? Zerks. That's not encouraging. Haul that. Haul this. And apply that. Smoke launchers A+. Yeah, no, it's just when we get to mech clusters and that kind of stuff, the smoke launcher gets absolutely 100%. So this is the question. You should not have a mood debuff. Perfect. Pyromancer has an incendiary weapon. Heck yeah. That's what I was hoping. So we didn't get the negative because they aren't considered a brawler because Wimp overrides it. And because it does have a flamethrower on it, even if I don't use it, we get a minor mood buff for having, you know, incendiary weapon on them. Because they're a pyromaniac. And you're the only not colonist in this group. How much longer till you leave, by the way? 2 days. So the question is, will I have this last person join us? Because I do want this person to join us. I would really like this one. A a steadfast brawler would be good, because nudist is going to be completely overridden with the steadfast. Because of reduction in what it takes for their mood break, having the negative from nudist and wearing clothes and all that isn't going to affect anything. And that'll give me a brawler to team up with our melee team we've got here. So that'll give us our 3 melee and then 7 ranged. That'll be a pretty good mix. Plus, it'd give us a dedicated mining person. Is she going into prison if she doesn't join? Honestly, I normally don't do that. Honestly, though, with medical and mining and research, it is worth certainly considering. Normally I don't, but I'm going to take it as she brought her 3 children with her, and all 3 children have joined my colony. It's just the ethical thing to do to make sure we keep the family together. Yeah, so she's gonna leave in 21 hours. The chances she joins us are very low. I am gonna wait it out. Because she should be in my base by then. But you know, it's looking like the entire refugee group will be joining the colony. 75% voluntarily. It's just right now I don't have a good mining person, and I would also potentially like to get genes from the Dirt Mole. We are now allied with the Broken Empire. Because we patched up with other people. Helper lending. Okay, so we can lend them 4 colonists for basically 2 seasons. And they're willing to give me a Masterwork Steel Gladius, a Masterwork Chain Shotgun, a Telescope, and Plasteel. 4 colonists for 2 whole seasons. And they have to be adults, so it'd be that. I would be stuck with just 2 adults trying to hold this down. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely fair in the rewards they're offering. The question is, can I afford to do it? So I can give up maximum for right now to not do construction. I could give up my researchers as much as that hurts. I could give up... Yeah, so it'd be our plant person and our cook would stay and everyone else would go. So it'd be duck and earth would stay. I think we can do that. I'm gonna wait just a second till, We're gonna wait just a second until we get this person arrested. And the reason I want to wait until this person's arrested... What are you doing? Oh, you're doing animals? You actually have animal skill? Oh, you do. That's fair. And the only reason that way is I can have someone with, like, our highest social person arrest them, so it's least likely that they'll fight. Alright, I think we go for it. They're not joining, and I'm running out of time. And my luck is they'll get to the edge of map and then they'll quit. So, Donkey Duff would like to discuss your attendance at the colony real fast. Tech has noticed your entire family has bought in on it, and you don't seem to. And so, very genuinely is concerned that you are not going to do what's in your children's best interest, and make sure you're there for them. So, we're just going to go ahead and help you make the right decision in this moment. By going here, we're going to go ahead and convert you while we're here. And all that. And then with that, we're going to go ahead and choose the quest. And give me masterwork weapons and a telescope, please. Okay, so, just to remind myself, Earth Rush stays, Ducky stays. Everyone else has to go, out of the adults. So, get in, get in. So we're going to be very vulnerable to attack for a little while. Okay, so we're going to install the telescope. You put that there. Earth Rush, go grab that chain shotgun. Small, impressionable child, go haul that back. Zerx, you haul the plasteel back. You're braver than me. It's a risk, but getting a masterwork chain shotgun at this stage of the game is not a small thing. That's kind of the way I'm looking at it, is we are going to get a substantial upgrade in our firepower, as well as a bunch of useful materials and an additional form of recreation. And especially considering we're going to be bringing this person into the fold. That'll be really good for us to... Oh, that's bad. 2% reduction in certainty? That is not going to go quickly. And we don't get the other person here for a long time. Maybe... What is your ideology? Supremacist? That's not great. Change of plan, we are just going to immediately try and go for recruitment. Because as long as that's going to take to knock that... Oh, you're steadfast. That's why it's bad. You're steadfast, so it takes a lot to convert you. That's okay. Like I said, what we're going to do is we're going to just try and recruit them as fast as we can. Their ideology is pretty crap, but it's not one that's going to have lots and lots of breaks on us right away. Yeah, no, they also, if you missed, they gave us the Masterwork Chain Shotgun and a Masterwork Steel Gladius. What is your Steel Gladius? Is yours also? Yours is Legendary. I actually can't remember which. I think Legendary is better than Masterwork, if memory serves me correctly. So 12.41 versus 10.91. Yeah, Legendary is significantly more. Oh, wait, I think that counts your combat skills there. Either way. But yeah, so we'll go ahead, because that means when a recruit tack, they're going to go grab that sword. And we'll have 2 people with, like, Masterwork or better Gladiuses, and a Zeus Hammer out of our melee team, which is not a bad melee team. Hey, can I actually have you... Oh, Zerx is already doing it. My bad. I forgot that Zerx is actually a crafter as well. Yeah, Legendary's highest. Yeah, normally with a lot of these runs, you don't really have to worry about the comparison. And a Masterwork Parka for children. And Shredding Mechs for steel. Okay, so you're all doing relatively well. I'm going to range you by age. And the reason I'm doing that is that means Zerx is going to be the adult the fastest. Wait, you're already at growth tier 5, about to hit 6? And you age up at 13 and you just hit 10, which is the threshold? Did that randomize weird? Huh. We're definitely going to get to 8 learning level. Come on, big numbers. It's not going to be big. I mean, 0.7. It's going to take us a while. The big thing is there's a very good chance this person's going to break out at least once before we get them sorted. That just is what it is. Oh, for our cook, do we have any more wood? We do not. Okay, go out of your way, chop down those trees so you can make sure food is still getting cooked. We got tons out here. Yeah, so the hauling and the cleaning is going to fall behind because our hauling cleaning person isn't here. And while we do have the children set to help out with that, realistically that's not going to happen that much. We get you set to help with the cleaning if you do have any extra time, which you won't. You're not going to have any extra time. You might get some extra time. Yeah, probably have you focus on cleaning right now if you do have any time down. Alright, yeah, so we're going to get them recruited as fast as we can. We'll convert them later. Now, the downside is when they join, that is going to make it so it wants us to have the other ideology as well. That's not that big a deal, but we will want to get one of them converted as early as we can to not have the dual ideology thing going. Excuse me, Badger? I know Badger don't care, but Badger should probably care at least a little bit to not stand in my storeroom. Now he doesn't break in there and steal my food. Now, this does mean my research will have stalled in a really big way for a while because my researchers are away. And that's just gonna take time. 21 days. That's a little bold. Now, realistically, one thing the game might do is because currently I'm showing as effectively having 5 colonists, the game might be generous in trying to give me more colonists. with how long they're going to be gone, will any of you age up? Yeah, so Lunar will age up once. Yeah, Lunar will hit the next growth threshold by then, probably as a growth tier 5 or 6. But Zerx is still going to have a whole season to age up. Ducky's actually getting some social XP, which is good. That's needed. Yeah, so you're smashing mechanoids. I'm okay with that. That's a good use of your time. There's not that many. That'll be good. Hey, small impressionable children, can I get you to carry this valuable stuff back? That'd be lovely. I'm gonna make you do 1 lap, bring those back, and we'll have you go back out for more later. You have an infestation of 2 hives, and you'll give me a Psylink Neuroformer. I am on board with that. Now, for the infestation, the most likely target will be in here. And honestly, we checked that. All of that's eligible. It's also possible it could target this whole hallway here. That's another one. It could target this area down there. The most likely candidate is probably that hallway there. But otherwise, any part of this could get hit. Like, the storage room is a pretty strong candidate. It's a fairly large room as well. Now, it would be 2 nests. How long do I have to choose? 7 days. Now, the thing I gotta keep in mind is I've got these 2 hives, a lot of bugs. It can vary. More than likely, we're talking 2, maybe 3 mega spiders with a couple of smaller bugs with it. Probably more than I should go. Will we get techie in 7 days? I don't think so. We can see. Techie is coming along relatively well, but I don't think so. I do think we wait to accept it. Because we could wait 7 days, and we don't necessarily have to engage the nest immediately unless it appears inside our base, and then it depends. Oh, I also just remembered. So Zerx has been named, Lunar Bell has been named. Yeah, we named everyone. Yeah, we're good. It's if Tacky joins us, that'll be the last one to be named. Yeah, we've got plenty of food, it's just not getting hauled inside. Okay. And when you get up in the morning, haul another stack of panels. And when you get up in the morning, haul another stack of panels. And when you get up in the morning, haul another stack of panels. Just gonna make it a thing where we do that. Oh, that fire's probably gonna burn down these steel walls. That's okay by me, though. This map, from what I've seen, has a lot of steel on it. Or it'll rain. Rain works too. Oh. You didn't haul the panels. You're all queued to haul. There they go. I was like, you're awake grabbing food. Yeah, because we sit there and send them down there to grab a couple at a time. They should get that all out of here soon. Because those we can't craft right now, so they're very valuable. Okay, so you finished with that. You finished with that. You haul that. And that should grab the last 2 stacks. And then the steel I'm not worried about. That's fine. Floor drawing, go get the last ones. Okay, so that should get us all the graphite panels, so I don't have to worry about those getting, because you see they do give you a pretty good amount. It's like 450 or something like that. Somewhere in that ballpark. So having all those panels means we can do a pretty good job of building the ship early on. You know, getting our main ship body, the engine, that whole nonsense. The problem is I can't build all that till we get that research. And how are you doing now? I mean, you got knocked down by 2. We might actually get them in time. With 3 people who are adults able to combat, and, you know, this person actually being not solid, but pretty good, being a brawler who has also got melee, and who's going to be rocking a Masterwork Gladius, that honestly wouldn't be too bad. We got 2 choke point, we got a Masterwork chain shotgun to just do damage, and then Zerk's behind it with a Hellcat, you know, contributing ever so slightly, I guess. And the alpaca population is fast approaching critical mass when we start culling them down. It's honestly probably getting closer. Let's drop that number to 16 max. I think they're already outrunning the growth of the grass here. But yeah, no, two hives can be a pretty wide range of stuff. It could be a bunch of smaller bugs. It could be like 3 or 4 big, the mega spiders. It's anywhere in that area. The problem is we don't know, but it'll be a decent size, more than I probably should pick a fight with. Which is why it's giving me 2 stars. But we could grab a Neoformer, and honestly, I'm down to like screwing around to psychic powers this one. You don't really get many opportunities to get Neoformers. And if I remember correctly, the person we sent was the one who had the psychic, or had the title. So I'd probably give the Neoformer to Ducky. They gave us a gift. The Laughter of Wreck. Oh, you straight up gave me a unique weapon. So it is a gun with EMP rounds that can disable mechanoids. It has shoddy sight, so it has reduced accuracy, but it has quick reload. So this is actually the first time I've seen something that actually has a bad stat on it that I could think of. There's probably been another one. Like, I've seen one where it's mixed where it has something good and something bad. Yeah, so it reloads faster, it's got worse accuracy, but it also does EMP just by shooting. Well, you know what? Go grab your new gun, Lunar. You just get to get yourself to contribute into fights now. Because it's basically like a snub-nosed revolver, but with like EMP rounds. That makes me feel a little bit better about the fight. It's also interesting, EMP bullets. That would be an interesting in your group. If you have someone who's got a fast-firing weapon that's reasonably accurate, so like a chain shotgun with EMP rounds, because it wasn't a chance. I believe it just... Let's double check that. Yeah, no, it just says does temporarily. Okay, so that means if you got someone with some actual aim and all that, and you got, say, like an assault rifle or a chain shotgun or any of those weapons that got a pretty good chance of hitting a target with some consistency, You could forgo EMP entirely in your group and just have someone rocking an EMP weapon. That's kind of cool. And plus, because they always have it, you don't have to do the whole run back, grab the grenades, do all that kind of garbage. You have one shot that misses off to the side, and it takes forever to get the next EMP grenade slung. They don't hit the wall directly in front of them. There's a lot of advantages. It would depend on the weapon. Like, the revolver's honestly probably just okay, especially with that accuracy penalty. The other added bonus is then when you end up getting caught by stuff like sight stealers that are susceptible to EMP as well. Same with like the revenants and all that. You could potentially have the person who's about to get ambushed by the revenant just pop out an EMP round, blast the thing, and start running like hell. They would still get caught, but it would give you time to get everyone else there to increase your DPS on them before everything went crazy. Yeah, your social is getting high enough, you're taking a full point off each time. So we got 4 days. There's a good chance we got TAC recruited by then. And we just keep endlessly cutting chunks of stone into brick. Okay, we just had all the wards sitting there. I'm like, oh, they're not loading it. I think that's a hauling task. Keep the beer brewing. Yes, I'm actually feeling a lot better about fighting the Hive. Like, again, it could also show up in a bad place. Like, this room wouldn't be the greatest room. I won't be able to get I won't be able to get everyone lined up here, but that would be okay. Anywhere back here would probably be fine, because then we can use our choke point here, get our melee there, get our range lined up. It'd be nice if I could get one more ranged weapon by then, but I don't think we'll have that opportunity, and I don't think it's worth me making, like, a real crappy bow. I won't probably land, like, one hit the entire fight. I'll add it just in case. Yeah, you won't be able to do that then. We'll go ahead and see if we can make a recurve bow before it's done, because we definitely don't want to use the smoke grenades and hurt our accuracy and just literally make things worse. Chat with them immediately before they can get back to sleep. So catch as much as we can off cooldown. Okay, so when Zerx wakes up, we're going to have them immediately make the crossbow. Or not crossbow, the recurve bow. Why can you not... Missing wood. Oh, well, I guess that's true, isn't it? Let's have you make that recurve bow real fast. Because you might actually be able to contribute a hit or two. At a minimum, you get shooting skill, which we need. And you got high enough crafting. Because that'll be S2D Vitez's weapon there. Alright, so you're down to 4.2 resistance. So it's a good one. That's at least something. Alright, so we still got 2.6 days. We're not quite where we need to be for you to be involved, unfortunately, on TAC, which is a big loss if we don't get there. Because there's also the risk that the nest shows up directly in TAC's room, breaking her out. Or killing her. But that's kind of just a calculated risk we might just have to take. I do think this area is the most likely candidate, with this area being a very strong candidate. This would be honestly... This would be a mix, because I could put my melee pawns back here, we could run over here and shoot at them, then run back. Unless it's way back here, which is... Honestly, that'd be a very scary situation, because I probably won't have enough time to retreat back before the bugs catch people. And we wouldn't be able to realistically wait for the other people to get here either. Because they're still gone for a while. 16 days. I mean, you're getting about 0.8 each time. So you've got about 5 more times talking to them? Because it'd be 4 to knock it down to 0, and then the last one to actually do the conversion. And the children once again making drugs. Something, anytime you end up having children who can craft, that's just the natural flow of things. Oh, right, we actually have fancy stuff now. So we're gonna go ahead and queue up entirely too much furniture. By telling them, as you get all that alpaca wool, please make the nicest things. You've got a badger that's going to attack everyone. Okay. Okay, you got it all sorted. Okay, so I can't do anything with you yet. Zone, home zone, that's fine. Yeah, that's part of it, is we're getting more and more and more alpaca. And that's adding a bunch more work onto it. Okay, and with that, Lunar Bell's gonna be done with Tack's bedroom there. Okay, so with that, we'd go in here and say orders, smooth the walls. That'll be another project for when we get people back. Season flooding. That's fine. So harvest what you can. And stop sowing. There's no point, it's all gonna get drowned. Well, then we get all those trees chopped down for the extra material and all that. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the Zerks. Zerks here is gonna be full-on maxed out and still have like 2 entire years to go, which granted that's seasons with the children. But basically, they're only 1/3 of their way age-wise to the next level, and they're already going to be completely maxed out in their learning. Why can't the other children be this smart? Lunar, S2D? Why can't you be like your sister? Did Tack have a favorite? Is that what's going on here? Manhunter pack. That is a lot of bluebirds. A lot of bluebirds. Okay, schedule, indoors. Ducky, I need you to pop that door. Because the bluebirds, they die super easy. They don't do a whole lot of damage. They do move really fast. But I'm more concerned about the fact that we have mostly a bunch of children here. And that's going to be a death by 1,000 cuts kind of situation. So I close the door just in time for the wave of bluebirds to arrive. Royal Tribute Collector. Alright, real quick. Quests. Accept. That may have been really dumb. In the tunnel, in the tunnel. Which room? Okay, this room. It's in this room. So it's not all bad news. I should not have triggered that immediately. My thought is if it was over here, the Empire would roll in, take care of the bluebirds, and take care of the infestation, and then my brain caught up and was like, you do realize you have no guarantees it's going in that room. Alright, we're gonna take a chance here. Ducky, I need you to pop that door and run like the wind. Honestly? Okay, that's not too bad. All things considered, there's only 2 mega spiders in there, and a bunch of little ones. Now, if you could actually hit one of them, my many children, we might have a chance to aggro them over here. There you go. Okay, you focus on shooting that. All of you, shoot the big ones. Because if Ducky goes down, so do other people. Okay, so Vitez, you got nipped just a little bit by a Mega Scarab. You go ahead and run in there and have fun. And you hunt that. Is there anything else alive in that pile I gotta worry about? So the Empire's working its way over to the army of bluebirds. So all things considered, that actually went totally fine. I got worried when I was like, wait a second, it may not trigger back there. That's fine, they'll figure it out. Or they won't, I don't care. You treat them. Was a reward for the Hive quest? What was a reward for the Hive quest? Oh, it was a Neoformer. Sound like Neoformer. Pods arrive. Okay, we can schedule, unrestrict everyone. The bluebirds are dead. There, so I put their bed back before they all throw a fit. Cool. Yep, and they're empire, so we don't really care about that. Meanwhile, you are the person here that we're dealing with, so... Okay, and then last but not least, before too much time goes by, where did that neoformer go? Go use it. A waste pack drop. As much fun as all this would be, I'm trying to avoid getting the waste packs to contaminate the tile too much. We're gonna go ahead and wait on that. If we do happen to get like the incinerator or something, we just go for it. Alright, so we got that. And so you got pain block. Pain block is mixed. The thing with pain block is it will let your people fight through pain that would otherwise down them. Without capacitating them, meaning they could keep fighting for like that battle you're just barely trying to eke out a win. But on the other hand, pain is a good thing. It means you get downed before you die. So pain block is usually kind of seen as you are committing to a fight with hope that you're going to win, because if you don't, that character will end up dead. Or both their legs knocked off is kind of your best bet otherwise, that they physically can't stand. Okay. Alright, 2 more conversations, then Tack will join us. And how much longer till our people get back? 13 days. Minor break risk on you, because confined interior. Well, that's because you put yourself in the tiniest little room. Wielding the laughter of wreck. Noble and despised. So your ideology is like, this weapon here is like super nice. Oh, okay. Your ideology hates ranged weapons. So are you all angry about that? Oh, yeah. Except you, we already converted you. So yeah, we'll need to deal with that. Yep, so with this, I no longer have a reason to keep Zerks on a high learning level. It is a curiosity with that whole thing. Will Zerks now stop trying to keep their learning level up because they're maxed? I don't usually run it, because usually it's those things that you just barely get ahead of the age up for maxing them out a lot of times. It's not often I have a strong lead. Okay, so we're still, you know, max animals at 6, so we're not doing thrombos. Don't you go to sleep. no one got any permanent injuries? Yeah. Okay, hang on. Wait a second. We got assignments to fix. Children, say no to drugs. I noticed one of the children was both stoned and drunk. It's like, okay, hang on. We need to get ahead of that. Okay, 1 second. Got to be a proper parent here. Well, I mean, one of the problems is in RimWorld, drugs have a far more dangerous effect on children, like in real life. Oh, those birds use their bodies to break my gate. Oh, you know what I'm willing to bet? I'm willing to bet the Empire was fighting there. And just the gate was collateral damage. Because those gate pieces have like no life whatsoever and usually get tapped out in one hit. Okay, next conversation with her, she will be a colonist in our colony. We're starting to take debuffs because the place is starting to become a mess, and the lights aren't staying on because we don't have enough people hauling. That's because we currently have, was it 4 or 5? I think it's 4 colonies. That was maintain only? Yeah, no, we're on recruit. Oh, that'll be it. And welcome to the colony. Okay, so first, the growth moment we have on Lunar. We can choose one between social and plants. We're giving you trigger happy because all the others are negatives. Probably gonna give you plants. You got great memory, and you got trigger happy. Honestly, I don't think that's that bad. So that's good news there. We can go to your work schedules. We got to get those fixed. So tech here is going to be mining. And then we'll give a priority for research after that. And then lunar here, deprioritize that. You can now help with growing and all that. And we have our brand new colonist, our dirt mole, who's going to be Illyspid. And you are going to dig it. And everyone else is good. So deconstruct this. I go, what cloth do I have? I'm low on everything. It's fine. Furniture. Oh, right, we can actually make beds now. Proper beds. So for honestly, for a hot minute, don't make these. Solar flare. Pod. Okay, so sandstone. I mean, the bed itself probably still should be wood. But these could be sandstone. Now it's going to take a while because our construction people aren't here. But with that, Illy's going to mine. So we honestly don't need you on that. You two are going to grow stuff. You're our crafter. Well, one of two crafters. You're a cook. So get those bedrooms mined out. I don't think we'd want to make another room over there. That'll be a ritual room. And keep all that going. Okay, so good news is once we get our colonists back, we are in good shape for things to go quick. Oh, I see what's happening here. The alpaca are doing the thing where they just camp the door. And because they keep walking through while someone's trying to build it, case in point, it keeps canceling it. There we go. So we now have the pen enclosed again. Which, interesting enough, this pen was still considered enclosed because all of that was enclosed. I want to keep the alpaca back in kind of their area so they don't eat my crops later. But yeah, so we'll need to switch all these to no longer be using the bedrolls, instead getting to other stuff. We'll probably just get rid of the bedrolls in the long term. You could use them for caravanning, but we're eventually going to go to the ship stuff and probably not do much caravanning. Safeguarding aristocrats. To hell with that. 2 Cyclopses. I mean, the Cyclopses don't matter from the shield perspective, but with the Scorchers and all that, and only 2 adults and a child, and 3 adults trying to hold that up. Yeah, no, it's not worth it, because I can't keep that. A little bit of rep and a little bit of honor. Nope. You have not sweetened the pot enough for that one. Right, Lunar is holding a party. Somewhere. Let's go in the future and say that... Oh, oh yeah, party spot will be here. Marriage spot will be there. Okay, so party's finished. Let's have you haul fuel over to here. And we can follow up our party by having a party. And see if we do a good enough job partying to make more friends. Unforgettable. And so we just maxed out a relationship with the Empire. Cool, man. Low psychic drone. That's gonna be an interesting one. Just having ourselves like a party bus, just having our ship, having our like little ideology room that we can have our party in, and just going around and like boosting our relationship every time it comes off cooldown to make everybody our friend through parties. How low of food are you? Horrifically low, actually, it looks like. I don't know where our food disappeared to. That is actually really bad. Animals. Let's cut you down to 10. I know it says low food, but there's a lot of times it says low food. That doesn't mean anything. We can go here and say harvest all those. Are you low? No one cooking? We've got people cooking. It's kind of just the problem of we've got a lot of our... Well, first of all, our farm is currently flooded. More than likely what happened is we didn't get our food hauled in and it rotted. Like, because we picked it probably just sat here in the water and rotted. And I just missed it because we were dealing with the insects. But yeah, a big part of it is I got 3 children who all have learning. So they're going to constantly want attendance. We also had the situation where we were keeping track of a prisoner. So that was someone who was eating food and then distracting people by being needed to talk to and all that. The river's also slowing down our movement in and out of the place. Yeah, so we just knocked the alpaca population down a couple. Let's not knock it down too much too fast. We'll take out a couple alpaca. Let that food go as far as it's going to go. And then knocked out a few more. In the meanwhile, our person who does grow stuff should go around clearing up all the, or not clearing up, but harvesting a bunch of these bushes. And our cook is Earthrush. You're sleeping. I'm going to say no to that for just a minute. I want you to butcher these last 2 alpaca. Or 3 alpaca, whatever number of alpaca. Because if they just sit out there and rot, then that's just a waste. Okay. Yeah, no, we have the adults away, but they're also not eating stuff. But yeah, no, it's all contributing. I think it's just kind of I didn't haul stuff in because one of my adults that is away was our hauling person. So even though we were getting a bunch of the, even though we were getting a bunch of stuff pulled up food-wise, it just sat out in the water till it went bad. And so it's just a loss. That was more than I should have butchered right there. Set you back to 20. Then you grab that last one so it doesn't rot. And then you can spend time cooking tomorrow. Okay. Got visitors willing to trade stuff. Shoot frenzy. Alright. Yeah, so that should have our food covered for a little while. We are going to run to some pain points until the flood goes down and we can do all that. It is interesting by walling off the river, this area didn't get flooded. We can see what we can make happen here. Alright, so take the smoke leaf. You can't afford it. Do you have anything I want? I'll take your food just because of our current circumstances. You can take some of these pieces of clothing that are all worn out. And then trade you again with gifts. Alright, so here's a bunch of stuff for your mood. Here's a bunch of more stuff. We got the quest thing off of that. You can have more clothing, since I got people who can craft. And that'll do. And we are now allied with them. So that's cool news. That's 2 people we're allied now who can help out. They gave us a couple extra meals. Right, and you're now cutting down all the trees because you got nothing better to do. Harvest all the berries you can if you got nothing better to do. The other thing we could probably do is have someone bump up on their on their fishing. Okay, and they gave us components. Go haul that in real fast. Okay, so we're just kind of cooking all of this meat as fast as we can. Now we got Duck over here fishing to try and help out. Just supplementing what we already got. I need you to keep cooking because that rots today. Just buy all the time you can, because we do have it set for anything made out of meat. They will, or anytime we have stacks of meat, they'll just immediately cook it. Don't even bother trying to save it. Because the meat only lasts for like 2 days, the food thing lasts for, I think it's 6? Looks like 4. They're taking this from 18 hours to 4 days. Which, needless to say, we have more meals than we can eat in 4 days, but it is what it is. It looks like we got a couple more stacks. Alright, realistically, we're not going to get through all 60 meals. Do you have passive cooler yet? That's an excellent question. You gotta take care of yourself. I don't remember. Passive cooler. Yes. The passive cooler won't make this room cold enough to make it considered refrigerated, so that's not going to do us any good if that's the thought there. Passive cooler usually can keep you around like 70-ish degrees. Alright, that's not my favorite. On the other hand, that maybe to the left, the small area, 3 or 4 passive coolers keep meals longer. No, so passive coolers won't refrigerate. They'll only cool things a little. Think of them as something to get stuff to like 70-ish degrees, but not a whole lot colder. So this is an interesting situation. So if I can manage to kill that mini slugger without it exploding, actually we can even do a step farther. If I can get up here and drop down some a tile of wall between me and the mini slugger, we could potentially destroy that. That'd be a pretty dangerous thing to do since I don't have EMPs. Well, actually, no, that's not true. It wouldn't be dangerous. I would just keep popping smoke grenades, put down one wall tile here to protect the unstable power core from being hit when it explodes. And that would work. But I'd first need to get the mechs off of it. So they're going to activate on their own. I think with them activating on their own, I'm going to just leave it alone. We could change our close to home restriction to including anything inside our perimeter. That's fine. And we'll just leave that alone because it's not going to escalate in any way. It's a very nothing. But that unstable power core we might be able to capture. So if we can get something to draw the mechs away, we can do that, because I don't want to poke the Lancer where it's going to get the initiative, because the risk is just so high of getting one popped since we have no armor. My luck is it'll get its one shot off of us running in, and that'll just be the end. Someone's brain will be gone, or a heart or a liver or something. I've had it happen way too many times. Meanwhile, we don't have what we need to do a ritual yet. But this is going to be a ritual room. And then we want to make a room for anomaly stuff. Yeah, now realistically all we'll do is when these meals start to get low or they get ready to rot, we just take another go at some of the alpaca. Hunt or kill like 2 or 3 of them. This water should be receding pretty soon. Yeah, the dream is to get these to go away. And then we smoke grenade directly on top of this. Boomalope self-tamed. I don't want a breeding pair of Boomalope. I'm down to have a couple of Boomalope, but Boomalope are very annoying when they start breeding. Because you can't auto-call them, your people walk up, kill it, and have it explode in their face and then get hurt. And we're making more capes. We're waiting on dye. We don't need that bed, so get that out of there. We can also go in here and go orders, smooth this room. Common caravan. I was hoping you'd aggro. It's fine. They could still aggro on their way back if they try and leave out this area, or a raid can come through, because I just want the mechs to die. The mechs die is the dream. If the mechs themselves die and the sentry goes, we just pop smoke here, we pop smoke there, we just run up, pop smoke, and then I send someone to construct one block here, we kill the turret, it explodes, that survives, and even though I don't have a use of the power, we could just bury that in the wall, and that means I'll be starting my ship with an unstable power core. Which would be pretty fun. It seems like the river overflowed more back here than I'm used to. Let's see. Take my Nutramine. Take like 140 of her medicine. You don't really have that much I need, so keep that. Trade with you again. Gift. Take the Nutramine. I'm gonna send you an extra 48 medicine. Let's get a little more rep out of you. Start pushing you towards allied as well. Another thing that this does is having these rivers here. If you're running on the water mills, which are really, really good power for flowing water, that means it shuts down with all this. Because it'd be underwater, I imagine. So that actually really, really hurts the effectiveness of the water mill, because the water mill is pretty ridiculously good power if you're on a body of water. Oh, sorry, a river, not just any body of water. Make it on bridge tiles? This is true. This is true. Put on the bridge tiles as a possibility. Alright, so the flood's subsiding, so allow planting again. How much longer do I have in those meals? I have just over a day. Alright. I want you... that's fine. You're leaving to the southeast. That's fine. I was kind of hoping they would leave up this way. The militars don't scare me at all. It's that Lancer one-shotting us, and then the mini slugger, because I'm going to use the smoke to get close enough to the mini slugger to get over here. But that means potentially putting ourselves at... Wait, do you have a shield belt? Do I remember correctly? We had shield belts, didn't we? You do have a shield belt. Ducky does. Okay. That opens up possibilities, because if I get the Lancer to pop a shot at the shield belt, I literally put like 5 of those down, man. Give me 2 seconds before you attempt to... Actually, don't. Don't give me 2 seconds. That's perfect. Oh no, Cassandra, you played me for a fiddle. You got me on my moment. There we go. Because it's better that it happened right now versus if we had gotten it all planted. You should have 2 shield belts? Right, but the other shield belt is on my other melee, who is not here right now. Which does remind me you need to be assigned to melee. Because of the shield belts, we have the option of I could potentially start dropping smoke here and having the melee try and run up onto the Lancer really fast. They'd take a couple of hits, but with the shield belts, it'd probably be fine. The big problem is that's a huge range I gotta run across that's just wide open space. And so while smoke certainly will help with the accuracy to get me in closer, there's gonna be definitely a part of that they're out in the open. Regardless, let's wait. We have the rest of our people coming back in 5 days. Well, 6 days. 5.5 days. So 5.5 days, we get a bunch of people back. That should put us in a much better position to make our move. Because I do really want to capture that unstable power core. And we will probably do one of these things. For right now... Trying to decide where I want to shove it for right now. Yeah, so this will be our first unstable power core hiding spot, or whatever you want to call it. Where we basically just kind of stick it in the wall and then wall it off. And the reason we do that is so no one can, no one can tantrum destroy it or steal it or anything like that. By having it in the wall, the enemies will target something else, something less dangerous / replaceable. Okay, so the meals are starting to rot. You've got 18 hours. We still got those 4 meals. We are planting everything, so I want them to kind of just keep going for it. A little bit more rotting in here. So you've got 13 hours, 5 hours, and all that. So we probably got 1 more sets of meals we'll actually get out of it. That's not going to be nearly enough for this. So it's going to be a little bit of a mess. My hope here is, after we get those planted real fast... they'll be able to harvest some of these berries, buy us a little bit more time. And we can probably get over here and knock off a couple more of the alpaca. Deal with the mechs real quick. There goes the next 5. Then we can deal with the mechs real quick. And after we've dealt with the mechs, we should be able to get more done. Vitez will be the one manning the smoke launcher most likely. Or I could take my one melee pawn who is not going to be equipped with the shield belt. No, you're a brawler. You'll get all angry. That's fine. Like I said, I think the plan is we're going to have someone lead in with the, you know, we'll step around here, we'll drop the smoke grenade, try and draw them out to us. But, like, we're just going to move through the smoke to try and get there. And hopefully, because the mini slugger won't fire at us, the Lancer's accuracy will be penalized. The Militars we should be able to take down quickly. Are you converting the children? I will do that once we have a person who can convert people back. They're one of the ones I sent. So the moment I've got one of the kids converted, I need to get the other two converted. Can I have you quickly harvest those, because that's probably enough to cook a meal. Or a stack of meals, or whatever. Alright. Missing 2 raw food. Basically grabbing what you can, you know, here. Oh, we got some ambrosia. That technically qualifies as something you can eat as well. Okay, so Earth Rush is going to cook another stack of meals. We're getting pretty close to being done planting everything. The rice is halfway grown at this stage. That's coming along. Does auto slaughter target the oldest, youngest, or random? I don't really actually know the rules with it. I've noticed it tends to target the adults more. I think reality is it probably considers these ones where it's like 2 males, I've got, you know, the exact amount at once, so it probably takes out some of the others. I don't actually know its prioritization. I've never had problems with it, though. That's usually because my auto slaughter is always set higher than like 2 or something like that, so it's usually enough that the chances it would call all that. And I always keep it down to just like 2 adult males as well, to prefer keeping the females alive as best we can. Alright, so we're gonna need to change up our zoning a little bit. Manage areas, new, edit, danger, do this, expand, expand. I'm gonna set it to this corner up here. All of that. All of this. And down here should be plenty. And then I'll go to zone, manage areas, invert, close, schedule, danger. So it should allow them to go down here and down here. Oh, there's silver down there. Okay. It's probably enough for you to cook some more meals. So trying our best to keep these meals going just a little longer. We're already at the point we can start harvesting the rice, but we'll only get a partial harvest if we do it now. So we can just get it to go probably one more day. Then we should pull up most, if not all of that rice, get the full yield, and that should turn to the point where, you know, we'll be good for a lot of these other ones to go. Because all these are growing at like 1.5 times their normal speed because they're in rich soil. As we're having a hauler really helps. That Earth Rush doesn't have to walk across the entire map just to get food. Cool. Our cook just got food poisoning. Because they, for some reason, chose to eat the raw food instead of the cooked food. That's fine. It is what it is. Gill rot on the fish again. There's a pretty... Oh, no, you're not down from major. I was expecting them to get down when they hit major. So the others will just end up eating the raw berries. That's kind of acceptable. It's not great, but it is acceptable. Because again, we're just buying enough time till this pops out. Constraining clothes and all that, that is what it is. Disturbed sleep. Aid without table, led by a different ideology. It is what it is. Alright, so the others are coming back in 2 days. Okay, those are at like 90%. Don't care about the distress signal. Right now, we don't have the food to caravan anywhere. Yes, we did win against the Mekai. So we did roll credits, beat the game, did all that, and then decided to start a new run as opposed to just flying around in the ship forever. Because, you know, at that point, we didn't really have an objective to do. Like, we could have rolled the other endings. I honestly feel as decked out as all of our people were, it would have been very easy just land next to the ship to the stars, build a wall around it that includes the ship, force the enemies to fight into my position, and just win it. You know, do the same, like literally probably take the same tile after the ship leaves, build another ship, launch it, you know, to do the, again, the, you know, the other ending. Anomaly would be very, very easy with the setup we have. Anomaly's ending, if you're prepared for it, is probably the easiest one. Okay, well, we don't have more food handy. Because, like, Anomaly lets you really kind of control the flow of that one. Whereas the other endings, you end up having to, you end up having to just kind of hold your ground while things just keep escalating. Alright, let's drop that back down to 10. That'll give us 3 alpaca to eat. To supplement our food just a little bit. Not yet. No party. People are actively starving. Okay, now you can attend the party. Alright, so we got starvation prevented. Yeah, now they're ready to harvest. So the moment the party's over, they'll start harvesting all that, and that'll be that settled. So for now, we can go ahead and put you back up to 20. Because we probably won't need to kill off another one just yet. And if we do, we do. The point is now I've got rice coming up. And then honestly, by the time we get that cooked and through, we'll have the berries back up. And then we'll probably have rice again, and then the potatoes, and you get the idea. Cook those meals so they don't eat it raw. All right. So we have half a day until the others get back, and we're low on food. That's not super that's not super surprising. But we do have lots of food to harvest here. With them here, we'll start getting stuff cleaned up again, start getting stuff hauled, start smoothing the bricks. We'll have more resources to throw at it. Group of travelers are passing by. Are you going up here? I'd like you to go up there. You wouldn't have to be able to take out a lancer on your way down, would you? I mean, you'll do fine. That's looking encouraging. Because the lancer's the one I want them to take. Everything else, I don't mind. Keep going. Up, up. Come on. You can defend yourselves. There you go. There you go. Get the lancer. Right on in there. Go right for the lancer. That's the one you want. I don't mind if you take militars down while you're at it. Don't hit the unstable power core. And this guy's just over here bandaging himself while being shot at. Alright, that's 2-3 hits on that lancer. Even if you don't kill it, if you take the arm off the lancer, that's also acceptable. Because both its arms are about done. Walked the whole way up there, poked it once, fell over dead. Come on, you're so close to getting that lancer out. And one of them goes down, they should retreat. Okay, they've lost interest in the fight, apparently. I can... Oh, there they go. They're re-aggroed. Come on, finish the lancer. Come on, like you got it down to like one hit left. Okay, so we're retreating. That's fine. I can live with this. This is okay. So plan's gonna be straightforward. For you, grab the smoke grenade launcher. We go. Because that Lancer's got like one hit left on it. Like it's totally shredded. Its manipulation is nothing, so its ability to shoot is utterly and completely compromised. We can try and get this done real fast. So grab everyone and run all the way over here. Oh wait, it's coming to us? Even better. Start going over here. Just run to him. You've got a shield belt. It's almost dead. Ducky, get in there, buddy. Yeah. What you gonna do, Lancer? Bonk. Oh, missed. Okay, so here's the plan. So we need to run up here, and honestly, you other children. Actually, this is gonna seem really weird. All of you get out. This is Vitez's show. So what Vitez is going to do is they're going to keep using the smoke launcher to get all the way to that turret. Oh no, he should not have a possibility of going down. Literally can't be shot while he's in the smoke. Not by sentry guns. But what we're doing is we're moving up Vitez little by little, leapfrogging all the way to the turret. And then we're going to put smoke directly over top of the turret, thereby making it so no matter where we go, the turret is line of sighted. Don't you aim at me. I got smoke here. You know the rules. Alright, so then we're going to go here. We're going to say structure, steel, put 3 wall tiles of steel there. Schedule, everyone is unrestricted. That was not a good shot. Alright, so let's see. Who is going to be the one to do the construction? Earthrush? You start working your way over. Vitez has got you, friend. I still don't know if that's good. That is right on the money. Oh, there's a mini slugger right there. Get back in the smoke, get back in the smoke, get back in the smoke. Okay, you're fine. This complicates things a lot. Okay, you're on your way. Okay. Okay, so we'll get all of you squared away. Alright, meanwhile, Let's get our other people ready to rock and roll. Because what we're doing is we're just trying to suppress these as much as possible while we wall off the outsides of the unstable power core. Because the intent here is to kill both the miniguns with that protected, so if they explode, that everything will be fine. So I need Earth Rush to get back with that. You took the farthest possible route to get over here. Don't you shoot that one. Okay, do not fire at will. Shoot that one. Just in case my calculations are off. Cool, cool. We're good, we're good. Need you to get your butt up here, man. Because Vitas is probably going to get pretty close to having a break because of starvation soon. And while it's most likely I'm going to one-tap that and be fine, there is a chance it doesn't work out that way. Okay, time for you to get out of the way. Alright, all of you who are drafted, back off. Just in case everything's wrong, because that thing explodes real big. And shoot that minigun. Shoot that thing. Sorted, and now we have ourselves a brand new unstable power core. Let's go ahead and just tell you to take it all the way over there. Okay, so that took a little bit of work, but that was the whole idea, as we sat there and just kept smoking it until, you know, it was fine. Hey, Vitas, just go grab a meal. You've earned a fine meal. Get yourself the good one. You did good, kid. Now let's get you back off of that and back onto a real weapon. Well, a weapon that does damage. Cool. And we got that all sorted out, so let's fast forward getting you home. Donkey Duff will now try and convert people. And then talk to Trade Caravan. And the next thing we do is go structure and sandstone and lock it in the wall. And we do it that way no one can tantrum or steal it or anything. Until we're close to there. Okay, so take the knives. We don't want them. You don't have any food. As much as it would be nice to get that, we can go ahead and grab the heavy submachine gun. That's something worth grabbing. So Vitas, not only are you getting that, we are giving you a brand new upgrade. So instead of stick with string, we are giving you a submachine gun. And also, before I forget, who the heck was our construction person? Can you repair that? Yeah, you can. Cool. Alright. That said, chat, it is after the time I normally wrap up by a little bit now, so what we're going to be doing is wrapping up for the night. So with that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but your stream will be ending abruptly because I don't have a host ready. But, for those over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen.